His Unexpected Heiress, Entangled Inheritance, Book 2. Written by Sally Britton. Narrated by Jessica Elisa Boyd. Chapter 1. Pushing her needle through the blue satin cloth, Elaine tried to keep her focus on the stitch rather than the scene outside her shop window. The completed gown had been commissioned by one of her most particular patrons, and she had only one more day to finish the work. Despite those facts, Elaine lifted her eyes again to peer out the rain-spattered window, between the artfully arranged bolts of cloth and trailing lace curtains, to the man standing on the other side of the glass. The rain had started 10 minutes before, and he took up residence beneath the awning over her shop window almost at the same moment. He huddled there, bent over with his arms wrapped around himself, his back to her. Poor old fellow. White wisps of hair stood out from under the brim of his hat, and though the cut of his coat might have been considered fine once, it was terribly out of date, and certainly not warm enough for the spring deluge. Elaine sat behind a long table, the dress spread out across its length. A small stove in the corner kept the area in which she worked warm, and through the door behind her in the living quarters, another fire blazed to keep the children and the tabby cat cosy. Despite this, she shuddered when she looked past the man to the dark storm clouds. The rain would not let up any time soon. He had stood there long enough to catch a chill. Removing her needle from the loose thread, Elaine tucked it into the ivory case where she kept her best sewing equipment. She folded the dress carefully, then went around the table to the front door. When she opened it, the bell above her head jingled merrily, but the man did not so much as look over his shoulder at her. Elaine cleared her throat. She had little practice with addressing people on this side of the shop door, at least fully grown people. The children of Ipswich were far easier to converse with than the people of greater heights and expectations. The old man turned slightly, barely peering over the upturned collar of his coat. His eyebrows were as white as his hair, and his forehead bore deep creases from years of wrinkling above his narrowed blue eyes. "Pardon me, sir," Elaine said. "Will you not step inside? I should very much hate to be left in this sort of weather myself when there is warmth and shelter nearby." He turned a little more in her direction, enough so she could see the flat line of his lips and the hollowness of his face beneath angular cheekbones. "I have just made the most delicious apple pastries this morning, too," she added without thought, tempting him as she would one of the neighbourhood urchins in order to give them at least one decent meal when they were half-starved. Saying nothing, the man regarded her carefully, studying her in a manner that made her feel as she had when she attended Mrs. Harper's School for Young Ladies. Everyone had stared at her there, too. The daughter of a tailor. She had not belonged at a school with the daughters of wealthy gentlemen and minor nobility. Yet the lessons the school matron continually hammered into her head were what kept her from meekly lowering her eyes and begging the old man's forgiveness for disturbing him. Instead, she lifted her chin as she had been taught. "Sir, do come in from the cold. I should enjoy having a visitor in my quiet shop this afternoon." A proper lady took command of such situations and did not whisper out invitations. Of course, Mrs. Harper likely never imagined Elaine using her lessons to play hostess to strange men from the street. The thought nearly made her lose her serious composure. "I would be pleased to keep you company, madam, but you must allow me to introduce myself." When he spoke, his voice surprised her, deep and cultured, rather than scratchy and dry as one would imagine. Then he bowed, and though his movements were slow, they were well practiced. "I am Peter Gillensford." Though she half stood in the doorway, Elaine dropped into her best curtsy, the one reserved for her most important patrons. "I am Elaine Chapple, seamstress. Please, do come in, Mr. Gillensford." She stepped aside, holding the door open wide. He shuffled inside ahead of her, his movements slow and precise. Mr. Gillensford removed his hat once inside, his eyes taking in her shop. Elaine closed the door behind them and brushed a wayward red curl back into her white cap. "A beautiful gown, Mrs. Chapple," he said, nodding to the table. "Your handiwork?" "Yes. It is meant to be worn at a ball in a few days' time." Elaine walked around the table to the door going to the back. "Mr. Gillensford, please come into my parlour. It is just through here. You may sit by the fire, and I will fetch those delicious apple tarts." The wrinkles in his face softened, smoothing enough to make him appear a few years younger than he had moments before. He likely had been a handsome man many years before, especially with those rather brilliant eyes of his. Perhaps, given his fine manners, he had been an upper servant or a younger son of someone important. It hardly mattered, of course, but Elaine could not help wondering what his story must be. "Yes, your apple pastries," he chuckled and followed behind her. Elaine went through to the parlour and found it much as she had left it a quarter-hour before when she checked on the inhabitants of the room. William laid stretched upon the old Persian rug, his stockinged feet toward the fire and his hands holding a book. He glanced up when she entered, saw Mr. Gillensford behind her, and hastily jumped to his feet. Nancy had been sitting in a chair, embroidering a handkerchief-sized cloth as practice. She tucked her work behind her and stood, immediately lowering her eyes to the ground rather than stare at their guest. "Mr. Gillensford, this is William Thackeray and Nancy McComb. Children, this is Mr. Gillensford. He is our guest while the rain is falling." She gestured to the most comfortable of the two mismatched chairs. "Your chair, Mr. Gillensford." He nodded to the children and made his way to the chair, stepping carefully over the tabby cat still stretched before the fire. Cats never stood on ceremony, of course. Connected to her parlour was a small kitchen with only the barest of essentials for running a household. It was only the work of a few minutes to put a kettle on and arrange her pastries on a plate for her unexpected visitor. William, bless him, moved a small side table to Mr. Gillensford's elbow and then took up a seat next to Nancy. Elaine brought the plate of treats to set upon the table and then went about arranging tea. Mr. Gillensford said nothing, though the strength of his stare remained upon her as she moved. There was nothing unkind about it, at least, though Elaine easily sensed his curiosity. At 26, Elaine was well used to people regarding her with mild confusion. Her fine manners from finishing school and her attempt to appear unassuming in serviceable clothing and aprons were something of a contradiction. Finally, she settled in the chair across the rug from Mr. Gillensford. The chairs may not match, but they were at least comfortable and tidy. "There you are, sir. I hope it was worth your time waiting. I have no sugar for your tea today, but there is honey if you would like it." "No, thank you." He raised his cup to his lips, at last looking at something other than her. "You have a very comfortable home here, Mrs. Chapple. Is there a Mr. Chapple about somewhere?" "No, sir. I'm afraid my name is really Miss Chapple," she admitted gently, though she normally allowed people to call her by the more respectable title, given her place as a woman of business. "I do rather enjoy our home." The furniture was old, and nothing was particularly fine, but she and the children kept everything free of dust. There were not many baubles to decorate the mantel, or the single shelf of books, but the few things they had were lovely. Bits of sea glass, a framed picture of a castle William particularly liked, a vase of flowers Nancy gathered from the park. Setting down his cup, Mr. Gillensford leaned forward. "Miss, and I notice the children do not share your surname." At least he spoke without judgment. The children had learned to keep quiet in the parlour when she had visitors in the shop, in order to avoid these sometimes awkward conversations. Sensing the man's curiosity was harmless, Elaine allowed her affection for the children into her conversation. "We are something of a patchwork family, Mr. Gillensford. William has been with me since before my father passed away. He is an intelligent young man, going on 12 this year. And Nancy is the cleverest little girl you may ever meet. I was fortunate to make her acquaintance 2 years ago. I have taken her on as an apprentice." At only 6 years old, no one would ever consider Nancy for such a position. Mr. Gillensford regarded the children seriously a moment, then looked down at the cat. "And has your cat a story as well?" William found Tabby and brought her home. She has proved to be quite handy at keeping away the mice." Elaine did not add that William had found her tattered and torn, left for dead, after a carriage struck her in the road. A knock at the back door brought Elaine to her feet once more. "Please excuse me, Mr. Gillensford. You are not the only one to whom I have promised apple tarts." She went to the door in the kitchen, not at all surprised to see a tiny, dirty face looking up at her. "Miss Mary," she greeted brightly, though her heart ached to see the waif-like child out in the rain. "Have you brought me more buttons?" The little girl wordlessly nodded and reached into a grubby apron pocket to produce a single yellow button. Elaine had arranged to trade lost buttons Mary found for bites of food. The child had sharp eyes, so she visited with frequency. "Oh, what a lovely colour! That is a rare one indeed. I think it merits a special treat today." Elaine took the button and made a show of placing it upon the cutting board beside the dry sink. "One moment." She took up one of the baskets beneath her small kitchen table and added 3 pastries to the food already inside. She handed the basket to Mary, momentarily concerned it might be too heavy for the child, but Mary took the handle into the crook of her arm and grinned up at Elaine. "Thank you, miss," she said in her angelic little voice. "You are so welcome, my dear. Thank you for the button. Give your mother my regards." Elaine waited until Mary had walked back into the rain before closing the door. She had tried many times to invite the child inside, but Mary refused to set foot even in the kitchen. She took up the bright yellow button again. Wooden buttons were normally quite simple, and fabric-coloured buttons would be made to match the article upon which they were sewn. Wondering what had ever possessed someone to paint the wood such a colour, she went back to her chair and her company. "I hope you are enjoying your tarts, sir." Elaine settled in her seat. "Is there anything else I might do for your comfort?" "No, Miss Chapple." He lowered his teacup to its saucer, his blue eyes piercing hers. "Except, perhaps, you might pass the time by telling me more about yourself. I know now of Master William, and Miss Nancy, and the tabby cat. What of you? How have you found yourself in this place, looking after so many?" The impertinent question coming from a stranger might have unsettled other women. The fact that no one had ever asked her such a thing before, despite many noting the oddities of her situation, said well enough it was not mannerly to discuss. But there was something in his fierce gaze, as though he truly saw her, and not just a seamstress in a very small shop, that made her lean toward him as she spoke of her life. "My mother died when I was very young, and my father was a tailor to fine gentlemen in London. Anyone might know that much with ease. Father sent me away to a school for the daughters of gentlemen. He wanted me to have the manners of a lady, as that would help me obtain better clientele for us both. My father, he was very business-minded. He thought we could have a shop together, patronised by gentlemen and their wives." "A clever enough idea," Mr. Gillensford said with a sharp nod. He did not appear as tired as when he had entered through her shop door. His blue eyes glittered with interest, the dim sorrow having retreated some time before. "Yet here you are." Elaine lowered her voice as she continued, reverence for her father's memory undiminished by time. "My father passed away a few years ago, sir. Our landlord had no wish to continue leasing the shop and our rooms above it to a seamstress with no experience. Never mind that she had been vastly experienced by that time. She could sew a straight hem in the dark, piece together fine gowns out of scraps of material if needed, and had an eye for fashion, thanks to her years of studying the magazines the girls at school had loaned her. London rents were quite expensive. Ipswich is more easily managed. So, you and William," he glanced in the boy's direction, "came here from London?" "Yes, sir." He narrowed his eyes at her. "And found Nancy and your cat shortly after?" "Indeed." Elaine tucked her hands into her lap, remembering her lessons on proper posture with the ease of habit. "And we have been here ever since." Mr. Gillensford leaned back in his chair. "Letting old men in out of the cold, and trading buttons for pastries at your back door." He tilted his head slightly, a frown pulling at his lips. You remind me of my late wife, Miss Chapple. She was a kind soul, if ever there was one. She took in people who were lost, whether it was only a matter of giving them soup and directions or a home and position in our household. Had the man once been a gentleman? His words implied such, for she could not think of anyone of a lesser status who might speak of giving positions to people. And he had lost his wife. Had it been recent? As no stranger to being left behind herself, when she offered condolences, it was with the greatest empathy. I am sorry for your loss of her, sir. I thank you for that. It was a few years ago. His eyes grew distant again, and he faced away from her, staring now into the fire. She used to say on days like this one, if we looked hard enough, we might still find a bit of sunshine. The way he spoke, each word heavy with old grief, tugged at her heart. The button came to mind. I believe she must have been right, Mr. Gillensford. Elaine stood and retrieved the button from where she had placed it in the kitchen, where it stood out in bright contrast to the plain wooden surface of her countertop. She hurried back to the old man and held her hand out to him. It is not a great deal of sunshine, only a button's worth. Perhaps this much is all you need. He turned slowly to stare down into her palm, silently gazing at the button long enough that she saw the foolishness of her gesture. Why would a man, gentleman or not, want a silly yellow button? Heat crept up the back of her neck and into her cheeks. The curse that came with her hair was the ease of her blush. She started to curl her fingers around the offering. He reached out a hand, his fingers trembling slightly, and picked the button up as delicately as if it had been a precious gem. Dear me, is this what the child at the door gave you? Elaine nodded mutely. It is the exact colour. His voice trailed away as he studied the little bit of painted wood. Miss Chapple. He raised his eyes to study her. I believe this is precisely the sort of sunshine my wife would have loved. I thank you for it. Then he tucked the button into his coat and put both hands on the arms of the chair, pushing himself up. I must be going. I have taken up too much of your time. Nonsense, sir. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Elaine hurried before him, opening the door to the front room. The rain still fell against the glass. Are you certain you need to leave? It is still drizzling, and I hate to think of you walking about in the cold. He smiled, a warmer expression than she had seen from him thus far. My dear young lady, you needn't worry over me. I promise I will keep dry. He bowed to her, then went out the shop door. Where might he go? It was too wet for anyone to be out in such weather, and she had let him leave without so much as an umbrella. Elaine hurried back to her little parlour, where William and Nancy had begun to relax. William, where is your umbrella? She asked, trying not to sound too urgent. The boy released a deep sigh. You're going to give it to the old man? He knew her well, and did not always appreciate her gestures to others. Elaine hurried to promise, You may have mine until I replace it. William disappeared up the steps to their bedrooms, 2 small connected rooms that were part of her rent. He came back down, not quite as swiftly as she wished, and handed it to her. She took up her own umbrella from its hook in the kitchen and hurried back out to the front of the shop, through the door and into the street. She went in the direction Mr. Gillensford had walked, her umbrella open overhead and William's tucked tightly under one arm. She was out in no more than a mob cap and her work dress, no gloves upon her hands, but it could not be helped. Rushing down the walkway, her eyes swept up and down the street in search of a faded dark blue coat. At last she saw him, approaching a carriage, his back to her. If her lessons had allowed for a lady to shout across a road, she would have called his name. As it was, she hurried forward, but stopped all at once when the carriage door swung open and a man dressed in fine livery handed Mr. Gillensford inside. She stood, quite frozen, at the edge of the street. The carriage was quite fine, with 4 matched horses stamping about as if impatient to be off. Someone shouted, startling her into jumping backward as they hurried by with their donkey and cart. When she looked again, the carriage across the road had started to move, servants atop its box. Mr. Gillensford, whoever he was, would have no need for William's old umbrella. Chapter 2. As a third son, Adam Gillensford had never expected much from life. His eldest brother would hold his father's title, the next eldest a lieutenant's position in the military, and he must then take up the church or the law. Neither profession suited him. He enjoyed life too much to be a sour-faced vicar, and had not the patience to study dusty tomes while wearing a ridiculous wig. He briefly considered turning to a life of piracy, but travelling by ship had never agreed with him. Reflecting on that childish fancy while sitting in his brother's library, slouched down into a deep green chair, he nearly smiled. But the present company would not have appreciated even that much of a show of merriment. They were meant to be in mourning, after all, and as sombre as the grave. Even if no one other than himself and his youngest sister would actually miss the person whose passing forced them into black cravats and laces. "Do sit up straight, Adam," his mother said abruptly, and he moved to obey without thought. With piracy as an unsuitable option, Adam had but one course of action, or so his mother decreed. He must marry a wealthy young woman who recognised the advantage in a connection to his family. Mercenary marriages had always made him shudder when he heard of them. Still, it was an option he did not dismiss at once. There was always that hope that his great-uncle, a third son who had done quite well for himself decades before, might leave him an inheritance. As a boy, Adam had been in awe of the old man. Indeed, Mr. Peter Gillensford had given Adam the best advice of his life. He could almost hear the old gentleman's voice, creaky with age even years and years before. "Know what you want, boy, and go after it with your whole soul," the man had said, whispering the words in Adam's ear as though they were a prophecy. Of course, Adam recognised them for what they were now that he had grown. Peter Gillensford had lowered himself to trade and had lived by the idea of going after what he wanted, no matter the cost. Now, great-uncle Peter was dead, and the family had come circling like buzzards to pick over what he had left behind. Adam's grandfather had been Peter's eldest brother, and the Earl of Montcliff. Grandfather's inheritance included the very home in which Adam sat, waiting upon the solicitor to make an appearance. His grandmother he had never met, but his mother held the distinction of being the Dowager Countess. Sitting across the room from him, in a stiff-backed chair upholstered in purple velvet, she wore the title the same way she wore her mourning attire, with a sour scowl. Grandfather had one son, Adam's father. Adam's father sired 3 boys and 2 girls before he died. Adam was the youngest son, with 2 sisters beneath him in age. "It only makes sense," his mother said abruptly, pulling him from his memories, "that Uncle Peter leave the land to the earldom. It is right there, joining at our southern border." She did not appear to address any one person, but the room as a whole. Mother always did enjoy an audience. Adam's eldest brother, Richard, was quick to agree. Indeed, it was his duty, of course, to help the family. With no children of his own, what else would he do with all of it? He leaned back against one of the bookshelves, meeting Adam's eye briefly before smiling in a most smug manner. Richard, the current Earl, rubbed his hands together before him as he spoke. "It will be a great addition to our property." Richard's wife, Amelia, simpered and dabbed at her nose daintily with a handkerchief. "The dear old man. How good of him to think of the family." "We have not seen the will yet," Georgiana, the eldest daughter, spoke firmly. She cast Amelia a look of great disdain. "He may surprise us all and leave the whole of it to the Crown." She squirmed in her seat, both hands upon her swollen middle. She never seemed to be comfortable when she was with child. While Adam could never experience such for himself, he did feel a measure of pity for his eldest sister. Philippa, the youngest of the family and closest to him in nature, said nothing. She sat next to their expectant sister, rather eclipsed by Georgiana, in size as well as perceived importance. That had nearly always been the case. Catching Philippa's eyes, Adam offered her a wink. Her lips twitched up briefly, Then she lowered her stare back to her lap. If their late great-uncle had thought of Philippa in his will, that would be enough. As much as Adam wished to inherit, Philippa needed more independence from their family. At 22, the girl ought to be married. Instead, she remained at their mother's beck and call, forced to consider atrocious suitors during the season. "Where is that blasted solicitor?" Richard muttered, pushing away from the wall. He glared at the door as though he might summon the man through sheer force of will. "This is what comes of sending for him rather than going to London myself. I might have saved all of us the trouble of waiting in such an intolerable manner." "Nonsense! It would have taken us twice as long to learn of your great-uncle's generosity," their mother preened, her 2 large curls knocking about her head like twin corkscrews. She did not hear the lack of logic in her words, and Adam remained too indolent to argue the matter. A knock reverberated through the old stone hallway. Each hard rap against the wood by the iron knocker felt as much as heard. The solicitor had arrived at last. Poor man. The women in the room began to adjust skirts and pat at their heads, seeking rebellious lengths of hair to put into place. Except Philippa. She had to turn her attention to assisting Georgiana with a cushion behind her back and a pinching hairpin. Adam sank down into his chair again, wishing the matter over and done with. The butler stepped through the door and bowed. "With your permission, my lord, Mr. Tuttle Kirk has come to see you." "Yes, yes," Richard waved the butler away. "Bring him refreshment and all of that." Mr. Tuttle Kirk entered the room as the butler scuttled out of it. Whatever it was Adam expected to see in his great-uncle's solicitor, Tuttle Kirk was not it. He was a smallish man, bald-headed but with a moustache thick enough to make up for the loss of hair atop his head. He moved with speed, as though something nipped at his heels, and went directly to the desk after making a general bow to the room. He started talking at once. "Good afternoon, my lords, ladies, sir. I beg your pardon, but my carriage took a wrong turn. I felt certain I knew exactly where we were going, but I became slightly lost." He opened his satchel of papers and shuffled through them. "We are glad you are come at all, Mr. Tuttle Kirk," Richard said, exchanging a disbelieving look with his mother. The solicitor turned about, his moustache quivering as he spoke. "Indeed. First, allow me to offer my deepest condolences. I have handled Mr. Gillensford's legal business for many years. I found him to be an honourable, wise gentleman. I am sure you feel his loss keenly." Mr. Tuttle Kirk, for as flustered as he acted, was taking the measure of all the people gathered in the room. His bright eyes took in everyone from behind their spectacles. Adam would be surprised if the man's assessment of them was inaccurate. He sat up again and leaned slightly forward, performing his own inspection. Of median height and build, nothing immediately set Tuttle Kirk apart from other men. Nothing other than his exceptionally large and well-groomed moustache. But there was intelligence in his eyes and confidence in his bearing. The man would be a formidable opponent should he wish to be. Tuttle Kirk's gaze met Adam's and paused, his white eyebrows lifting ever so slightly, as if to say, "Good, we understand each other." Then he shuffled the papers in his hands again until he found one of thicker stock. "Here it is. Normally these are made over on parchment, but Mr. Gillensford insisted on nearly plain paper." His moustache twitched, but whether over approval or dismay regarding the frugality, Adam could not tell. "We shall begin by stating most clearly that this last will and testament was given in the presence of 4 witnesses, including a magistrate and members of the House of Lords. Mr. Gillensford insisted. The will was written in full 2 months ago." "Near the end," Richard's wife simpered, "as though he knew." Tuttle Kirk barely glanced over the paper at her. "Let us begin." He started reading out the legal and Latin terms at the beginning, stating over again what he had already said about Uncle Gillensford's state of health and mind. He read through a list of small, singular items to be given to certain friends and loyal servants, as well as burial arrangements, which had already been seen to. Adam had started to sink into his chair again, his mind wandering from the stuffy room to the stables and fields. "Whereas these things are accomplished, I must now turn my attention to the family," Mr. Tuttle Kirk said, bringing Adam's attention back to the present time and place. Mr. Tuttle-Kirk cleared his throat. To my niece-in-law, Frederica Gillensford, Dowager Countess, I leave my late wife's ruby and pearl brooch. The Dowager Countess borrowed it 20 years ago and never gave it back, so she might as well take it for a gift. Tuttle-Kirk's moustache did not so much as twitch as he read those inflammatory words, but Mother's jaw nearly fell to the floor in her shock. "What did you say?" Even Adam winced, though used to her shrill shouts of indignation. "How dare you accuse me of thievery?" Tuttle-Kirk kept reading, causing him to go up in Adam's estimation. To Richard Gillensford, Earl of Montcliff, I leave my second-best pipe. It took every bit of Adam's concentration to keep from laughing. Tobacco gave Richard terrible headaches, which he made certain people knew should they dare to blow a puff of smoke within his vision. To his wife, Lady Montcliff, I leave the cushion which offended her so upon her last visit. Amelia gasped. "Well, I never." Adam suddenly wished to know the story behind that bequeathment. To Mr. Henry Gillensford, an honourable officer in the military, I leave £50 and his choice of one horse from my stables upon his return from the continent. It was a pittance, but Henry hardly needed more than that, given his success in the army. Adam ought to be next. He sat straighter and leaned forward, gripping the arms of the chair. His great-uncle knew Adam would have almost nothing. Having been in that position once himself, Uncle Gillensford would not leave him destitute. He had never angered or insulted the old gentleman. Once, long ago, he had thought himself the favoured relative. He had certainly spent a great deal of time in his uncle's home. To Mrs. Gregory Stalwart, his sister Georgiana hated her married name, I leave £50 and my mother's large silver platter. Odd, but Georgiana appeared indignant. At least he had left her something of value, rather than a pipe or cushion. What had Richard and Amelia done to put the old man so out of temper? And why had Adam's name been skipped? To Lady Philippa, my youngest grandniece, I leave £2,000. I also leave her my wife's jewellery, kept in safety at the Bank of England in London. Adam startled. That was a great amount, even for someone like Philippa. She had a dowry of £15,000 and was still young enough to wed. But his sisters were younger than Adam. Why were they on the legal document above his name? Mr. Tuttle-Kirk adjusted the will in his hands, his eyes sweeping across the document. To Miss Elaine Chapple of Ipswich. "Wait," Adam said, the single word escaping from him rather more sharply than he intended. Mr. Tuttle-Kirk stopped and lowered the parchment in his hands. "Yes, Mr. Gillensford?" Adam cleared his throat, avoiding looking at the others. "You skipped me, sir. You read all the family names except for mine." An oversight, that was all it was. The mistake of an old man who ought to retire or sell his practice to a man with an eye for detail and organisation. The old solicitor narrowed his eyes at Adam, and his moustache twitched in a decidedly irritated manner. He held the will up and made a show of reading it, his moustache moving as he mumbled each word to himself. At last he spoke. "No." "What?" "No?" Mr. Tuttle-Kirk peered over the top of the paper again, eyebrows raised. "I did not miss your name, Mr. Gillensford. It comes later. Now, if you will excuse me, there is a proper way to do these things." He lowered the paper, enough that his prodigious moustache could be seen again, and Adam found himself watching the whiskers tremble and lift as the solicitor spoke. To Miss Elaine Chapple of Ipswich, seamstress, I leave my considerable estate and all its income to be used by her as she sees fit, with the stipulation— Adam shot to his feet, sending the chair clattering backward to the floor. He began his statement with a rather colourful word that caused all the women in the room to gasp. "Mr. Tuttle-Kirk, what nonsense is this? First you skip my name, and now you attempt this this cruel display of humour. My uncle would never leave his property to a complete stranger, someone we have never even heard mentioned by him before. What are you playing at, sir?" "Perhaps we should fetch the magistrate," he heard his brother's wife whisper. "We might need to," Adam snarled over his shoulder at her. "Murder may very well be committed if this man does not read that cursed document correctly." Aside from narrowing his eyes, Tuttle Kirk appeared quite unaffected by the display of temper. That only served to anger Adam further. "Mr. Gillensford," the old man said with an impatient shake of his moustache, "I assure you that this document is legal, binding, and correct. Your great-uncle was very specific about Miss Chapple's place within it. As I have said, if you will exercise some measure of patience, I will come to your part in the bequeathment momentarily." He bowed his head over the paper again, reading more swiftly. "Miss Elaine Chapple of Ipswich, seamstress. I leave my considerable estate and all its income to be used by her as she sees fit, with the stipulation that she lives there for 1 year. My great-nephew, Mr. Adam Gillensford, I admonish to act as her guide in matters financial and social. Should my great-nephew refuse, he inherits nothing." Mr. Tuttle Kirk paused, briefly giving Adam a glance that seemed to say, "I told you I would get to you." Then he cleared his throat and continued. "If he proves helpful to Miss Chapple, after 1 year he will receive the entirety of my assets not tied up in the estate as his own, stocks and shares in every venture wherein I have invested my money." Tuttle Kirk put the will down, somewhat forcefully upon the desk he stood behind. "Any who contest my last will and testament will herewith give up the right to inherit anything at all." The pronouncement rang through the room almost harshly, though Tuttle Kirk made it with the same matter-of-fact air as he read the rest of the words. "That is the whole of what was to be read to the family," he said bluntly. "This is your copy of the document, should you wish to read it over again. Now, if you will excuse me, I have other matters to attend to." He gathered up his case, ignoring the cold silence of the room. As he walked by Adam, who still stood in the centre of the carpet with hands clenched into fists, he hesitated. "I am to see Miss Chapple tomorrow. I will inform you of when she intends to take ownership of your late great-uncle's estate. Good day." No one moved until they heard the door shut behind them. Georgiana, despite her delicate condition, propelled herself out of the sofa with great force and went straight for the will. "That horrid old man! What does he mean, leaving me such a pittance?" The rest of the family started for the desk too, except for Philippa, who came to stand at Adam's side. He could not bring himself to examine the document, for the last of his hopes for a good life to dry up and wither away. "Why do you think Uncle Gillensford would do that to you?" she asked quietly. Adam looked down at his sister, younger than him by several years. It was most likely she had been the only member of their family to show their great-uncle any kindness in his last years of life. Despite being surrounded by selfish snobs, Philippa had grown into a compassionate person. "I cannot understand it," he answered her at last. The cruelty of taking what Adam wanted, what he hoped would be his, and bestowing it upon a complete stranger, had not been enough. For some reason, his uncle had to torture Adam still more by forcing him to act as some sort of steward for the woman inheriting everything. Richard turned away from the desk in disgust. "I will have my solicitor go over it at once. This is ridiculous, every bit of it." He shot Adam a glare. "You will have your deserved share, brother, if you join me in contesting this will." There were cases when a will might be overturned. It happened often enough that Adam could hang what remained of his hopes on that promise. But what if his brother failed? Then, according to the will, Adam would be left with nothing at all. Nothing but his pittance of an allowance from his father's estate and, one day, his mother's portion. Adam considered his brother's offer, measuring the determination in Richard's eyes against the solicitor who had left without a backward glance. Strangely enough, he would bet on the moustached man before he would his own brother. "Do as you wish, Montcliffe." They had never been close. Richard was too full of himself and too much a fool for Adam to accord him much respect or interest. "I intend to have my uncle's investments at my command in a year's time." Richard huffed, his nose wrinkling, before pushing past Adam to get out the door. His wife hurried after him, her 2 large eyes wide and the rouge upon her cheeks standing out rather terribly. Georgiana waddled, rather like a goose, back to the couch. "Mr. Stalwart will be so disappointed." She stroked her growing middle. She never called her husband anything other than his formal name, which made the man wince when they were together. It was rare, indeed, to see the two of them in the same room for more than a few minutes. The whole family was rather awful, come to think of it, excepting Philippa. Adam could not lump her in with the rest of them. "Adam," his mother said, drawing his attention out of his wandering thoughts. He met her cold blue stare. "Yes, mother?" The role of dutiful son was not one he played particularly well, but he was proficient enough that she took advantage of him when she could. The Dowager Countess took him in carefully, as though measuring his abilities. "You are going to meet this little seamstress, and you will do everything in your power to keep her from collecting the estate. Doubtless she is some feeble, old creature Peter took pity on. Give her reason to doubt her place. Pretend to help, if you must, but if Richard can prove she is unstable in the position, he may have a greater chance of wresting the estate from her in court." She sniffed, and raised a handkerchief to pat ineffectually at her nose. "Will you do that, Adam?" Another risk to his possible inheritance, but it sounded more plausible. Could he pretend to help this woman, while in reality he sabotaged her efforts? Philippa, standing near him, put her hand on his arm in a steadying manner. She would not approve, of course, but then she was due to inherit a large sum in addition to her substantial dowry. "I will manage things well enough, mother." She gave him a brief nod before calling for her little dog, then she left the room. "Adam, you wouldn't," Philippa whispered, though there was really no one left to hear. Georgiana was still pouting upon the couch, and everyone else had gone. "The woman obviously meant something special to Uncle, and who knows what sort of circumstances she's from. You're a good man, Adam. Please do not do what Mother wants." "I have promised nothing, really," he said, not quite meeting Philippa's gaze. "I will decide my course after meeting the seamstress." He could not help but speak the last word with some derision. Uncle Gillensford had chosen someone in trade, and a woman, to inherit everything Adam had dreamed of. A pointless, foolish gesture. Then he meant for Adam to assist her in running the whole of the estate. The old man had a severely mangled sense of humour. It did not at all match Adam's memory of him. Releasing his arm, Philippa raised her hands in a helpless gesture. She spoke in an almost pleading manner. "Be kind, Adam, as you used to be." He said nothing. Philippa withdrew from the room, casting him one last hopeful glance before passing through the doorway. Whoever Miss Elaine Chapple might be, Adam had every intention of doing what was best. For him. Chapter 3. The carriage ride from Ipswich to Orford took much longer than Elaine would have liked, mostly due to the way her stomach kept attempting to throw itself out of her body by way of her throat. The only way to keep the anxious stomach where it belonged was by keeping her eyes on the sights out the window and prattling to the people inside the carriage with her. William did not speak very much, though he looked out the same window as Elaine. He had put on a brave face, she well knew, to be an example for Nancy. Perhaps he meant to comfort Elaine as well. Nancy viewed the whole removal process as something of an adventure. Elaine pointed out the window. "I cannot believe how much the land changes from one point to another. We have not yet gone the full 20 miles to our new home, yet I already sense a difference in the air." Elaine took a deep breath to emphasize her point. "Look at those long grasses swaying like the sea. Our fields are not so busy moving about in Ipswich." "We didn't get to see much of the fields," Nancy said, stretching to look out her window. "We were always in town. Do they even have a town here?" The tabby cat in the basket beside her mewled when she bent over it, protesting his ill treatment once again. The cat had made absolutely no secret of his strong dislike for the basket. It had taken quite a bit of William's ingenuity to get the rascal inside in the first place. "Orford," William reminded her somewhat sulkily. "It isn't as fun to say as Ipswich," Nancy sighed and drew her legs up into the carriage seat. "Perhaps not, but it is our new home. We must be nearly there," Elaine assured them when she checked the watch pinned to the lapel of her travelling coat. "Mr. Timmins said we would arrive at 2:00. Timmins was the coachman and in her employment. How strange to have someone working for her. She still struggled to understand how her life had changed so dramatically. Mr. Tuttle-Kirk had entered her shop, moustache bristling with excitement, and she had addressed him as she would any customer. When he declared himself a solicitor, and her solicitor at that, she had thought he must be addled. Then he had handed her a yellow-painted wooden button. Even at that moment, days later, with her shop closed up and her belongings all packed in trunks, the little button was tucked into the reticule on her wrist. She hardly dared be without it. The button was the only evidence she had to prove to herself that she had ever come into contact with Mr. Peter Gillensford. The carriage turned into a lane lined with beech trees, their silvery grey bark putting her in mind of armoured knights guarding the passage. Born in London, Elaine had little experience with rural living before she went to school. The boarding school her father had chosen for her was in Chelmsford, in an old country house near the rambling lanes and meadows of the countryside. After that experience, and taking walks in the countryside whenever she could get away, rolling hills and ancient trees had grown dear to her. The house came into their view, and Nancy exclaimed, "Is it a castle? Oh, it looks like a castle!" "It isn't a castle," William replied, glaring out the window from the corner of his eye. "It's a big house is all." Elaine, for her part, realised her mouth was hanging open and quickly snapped it shut. Big was not the right word for it. The house was enormous. Palatial might be the precise description. The main part of the house was 3 floors tall, and there were wings on either side coming to the road. The entry to the manor had a small courtyard before it, with elegant flower beds and topiary cut into odd shapes. A rising sense of panic crawled up from Elaine's chest. She took hold of it as firmly as possible, even going so far as to lay one palm across her collarbone. Mr. Tuttle-Kirk had told her she was wealthy, had said she need never fear poverty again in her life. But still, a house of a fourth the size of the one she saw out the window would have been more than enough. She had thought Mr. Gillensford a poor elderly man, perhaps a cast-off servant. But it appeared he had enough funds to rival a peer. What had he been thinking, leaving such a house to her? "I am the poor daughter of a tailor, a complete fraud." Everyone who met her would surely see she did not belong in such a place. It was so large and grand, and she suddenly knew herself to be quite small. "I cannot believe it's ours," Nancy whispered, reverently stroking the window as though she could pet the house as she would a kitten. The quiet words brought Elaine out of her self-centred worries. The road ahead might be a difficult one, as fraught with bumps and mud as the physical road they had travelled that day, but she would traverse it, would face any number of hardships for the children under her care. The carriage slowed to a stop before the gravel walk, and Nancy cooed one more time. "Did you see the roses?" The door opened, and the groom, a boy named Freddie, stood aside. A footman appeared, and Elaine took his hand. She saw all the servants now, assembled as though they had been standing and waiting all day when she knew they were not there when they first looked out the window. She tried to count them, but had to stop at 20 when one of the matronly-looking women came forward. She wore a sensible brown dress, a white cap, and a thankfully welcoming smile. "Miss Chapple, I am Mrs. Mayworth, the housekeeper here at Tersham Park. I hope your journey was pleasant." It had been, until she glimpsed the home given into her care. Elaine put on her bravest smile, trying to recall her lessons on decorum. "It was a lovely day for travel, to be certain. Thank you, Mrs. Mayworth." She turned and held a hand out to Nancy and William. They had both exited the carriage, and now stood still as statues behind her. "These are my—" They were no longer assistants or apprentices. What was the word she had decided upon? "Wards. William Thackeray and Nancy Macomb." Mrs. Mayworth did not even blink at the oddity of a single woman caring for 2 children. Instead, she smiled and lightly curtsied to both. "A pleasure, Master Thackeray, Mrs. Macomb. In the East Wing for your arrival." They said nothing, and Nancy moved to take Elaine's hand. "Thank you, Mrs. Mayworth." Elaine kept her smile upon her face, though it did not feel at all natural. "May I introduce you to the staff, Miss Chapple?" the matron asked, elegantly gesturing to the rows of people behind her. "We are all assembled, excepting the stable-master and grooms." "Yes, I should like to meet everyone." Elaine bit her tongue before she could say more, or else she was liable to admit it would take her time to learn each of their names and positions. Did real gentlewomen know every member of their staff? She walked down the row, meeting first the butler, Mr. Graham, and then a whole slew of people she tried her best to commit to memory. With customers it was easier. When women requested a particular cut or gown, she assigned their style to their names. It was something of a game to remember that Mrs. Mawbray preferred raspberry-coloured gowns, and Miss Smallwood insisted only tiny buttons be used upon her riding habit. But here, the maids all wore the same uniform. Truthfully, their uniform was nearly identical to her own navy-blue, serviceable gown packed away in her trunk. When she put it on, she would look like a maid rather than a mistress. "I was informed you did not travel with a lady's maid," Mrs. Mayworth said, unaware of the swirl of names and faces Elaine was struggling to make sense of. "I have assigned one of our maids, Polly Benton, to serve until you find someone to do the job." A chipper-looking woman, perhaps a handful of years Elaine's junior, curtsied, a single blonde curl escaping from her cap. In other circumstances, Elaine might have wished to be the maid's friend. As mistress of the house, she doubted that would be a good idea. She met the ground staff, a group of gardeners and tree trimmers in brown and green clothing, and she complimented the head gardener on the fine prospect of the house. The old gentleman puffed up like a peacock and thanked her. "Have you any favourite flowers, Miss Chapple?" he asked. "Anything at all that you're specially partial to?" "Roses," she said at once. There had never been enough of them in the village or in London for her liking. When they were available, they were too expensive to purchase on a seamstress's income. "Which you have in abundance." She gestured to the bushes lining the walk, neatly trimmed, with tight pink buds on each of them. He smiled as though she had paid him another compliment, and stepped back in the line. William shifted from foot to foot, clutching Tabby's basket. Nancy still held Elaine's hand. She gave the children a patient smile, hoping they could last a few minutes more under the curious eyes of the servants. Thankfully, Mrs. Mayworth announced that they had met everyone, and she excused the servants to go about their duties. Only the butler and footman went through the front doors. Everyone else disappeared along the sides of the house. There must have been doors all about the place to ease the servants' duties. Mrs. Mayworth led the way inside, immediately launching into a history of the estate. "This house was built in 1756 by the Dorton family. Back then it was known as Dorton Place. Mr. Gillensford purchased it in 1779 and renamed it. There are 800 acres of land surrounding the estate. Of course, it borders on the property which belongs to the Earl of Montcliff. Mr. Gillensford, as you may know, was the third son of the 6th Earl of Montcliff. The current Earl is the 8th to hold that title." Nancy tugged on Elaine's hand, while Mrs. Mayworth's back was turned, and Elaine bent down hastily to determine what the child needed. "Can we play?" Nancy whispered. "Not yet, dear." She gave the girl's hand a squeeze. William huffed and put his basket down. She did not blame him. Tabby was a large cat, and likely squirming dreadfully in the basket. "You can see here in this painting Mr. and Mrs. Peter Gillensford when they were first wed." Mrs. Mayworth was pointing to a large portrait to the side of a set of double doors. "Mr. Gillensford had their portrait moved here after his wife passed away. He said he always wanted her here to welcome him home." The reverence with which Mrs. Mayworth spoke of her late employer spoke a great deal of what she thought of him. Walking closer to the portrait, Elaine admired the young couple. The gentleman looked happy, even if his chin was tilted at a somewhat proud angle. She recognised his stunning blue eyes at once. The woman at his side, her petite brunette, appeared most serene. And her gown was beautiful, a bright and sunny yellow. Elaine covered her mouth with her free hand, her reticule dangling from that wrist. The button she had given Mr. Gillensford, was the exact colour of his wife's gown in the portrait. What a strange coincidence. It certainly explained his warm reaction to the token she had presented him months ago in her tiny little drawing room. "The gown," she said, when Mrs. Mayworth raised her eyebrows. "It is breathtaking." "It is indeed. It is still in the house, too. Mr. Gillensford ordered that it be preserved, so it is well cared for." The housekeeper at last walked further into the house, gesturing to a wide staircase. "Would you like to see the nursery, Miss Chapel?" Nancy's little hand squeezed Elaine's fiercely, clearly communicating her desire. "That would be lovely, thank you." Elaine started to follow the housekeeper, when Nancy looked back, perhaps to check that William followed. The sudden screech from the normally sweet-tempered little girl made Elaine jump and the housekeeper spin around. "Catch Tabby! Catch him! Catch him!" Nancy yanked her hand out of Elaine's and ran for the front door. The cat, somehow free from his basket and sitting primly in the middle of the checkered entry door, reacted to the girl's shouts by leaping 2 feet in the air and yowling. William appeared with basket in hand, running at the animal. "Shut the door!" he shouted, but who he expected to obey him was unclear. A startled footman started to move in the direction of the open doorway. Elaine ran forward, hands outstretched, but though she opened her mouth, nothing came out. The scene worsened when Tabby shot away from Nancy and streaked like a bolt of lightning toward the stairs. The butler appeared there, from where Elaine could not be sure, and he bent down as if expecting the cat to run into his arms. William ran forward, basket still in hand, and Tabby jerked in mid-air, causing the boy to stumble into the butler. Elaine ran after the cat, too. "The door!" Nancy yelled, hurrying that way as well. "If he runs out, we might never catch him again." Elaine took her eye off the cat to see the footman had not barred the way, though he stood in front of it as if to keep Tabby from escape. Tabby apparently looked at the same moment and saw his chance at freedom. He ran for the sunlight, outpacing Nancy, and darted through the legs of the footman. Nancy lunged to catch him, but her shoulder caught the young man's leg, and he tripped forward over her. Elaine did not stop, but pounced over the heap of child and liveried servant, likely flashing more ankle than a true gentlewoman ever would. She stumbled upon her landing, but kept her forward momentum. A man stood in the empty drive, the cat running directly toward the stranger. "Catch that cat!" Elaine shouted, raising her hand to point at the animal, as if it were necessary to specify which creature was running directly toward him. The man, tall and fair-haired, took 2 long strides forward and swooped down upon the animal, rather as efficiently as a bird of prey, easily gathering the confused Tabby into his chest. The cat scrabbled at the man's chest, but he took Tabby by the scruff of his neck and held him out at arm's length. Elaine's steps slowed, and William ran by her with his basket, the top held open. "Put him in here, sir." The boy thrust the basket out. The gentleman, for that must certainly be what he was given his fine clothing, carefully lowered the snarling cat into its hamper. William snapped the basket closed and hugged it tight to his chest. He turned around, his brown eyes wide and worried. "I'm sorry, Elaine. I didn't mean for him to get out." "We must be careful to let Tabby know this is our new home before we allow him to roam free," Elaine reminded him. "Perhaps you'd better take him to the stables and see if anyone there knows how to go about it." "Ask for Blythe," a deep voice said from behind William. The gentleman, adjusting his coat, had spoken almost absently. "I know of no one better with animals, of all the 4-legged varieties." Elaine hesitated a moment. "Thank you, sir. William, go find Mr. Blythe at the stables." William nodded and took off the way the carriage had gone. Elaine watched as Nancy ran from her place at the front door to follow him, lifting her skirts in a manner that suggested she cared more for the cat than propriety. That was to be expected in a 6-year-old, Elaine supposed. The crunch of gravel behind her and a sudden awareness alerted her that the gentleman had come much closer. She glanced over and up into his blue eyes. Elaine's lips parted as she took in a quick breath. This man, whoever he was, bore the same eyes as Peter Gillensford. Even without seeing the painting moments ago, she would have recognised the vivid shade of blue at once. A pair of blonde eyebrows arched at her stare, bringing her back to her senses. "Thank you once more, sir, for assisting us. Those children dote upon that cat, and they have had so many changes in the last few days that Tabby's loss would likely undo them." She closed her mouth over her babbling explanation and bit the inside of her cheeks. A seamstress could speak to who she liked without much consequence, but a gentlewoman should not address a man unless they had been properly introduced. "I am pleased I arrived in time to help," he said, tone less formal than she expected. "You must be Miss Chapple. I apologise that I was not here to meet your carriage, but I was delayed." He gave her a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "I am Mr. Adam Gillensford. Mr. Tuttlekirk must have told you about me." A Gillensford? He had to be a relation to the man who had left her the house. But if the late Mr. Gillensford had family, why had he made her his heir? She wished again that the solicitor, kind as he was, had shared more details with her. He had appeared with paperwork putting the estate in her name, but had somehow forgotten her copy of the will. Mr. Tuttlekirk had not mentioned that someone appearing rather like the god Apollo would be greeting her. However, he had made reference to a gentleman who was supposed to assist her in learning how to run the estate. Did Mr. Tuttlekirk's mention of this gentleman qualify as an introduction? "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gillensford." Remaining mute would only make her appear more ridiculous than she already had. "I am sorry, but I did not know that Mr. Peter Gillensford had family here." "He was my great-uncle," the young Mr. Gillensford said. Elaine mentally stumbled over the name, and she hastily substituted the man's Christian name, just to keep matters straight in her mind. "My family's property adjoins his on the southwest. The Earl of Montcliffe is my brother." "Oh, I see. I have not met him yet." What a benign thing to say. Elaine felt heat in her cheeks, despite her travelling bonnet. Why did she have to blush at the slightest provocation? Really, she was far too old for such a reaction. Adam Gillensford smiled at her, then held his hand out to gesture to the house. He stopped, however, when he glimpsed his glove. Elaine stared, mortified to see dozens of black and grey hairs all over his dark blue glove. "Shall we go inside?" She did not wait for his answer, but started back to the doorway with hurried steps. What an impression they had made. The staff, poor Mrs. Mayworth especially, must be horrified by the complete lack of decorum she and the children had showed. Adam Gillensford was likely confused by their awkward first meeting. He had to think her a complete simpleton. Could anything else possibly go wrong? Chapter 4. Dusting off his hands as best he could, Adam followed behind the distressed woman. He could not help but admire her form, even if it was encased in a dull brown travelling gown. Miss Chapple looked more like a governess than an heiress. Nothing about the sensible cut of her clothing suggested she had been a particularly talented or fashion-conscious seamstress. What station in life had she risen from? Creating work dresses for maids? Her large grey eyes were quite stunning, of course. Grey was not a colour one saw very often, but beneath her wide bonnet and auburn curls, the shade was quite charming. He tried to fix upon her age with limited success. Where he had expected an older woman, perhaps his mother's age at the youngest, he instead found someone much nearer his own. Stepping into the familiar foyer of his great-uncle's home, Adam removed his hat and handed it to Graham. "It's good to see you, Mr. Gillensford," Graham said with true relief in his tone. He took Adam's gloves, too, wincing at the cat hair still upon them. "Shall I see to your gloves while you visit with the mistress?" "Yes, that would be helpful." Adam turned to find the so-called mistress of the estate and spotted her in a whispered conversation with Mrs. Mayworth. The housekeeper saw him watching and smiled in her usual welcoming manner. "Mr. Gillensford, how good of you to come. I was about to give Miss Chapple a tour of the home." A glance at Miss Chapple's blush, and noting the way her shoulders drooped, gave Adam a fairly good understanding of how she felt about the prospect. The woman still wore her bonnet. Had she even been permitted a moment's rest since her arrival? The time to begin his part in Miss Chapple's life had arrived sooner than he anticipated, before he had decided his intentions toward her. The two paths before him were obvious. Immediately set her in a bad position with the staff, or earn her trust and gratitude. While that is a splendid idea, Mrs. Mayworth, I must say that touring a house as large and grand as this one would not be the first of my wishes after a long day of travel. Though he continued speaking to the housekeeper, Adam turned his attention pointedly to the blushing woman at his side. Perhaps it would be best to save the tour for tomorrow, when Miss Chapple has had time to rest and settle her charges in the nursery. Her shoulders sagged further, and her lips raised in the slightest of smiles. That does sound like a wise course. She looked to Mrs. Mayworth and added in haste, I will be able to appreciate Tersham Park and its history so much better tomorrow. Mrs. Mayworth looked between them and clasped her hands in front of her skirts. That may be for the best. Might I ask where the children have gone? To the stables, Adam and Miss Chapple said together. Miss Chapple offered him an amused smile. Good. She already saw him as an ally, if she thought they might share in the humour of that moment. They are taking the cat to Blythe, Adam supplied. Perhaps you ought to send their nursery maid to escort them back in when they are finished there. He again looked to Miss Chapple, giving her the ability to approve his suggestion with a firm nod. If you will permit me, Mrs. Mayworth, I will show Miss Chapple to the blue parlour to await tea. Of course, sir, Mrs. Mayworth curtsied to them both, and then hurried away, hands still folded primly before her. Miss Chapple released a shaky laugh. Thank you, Mr. Gillensford. You have managed the whole situation beautifully. Adam gave her a shallow bow. It is an honour to be of assistance. It is obvious that the housekeeper's excitement over a new mistress has somewhat clouded her usual good judgment. She may not realise how much of an adjustment this is for you. Offering his arm to her might be too familiar. Instead, Adam gestured to the wide, grand staircase. May I see you to the parlour, Miss Chapple? Yes, thank you. She fell into step beside him, her hand on the rail. Once they started moving, she looked about a great deal more, taking in everything from paintings to the chandelier when they drew even with it. Everything here is quite beautiful. I agree. My late uncle and his wife had impeccable taste. Of course, a few things are out of date now, and it will be up to you to bring the house up to our more modern tastes. If she was in awe of the house, layering responsibilities upon her mind would likely cause her further stress. Her forehead wrinkled, and she said nothing to that. When they arrived at the parlour, he opened the door and allowed her to enter first. She did not walk in with confidence, and certainly not as if she owned the room and everything in it. Her steps were small, hesitant, and she continued looking about as if surprised by it all. She stopped in the middle of the room, between two chairs facing the open windows, and did not move to sit. Adam followed, leaving the door ajar for propriety. Do you like this room? He asked, stopping on the opposite side of the seating area from her, behind the couch. It is most comfortable. She looked at the chairs, then at him. Would you like to sit down? She hesitantly lowered herself to one of them. I'm afraid I'm not a very good hostess, just yet. I suppose we must excuse you, he said lightly, walking around the couch. I imagine the house will take some getting used to, though I cannot claim to know what your former circumstances were like. He sat and leaned back, at ease in the room and wanting her to know it. My circumstances were not even a tenth so grand as this, she admitted, a hint of a smile on her lips. I am rather in awe of all that has happened. When Mr. Tuttlekirk brought me word, it took some time to understand him, let alone believe him. Adam's memory of the moustached man irritated him. He cleared his throat. Yes, well, Mr. Tuttlekirk is a unique fellow. I admit to making him repeat himself a few times. Folding his arms, Adam gave her a tight smile. I know your primary business today will be to settle into the house, so I will abstain from speaking of the more complex aspects of your inheritance at this time. For now, I merely wanted to introduce myself and let you know that I am completely at your disposal. Should you require anything when I am not here, send for me. I will make it my business for as long as necessary to be here or nearby. That is most kind of you, she said, with gentle sincerity. Kind? Was she painting over his part of the inheritance with politeness? Given the relief upon her face, she might not have expected the extent of his duties. Not at all. A maid appeared with a tea tray. She put it on a table near the door, curtsied, and disappeared again. Adam wanted to groan. Did no one in the house realise that Miss Chapple had no experience in their world? When she did not immediately rise to prepare the tea, Adam leaned forward slightly and stage-whispered to her. "I believe you are the hostess, miss?" Her pale face turned pink again and she rose hastily. "Yes, of course, I do apologise. Do you take anything in your tea, Mr. Gillensford?" "A teaspoon of sugar and a touch of cream or milk, if it is available." He watched her prepare the cups with interest. Though she had not immediately recognised her duty, she knew what she was about. Her hands moved with practised ease, though they were still gloved. She seemed to realise the error as he did, for she stopped what she was doing and pulled her gloves off with haste. Then she untied the ribbons of her bonnet and laid the hat aside on the other end of the table. Adam glanced away, not wanting to be caught staring. When she turned her back to him to look into the mirror above the table, he sneaked one more look at her. The few auburn curls he had seen and thought charming had somewhat deceived him. The woman's hair was a deep red, a colour he could not remember seeing before, and it shone beautifully in the sunlight streaming through the windows. It was piled atop her head in a configuration more practical than attractive, but he could well imagine the stunning colour drawing many eyes. When she reached for his cup of tea, he lowered his eyes to the carpet. "Here you are, Mr. Gillensford." The woman held cup and saucer out to him. "There are some little sandwiches too. Would you like one?" "No, thank you. But please help yourself. Travelling always leaves me hungry." Adam kept his eyes firmly on his tea when she went back to obtain her own refreshments. When she settled in her chair again, he looked up. "Is there anything I might assist you in today, Miss Chapple? The real work begins tomorrow, as I have said, but I would not wish to leave you prematurely." "I cannot think of anything as of yet," she admitted, lifting one shoulder in a weak shrug. "But perhaps you might tell me something of your uncle. I know so little of him, and it feels wrong to be in his house when we were little more than strangers." "Ah, that was most revealing. He was my great-uncle on my father's side. Years ago, when he was my age, he scandalised the whole family by entering into trade and speculation. His father, the earl at that time, practically disowned him. Then my uncle shocked the family still more when he made a fortune investing in the American colonies. He came back to Suffolk and bought his house adjoining his father's lands." "He renamed it Tersham Park," she put in, obviously having heard that much before. "What does it mean exactly? It is Latin, is it not?" "I never studied Latin." She said the last with a pained look, as though seeing it as a shortcoming. "Most women do not," he reassured her, unable to hide his amusement. "The modern languages are considered more important for ladies of large houses." She gave a hesitant smile. "But tertium is Latin for third. He was a third son, you see. Naming the estate that, and making certain it was as fine as his father's, was something of a declaration. That might tell you more about his character than anything. My great-uncle believed he had every right to a good living, third son or not, and he built himself one through shrewd business decisions. He married and lived here quite happily all of his life." Miss Chapple considered him a moment, sipping her tea. "He was not very happy when I met him." "The first time you met him?" "The only time," she answered, lowering her eyes. "He was standing in the rain, and he looked as though he had given up in expecting anything good in the world. In all honesty, I thought him a poor elderly man without a place to go or a friend to lean upon. I had no suspicion that he had all of this." She swept the room with her eyes, then stared at him. "Or that he had family." He spoke as if he was alone in the world. There was a question hidden in her expression, something she wanted to know but did not ask. He could guess it well enough. but Adam had no intention of answering. His relationship with his great-uncle, his family's business, was not hers to worry over. He need only reveal what he wished. I suppose he was somewhat eccentric. Leaving the entirety of his estate to someone he met only once is a better indication of that than anything I might say. He put his cup down on the table near the couch, then stood. She came to her feet as well. I must take my leave of you now. I am sorry if I offended you, she said, her voice gentle and her expression soft. Adam raised a hand to dismiss her concerns. Not at all. I will return tomorrow at 10 o'clock, if that is not too early. As I am rather used to beginning my day at 5 o'clock, it is not. She put her cup down too, along with the sandwich she had barely nibbled. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Gillensford. Of course. Adam bowed and left the room without a backward glance. Though he had maintained a calm exterior, his anger rose with every step he took away from that woman. She had met Peter Gillensford once. She knew nothing about him or his fortune. What had the old man been thinking, leaving an estate to a woman in trade? Of all the foolish, idiotic schemes. He collected his hat and gloves from Graham with barely concealed frustration and went out to mount his horse. A good ride was in order before he returned to his brother's house. At least none of the family was at the estate currently. Richard had packed up his family and gone to London to see about the legalities of nullifying a will. Mother had taken Philippa back to town to finish out the season. Georgiana had gone home to her husband, 10 miles away from the family's country seat. Being the sole occupant of the house, apart from the servants, gave Adam the freedom he needed to dance attendance upon Miss Chapel until he determined what he wanted from the arrangement. He rode hard, reluctant to return to the estate. Though no one was there, he felt like an unwanted guest rather than family. 2 years previous, his sister-in-law had refurnished his old room and relegated him to the guest quarters. He growled and pushed his horse faster along the lane, leaning low over the animal's back. How could his uncle do this to him? And how had that red-headed seamstress bewitched him into leaving Tersham Park to her after just one meeting? Those large grey eyes came to mind, along with her soft smile. Pretty or not, she did not belong in that house. Still, Adam had precious little to call his own. Though born into one of the finest families of the ton, his circumstances would only change if he helped Miss Chapel or assisted his brother in throwing over her claim to the estate. Adam didn't particularly relish either of his options. Chapter 5. Elaine woke with an unsettled feeling, as though she had turned in her sleep and woken up at the bottom of her bed rather than the top. That had happened to her a time or two in the past, except at the moment she was upon a pillow, and a soft one at that. Slowly she opened her eyes and stared at a dark room. Though her body protested, stiff and sore from she knew not what, Elaine sat up. Oh! She was in a bedroom at Tersham Park. After a week of cleaning her little house, packing her belongings, and delivering the last of the dresses she had made to her clients, she was finally in her new home. She slid from the bed, her bare feet hitting a soft carpet rather than the worn woven rug she had been used to for several years. The unexpected luxury made her smile and dig her toes in a little before she felt her way through the shadows to the curtains. Pulling them open, Elaine looked out upon a rose-grey sky just beginning to lighten. She covered her mouth and stared out over beech trees and gardens. The morning fog settled in the lower parts of the grounds. Though she could not see it, she knew the North Sea laid in that direction too. Sitting on the wide windowsill, she watched until the yellow sun crested the horizon. The day before had been hectic and confusing, at least until Adam Gillensford came. He helped some with his practical directions. He had even given her the courage to ask that dinner trays be brought to the nursery for the children and her. Children were not supposed to eat in the dining room with adults. She remembered that well enough, but the prospect of eating alone made her cringe. This morning they would all go down to the breakfast table. She would have to give some direction as to how the children spent their day. Keeping busy in the nursery was likely the best thing to suggest, until she understood her place in the house too. Once the sun was up enough to provide light to her room, Elaine went in search of her clothing. Finding something to wear had never been a problem for her before. She had plain, serviceable gowns for her work, and something nicer for visiting patronesses and attending church on Sunday. She opened the closet where her things had been stored by the maid, and stared somewhat helplessly. Her work dresses, though modest and well-made, were completely inappropriate. She would look like a member of the staff, especially if she were to put on one of the bonnets she used to wear to conceal her hair and age. That would not do at all. That left her 2 slightly nicer gowns, and if she wore one today and the other the next day to services, what was she to wear after? Making new dresses would be necessary, but how was she to purchase the materials she needed? Did she receive an allowance from the estate, or did she have bills sent to her steward? There was too much to learn, and too little time to do it if she meant to make a good impression upon the neighbourhood. Elaine selected the less embellished gown, a deep green dress still not fine enough for such a beautiful house, and went about getting herself dressed. All the while, she kept in mind a list of questions to ask the housekeeper, steward, or Adam Gillensford. When she finished dressing, she went to the table and mirror in the room and sat to do her hair. She undid the braid she had slept in and brushed the mass of waves without meeting her eyes in the mirror. After years of boarding school, surrounded by the very sort of girls meant to live in a house as grand as Tersham Park, she knew exactly what she would see if she studied herself too closely. Elaine was a woman who did not at all belong where she was sitting. Elaine had started to twist her hair up and out of her way when the door to her room opened. She turned, wondering if one of the children had found her. It was the maid designated to wait upon her. "Good morning, Polly," she greeted brightly. The maid came hurrying in, shutting the door behind her and fairly running across the floor. "I'm sorry, miss. I didn't expect you to be awake or needing any help this early. I only came to light the fire." She took up her place behind Elaine and grabbed the brush. "I am accustomed to rising early to begin my day with the sun." Elaine smiled at the girl in the mirror, hoping to reassure her. Instead, she saw Polly press her lips tightly together. "I can ring for you next time, if you like." "Yes, miss." Polly did not look at her as she continued brushing. "I'll get up earlier to light your fire." "Oh, that is not necessary." Elaine had some idea of how late servants were kept up, doing the work a large house required, and to deprive the young woman of sleep hardly seemed fair to her. "It is my duty, miss." She put the brush down and found pins. She started arranging Elaine's hair. "Would you like me to fetch curling tongs, miss?" "Not today, thank you. I do not expect to see anyone outside of the house, so something simple will do." Elaine tried to sound cheerful, especially since she had already made Polly's day start out on the wrong foot. "And perhaps it is best you come later tomorrow. I do have a full day ahead. I imagine I will need a great deal of rest to recover from it." Polly murmured a quiet, "Yes, miss." The whole of her concentration seemed taken up with Elaine's hair. She worked it into an attractive style, with smaller braids twining in and out of where she had gathered most of it at the back. Then she carefully tugged a few strands loose near Elaine's ears to soften the look. "If you like, I could do your hair in papers tonight, so there's curls aplenty tomorrow." Although she had never been overly fond of curls for herself, Elaine gave what she knew to be the right answer. "That would be lovely, thank you." "Breakfast won't be ready for a couple of hours yet," Polly said as she finished and stood back to scrutinise her work. "Would you like me to help you with anything else, miss?" "Hours? The children would be hungry before then. Perhaps if they spent time together they could wait with more patience. You might point me in the direction of the nursery. The house is quite large and I may get lost without help." Polly agreed to escort Elaine all the way to the nursery, which was on the floor above, and once she had knocked on the nursery door for Elaine, the maid took herself off to her other duties. The door opened slowly, and it was Nancy's little face that looked up at Elaine. "Elaine," she whispered, "the nursery maid is still asleep." "Oh." The poor girl would likely be as upset as Polly had been about the early risers. "Is William awake and dressed?" "Yes, he's reading by the window." Nancy opened the door a little wider and pointed across the spacious, airy room to William's place. The boy looked up, and Elaine gestured for him to come to her. William snapped his book shut and came almost reluctantly. "Since we are all awake, perhaps we ought to go for a walk. I think I can remember how to get to the gardens." Elaine smiled at them both. "Get your coats." She stayed in the doorway, watching as the children quietly went to 2 open doorways. William likely detested the lack of privacy. He really was too old for the nursery, wasn't he? They came back with coats in hand, and once they were in the hall, she helped Nancy get hers on and buttoned. Then they descended the stairs as quietly as possible, Elaine hoping they were not disturbing the servants, all the way to the ground floor. They had to try a few doors before they found one which had a door leading outside. Once in the garden, Elaine saw both children start to relax. They had to feel as strange as she about their new accommodations. Did they recognise what a blessing their new lives would be? Not yet, most likely. With everything new and uncertain, Elaine almost wished she was back in Ipswich in her little shop. She knew what to expect there, and no one minded if she dressed herself or did her own hair. "It's too big," William said, as though seeing into her thoughts. "The house is enormous. I will never learn where everything is." "Think of playing hide-and-seek, though," Nancy said brightly, ever the optimistic child. "And dinner last night was so pretty and tasty. I wonder what breakfast will be like." "When can we have breakfast?" William asked, his eyebrows shooting up at the mention of food. Hopefully the cook would keep up with his appetite better than Elaine had. "I was told in another 2 hours or so we could expect it." 2 hours? William said. "But it's nearly 6. No food until 8. Given that Adam Gillensford had asked if 10 o'clock in the morning was too early to visit, she suspected Polly was likely going to hurry the kitchen staff's preparations as it was. "Something close to that, dear." His scowl returned. "They mean to starve us." Elaine could not help the laugh that burst from her lips. "Oh, not at all, William. They are not used to us, to our habits, just as we are not accustomed to living in such a large house." "Tabby is not used to the house either, but he will be soon," Nancy stated. She pushed her long hair back over her shoulder and skipped a little ahead of them. The stable-master, Mr. Blythe, had told the children it would take the cat time to accept his new home, and the best thing to do was to keep him confined and well-fed. The nursery maid had not greeted the news of a cat in the nursery particularly well. Elaine kept them focused on their walk, sometimes in silence, most often with Nancy pointing out the lovelier aspects of the garden. Again and again the child asked for Elaine to identify the flowers by name, but Elaine had to admit she did not know many of them. After more than half an hour, Elaine took the children back inside. Breakfast was still a long way off, so she kept them company in the nursery until a maid came to find them. After the children had eaten, Elaine bid them good morning and sent them again to the nursery. "Just like Tabby," William muttered when he left the table. "Fed and confined." Nancy nodded sagely, taking his hand as they walked out the door. 8:30. Why did the morning hours go by so slowly? At home in Ipswich, she would have helped the children with their lessons while sewing, nearly ready to open the shop and set them to their reading or on errands to the baker. What did people in grand houses do all day? She considered finding Mrs. Mayworth and asking for a tour, but given the size of the home and the woman's attention to detail, an hour and a half might not be enough. With no clear idea of what she ought to do, Elaine found her way back to her room. Among her things, Elaine had packed a notebook and pencil. She searched out the little book, looking in every corner of her new room. As a seamstress, she had used it to make notations when meeting with one of her patronesses. Now, it might be useful to make a list of her questions regarding the running of the house. When Adam Gillensford came, he might answer most of them. There were so many things she did not know. At school she had been taught deportment, literature, music, French, drawing and penmanship. Why had no one taught a class on running a household? Was every gentlewoman born with the knowledge or expected to learn it in their own homes? As she made her list, Adding each new thing increased the pressure upon her chest. She did not know the first thing about household budgets, how to pay proper visits to her neighbours, or the correct seating arrangements should she have guests for dinner. What shopping did she do for herself? And what did she send a servant for? The list grew until it took up 3 of the palm-sized pages. Elaine stopped writing at last and stared down at the book, her uncertainties and ignorance staring up at her from the pages. There was so much to learn. The matter seemed hopeless. Her eyes clouded with tears and she lifted her head, determined to push them back before they might fall. She had not been born with a needle and thread in her hand, yet she was a fine seamstress. All she needed was time. A knock at the door startled her. "Miss Chapple, Mr. Gillensford has come to call upon you." "Thank you, I will be there directly," Elaine called back, then bit her lip. She needed time and a teacher. Hopefully Adam Gillensford would not think her too dull a student. First checking her reflection in the mirror and finding no evidence of her previous distress, Elaine took her book and pencil and left her room. The maid had waited in the hallway. "He's in the blue parlour, miss. Do you remember the way?" "Oh, how kind of you to ask. I think I know where it is, but I would appreciate a guide." Elaine folded her arm over her midsection, the book grasped in her hand. "I've only been here a few months myself, miss. I was always getting turned around." The maid smiled with compassion, then turned and started down the East Wing's hall. "You'll get better at it, miss." "I am certain you are right." Elaine followed, her spirits somewhat lifted by the simple kindness. Perhaps things would not be so terrible. Not if the servants were patient with her. They stopped before a familiar door. "Would you like me to bring refreshment back, miss?" the girl asked, just before she put her hand to the handle. "Yes, I think so, if it does not trouble anyone in the kitchens." Elaine bit her lip, uncertain. Did she need to worry about what went on in the kitchens? Did they need greater warning in order to have the required items prepared for guests? She nearly opened her book to add the questions, but the maid had opened the door and stepped aside. Elaine gave her one last grateful smile before entering the parlour, finding the room a little darker than the day before, when the sun had streamed through the windows. But the curtains were all open, a fire had been lit, and Adam Gillensford bowed to her. "Miss Chapple, good morning." He rose from his bow, his piercing blue eyes taking her in. "I hope you are finding everything comfortable at Tersham Park." "Yes, very comfortable." She came in and went to one end of the silvery upholstered couch. "Though I must confess that I still feel quite terribly out of place." His good-humoured chuckle set her somewhat at ease. "I expect it is normal under these circumstances. Is there anything I might do to assist you?" "There is. I have made a list of questions." Elaine opened her book to the first page of her notes, and her cheeks immediately grew warm. "I am afraid you will think me terribly ignorant. I have so little understanding of this house." "May I look?" he asked, holding out his ungloved hand. That meant something, did it not? That he had removed his gloves while visiting? If only she remembered. There must be something that could assist her in all the unspoken rules of her new status. She nodded and started to stand, but he fairly jumped from his seat first. "It is my duty to come to you, Miss Chapple." The gentleman crossed the space between them in 2 strides and accepted the book from her hand, his fingertips brushing hers. He did not go back to his chair, but looked down at the page while still standing before her. Elaine watched him carefully, waiting to see the look upon his face at the evidence of her unsuitability. His lips turned slightly upward, and then he turned the page. Seeing the list go on, the smile disappeared, and he lowered his eyebrows. "You have thought of a lot of questions," he murmured. Elaine dropped her chin and raised one hand to a burning cheek, the overwhelming sensation of weight upon her chest again. She took in a deep breath, trying to find that hopeful feeling the maid's kindness had given her. The gentleman's knee bent in her field of vision, and he lowered himself before her. Elaine blinked and looked up, finding him kneeling before her. One side of his mouth had turned up in an uncertain smile, and his blue eyes took her in most seriously. "Miss Chapple," he said quietly, "it is not as bad as you think. It is like any new endeavour. You only need to practice, and soon you will be proficient. His words, spoken with sincerity and warmth, gave her little relief. She did not dare speak. He held the open book out before him, reading her list again. We should start with something practical, something you must know at once. Your ability to make purchases. He lowered the book enough for her to see his eyes. I think any ladies of my acquaintance would find it a tragedy if they were unable to go shopping. Oh, I just need to know about cloth and sundries, she said quickly. Nothing wasteful. I am certain I do not need very much. Something about that statement amused him, she clearly saw, but he held the book out to her. She took it, and he stood. Anything you purchase, you send the bill back to the house. Your steward will see to your payments. We will meet with him today, if you wish, and he can explain the household funds and your personal funds. All of your questions regarding expenditures should be put to him. Perhaps your next list, Miss Chapple, should be one of things you wish to buy, or people you wish to employ. People? She asked, then remembered one of her questions. Oh, yes. I know that the children need something more than a nursery maid to see to them. Ought they to have a nurse, a governess, or a tutor? Adam Gillensford went back to his chair, appearing completely at ease. How old is the boy? Billy, she stopped herself and sighed. William is 11. His mouth did that strange half-smile again, a sign of his amusement, she supposed. You may still call him Billy if you wish. She shook her head. He has not gone by that name in over a year, and now that our position has changed, she lifted her shoulders. I should heed his request to leave off calling him by a childhood name. Very well, William it is. If he is 11, most boys of his age go away to school. There are a few schools nearby, run by perfectly respectable vicars, curates, doctors, and so on. Given your funds and your new status, I see no reason why you should not try for Winchester, Eton, Harrow, or Westminster. Any place that offers prestige would do. All of those places were so far away. She had hated her time at boarding school, so far from home, surrounded by girls who thought themselves to be too fine to befriend her. Something in her expression must have betrayed her thoughts on the subject. Miss Chapple, he said gently, you need not send him off tomorrow. I would suggest a tutor be brought in, to ensure William is ready academically. Of course, that would be best, I suppose. She did not sound at all convinced, and she truly was not. When she had accepted her inheritance, it had been with the children in mind. She needed to do all in her power to allow them to succeed. They could be anything they wished, do anything they wished, outside of obtaining the peerage. Miss Chapple, I have a most impertinent question to ask. I was not properly introduced to the children yesterday. Is William your brother? His eyebrows were lifted nearly to the artfully mussed fringe of his hair. Oh, it is a common question. No, he is not. William Thackeray was taken in by my father many years ago. He was to learn my father's trade. She offered the explanation as she usually did, as though it was perfectly normal for an unmarried woman to have 2 children in tow. And Nancy McComb has been with me for the last 4 years. She is 6. He stared at her, then blinked once before his eyes narrowed. I'm afraid I do not understand. What is their relationship to you? Elaine's hands busied themselves by turning the small book over and over again in her grasp. I suppose you could call them my wards. They have no one else, and I look after them. They are my only family, though we share no blood relations. She raised her eyes to his, watching him carefully. He studied her most seriously, and then began to nod as though something had been confirmed to him. I see. They are fortunate children, then. As to the education of your Nancy, a governess ought to do. The best way to go about finding a governess is to write letters to acquaintances. Someone always has a great niece or a poor cousin who must earn a living. The same goes for a tutor, really. Might I advertise in the newspapers? She asked, somewhat meekly. I have no one to write to, you see. No, of course you would not. We could try advertising, I suppose. He seemed somewhat distracted. But before she could put another question to him, the maid came through the door, tray in hand. Elaine rose, thanking the girl, and started to make Adam's tea, a teaspoon of sugar and a dribble of cream. Sugar. She could not think of the last time she had purchased sugar for her tea. It was a rare treat, usually reserved for special occasions like Christmas and Easter, and the tea was positively heavenly. She served Adam first, and then took her own cup back to her seat. Quietly enjoying his tea, which he had remembered how to prepare to his liking, Adam began sorting out the facts of the woman before him. Adam had come to the house determined to find out all he could about Miss Chapple's life, in order to better determine his own path. If Richard overturned the will, there was no telling what the woman would be left with. But for Richard to be successful, he would either have to prove Miss Chapple unfit or his great-uncle's state of mind faulty. Given that Uncle Peter had signed his will in the presence of a magistrate and members of the nobility, the latter was unlikely. A single woman, not yet 30, and having never married, with 2 unrelated children under her care, made her a suspicious figure. Those same circumstances also explained another aspect of her character that his great-uncle must have admired. The old gentleman had forever been rescuing people. His servants were all paid entirely too well, his kennels were made up of runts nurtured until they were fully grown, and he had put horses to pasture rather than sell those who were too old to work or ride. Peter Gillensford might have been shrewd when it came to business, but he was soft-hearted when he saw any creature in distress. Adam shifted somewhat uncomfortably in his chair, glancing up at the red-headed woman across from him. Had his uncle admired another compassionate individual, or considered that he saved someone from harm? Perhaps both were true of Miss Chapple. Why was she unmarried? The question had struck him the day before, while he admired the graceful way she walked into the house before him. Sitting before her again, he could not help but wonder. She had dressed in something prettier, brighter than the brown travelling suit, and her hair looked a touch more elegant, the tendrils framing her face in a most becoming way. Her ivory skin, occasionally tinted by her blush, was practically flawless. Did she freckle in the sun? "I cannot tell you how grateful I am that you are here, Mr. Gillensford," she said, putting her cup down, "although I do wonder why it is you have agreed to help me." She tucked one of the strands of hair back behind her ear, her pink lips turning upwards into a sincere smile. It took him a moment to understand her. Did she not know about his part in the will? Adam forced a smile. "Mr. Tuttle Kirk did not tell you my reasons." His mind spun around the idea, building upon it. If she did not know that his portion of the inheritance depended upon helping her, that might give him another advantage in his game. Shaking her pretty head, she said, "He only told me someone would be along to assist. A gentleman, he said. I admit, I find it difficult to understand why anyone would wish to help a nobody like me to learn her way about a house like this." She truly did not know. Given how open and honest she had been with him, she was trusting enough to believe whatever he told her. Adam lowered his cup. "Miss Chapple, it is my pleasure to assist you in any way I can. My great-uncle enjoyed helping people, and I suppose it is his example which has brought me here." Adam nodded to her book beside her on the couch. "What other questions might I help you with, before we meet your steward?" Lifting her book, she opened it to her list and started perusing it. "William and Nancy would like riding lessons. Should I speak to the stable-master about that?" He had not exactly told a falsehood. Not yet. It was his uncle's fault that Adam was present. This woman, with her wide grey eyes and self-conscious smiles, knew absolutely nothing about society or wealth. Was she worthy to inherit Tersham Park? The sooner Adam determined that, the better. Chapter 6. Adam arrived at Tersham Park on the 3rd day of Miss Chapple's occupancy. No sooner had he given his hat and gloves to Graham than Mrs. Mayworth appeared, her intent obviously to waylay him. "Mr. Gillensford," she said, gesturing for him to enter the small sitting room. "Might I have a moment of your time?" Although he had been a child when Mrs. Mayworth came to the house, she had always treated him with respect, even when she caught him sliding down the banister. When he came to the house to assist Miss Chapple, Adam had experienced a momentary regret that it had been several years since he had spoken to the housekeeper. "You may have as much of my time as you need, Mrs. Mayworth." Adam followed her in directly, the situation growing more intriguing when she snapped the door shut behind him. As soon as she turned around to face him, he realized her usual pleasant expression had vanished. "Is something troubling you?" he asked. "Yes, sir. It is Miss Chapple." The housekeeper, who had never appeared unruffled in all the time he had known her, was wringing her hands before her. His ire immediately rose on her behalf. Though he had assumed the slip of a woman to be kind, appearances could always be deceiving. His sister-in-law simpered prettily enough, but he knew her to be a most conniving woman. "Tell me at once what she has done, Mrs. Mayworth, and I will set it right." "Oh, it's not what she has done, sir," the woman's hand-wringing continued. "It is all that she does not know how to do. I asked her about morning visits, and she said she did not intend to make any, or set aside an at-home day. And her maid tells me she has only 2 dresses that are fit to be worn by one of her station. The children are not much better outfitted. But who is to take her shopping to remedy the situation? I cannot. I am a servant. She needs guidance, Mr. Gillensford, or she shall be a dreadful failure." "Was that all?" "I addressed some of those needs with her myself yesterday." Mrs. Mayworth's expression did not immediately ease. "Mrs. Mayworth, I will do my best to help her to see the importance of paying and receiving calls. But you must remember, Miss Chapple knows no one in the area." "That will change, I am certain, especially since she is so invested in the future of the children. It is essential she form acquaintances." Mrs. Mayworth fixed him with a stern look. "She positively must be a success, Mr. Gillensford. She has nothing to recommend her save her character and her new wealth, so we must help her in every way we can." That statement rattled him. The servants wanted her as their mistress that terribly, and after only 3 days. It hardly made sense. "You are that invested in her?" he asked, trying not to sound cross. "Why is that? She is barely more than a stranger to you, and a tradeswoman when my uncle found her." In his experience, servants of nobility and gentry could be stricter in regard to class differences than their employers. The housekeeper's stance softened, and her hand stilled before her. "You are right that I do not know her well, but from what I have seen she is a woman with a gentle heart. She is humble, and is making an effort to fit into the household, rather than suggesting we adjust our ways. Trade or not, she comports herself as a gentlewoman." That much Adam had seen. At some point someone must have trained her in a few of the feminine arts. "My great-uncle's will must have given you some measure of surprise." Adam needed a perspective outside of his family's. "Why do you think he left his house and all its income to a complete nobody?" Mrs. Mayworth's chin came up, and the old fire he remembered from his days of mischief returned to her eyes. "Your great-uncle was the very best of men, and I never knew him to make a single decision without sound reasoning behind it. If he chose to entrust the home he and his wife shared with Miss Chapple, then I will honour that choice. I will not say more of my opinion of that matter, as I have no wish to show disrespect to any member of the late Mr. Gillensford's family. Now, if you will excuse me, I have things to attend to." She opened the door and stepped out, as huffily as if he had been the one to detain her from her business. "You will find Miss Chapple upstairs in the music room." Adam stared after the housekeeper in some shock. Due to his uncle's nature, the staff had always been loyal to him. It appeared the old man's demise had lessened none of that feeling, and if the household transferred their devotion to Miss Chapple, she would have a fierce company ready to do battle for her. Obviously, given Mrs. Mayworth's comment, that level of feeling had not extended to Peter Gillensford's family. Of course, due to Mother and Richard's propensity to treat everyone beneath them in society as inferior, but what of Adam? Had he been lumped in with them? The idea disturbed Adam and distracted him as he ascended the stairway. His mother's sharp tongue had ceased to damage him, but had grown to amuse him. The questionable connections his brother Richard made concerned Adam, but he had little control over such things. Georgiana had married beneath herself, socially, and never failed to let the world know of her disgust with the matter. As she had made her marital decision based upon her husband's substantial income, Adam did not feel the least bit compassionate towards her. Was he as flawed a creature as they? A song drifted down the hall, muffled slightly behind the closed door of the music room. This gave Adam pause, and he approached the door with some curiosity. The tradeswoman could play. When he listened, however, it became apparent she only played the melody. Adam opened the door soundlessly, revealing the music room bathed in sunlight. All the curtains were open, the room almost as bright as the day outside. Sitting at the large pianoforte, left hand in her lap, Miss Chapple's right hand danced upon the keys. Her eyes were closed, the piece played from memory. Today she wore a dress of ivory, trimmed in blue ribbons, and her hair was more sophisticated than before. It twisted atop her head in a riot of curls, a few escaping at the back of her neck. She held herself gracefully, her posture perfect, and her expression almost serene. Would she look more and more fitted to her new position each time he saw her? Lowering his eyes, Adam knocked upon the open door loudly enough to penetrate the music. The playing halted immediately, and he heard the scrape of the stool. "Mr. Gillensford, good morning." He bowed before raising his head again, noting her almost relieved expression. "Interesting." He approached slowly, leaving the door open behind him. "That was lovely, Miss Chapple. Are you a musician?" "Oh, no." She emitted a self-deprecating laugh, as light and pleasing as the music she had played. "I received lessons when I was at school, but I have not practiced in many years. You must have heard all my mistakes, and I only played with the one hand." She held that hand out, palm up. "It is merely an old song I remembered. I wanted to see if the instrument needed tuning. Nancy will have lessons, and William if he wants them." "Perhaps you ought to take them too," he said without thinking. When her eyebrows raised, he hastened to add, "You obviously enjoy playing and have a talent for it, if that is how you sound after lack of practice. It is not unheard of for women of your standing to practice with masters." Her cheeks pinked, and she tucked her right hand behind her back. "I could not possibly justify lessons for myself. I have had my turn, but perhaps I will practice more now that I have access to an instrument." Curious phrasing. "You do not have access to a pianoforte." Adam studied her, the open display of her emotions fascinating to him. "You own a pianoforte. Miss Chapple, you own the whole of the house and all of its income. There is no need for you to justify anything, whether it is lessons for yourself or the kitchen maid." She immediately started shaking her head. "I have a responsibility to be wise with everything I have been given. Miss Chapple, I was with you when you met with the steward yesterday." He folded his arms over his chest, regarding her most seriously. "I know exactly how much in discretionary funds are at your immediate disposal, as well as what has been set aside for things deemed necessary, such as clothing and the children's education. You are a woman of means." She opened her mouth to protest again, but Adam would not allow it. He had seen his mother throw away a fortune on new furnishings nearly every year, and knew she had bought gowns and jewels she never even wore. This former seamstress thought music lessons for herself were not worth a few pounds. Absolutely astounding, and not to be borne. Economizing in your past may have been wise, and I am by no means encouraging you to become a spendthrift. But you must recognize how your life has changed. If it soothes your conscience, tell yourself that whenever you spend so much as a farthing, you are bettering the life of the person in receipt of the coin. He lit upon that idea quite by accident, but when she tilted her head in interest, he quickly elaborated upon it. "Procuring the services of a musician to help you regain your skill is putting money in a man's pocket to see to his needs and wants. Hiring a governess is giving a woman a stable home and ability to support herself. Visiting the local shops to make purchases for yourself and the children is ensuring that local businessmen have what they need to care for their families." The lecture given, Adam waited for her response. Perhaps he had gone slightly mad, encouraging this slip of a woman to spend money he thought might have been his. but the idea of a wealthy woman hoarding money irked him, especially when what she wanted was so simple. Miss Chapple rewarded him for his trouble with a tight-lipped smile. "You make it sound as though it is my duty to spend money. In a way it is. Large houses like this one, and my brother's, provide for the people in many ways." He lifted his shoulder in a careless shrug. "My uncle, your benefactor, once protested that my family ordered too many goods from London. He said it would be better to employ a local craftsman for our needs whenever possible." Adam had never forgotten the reasoning behind that lesson, though he had not recalled who gave it to him until that moment. "I suppose I saw examples of that in my own way." She started walking to the door and Adam followed. "There were times when my services were deemed unfit for certain ladies who spent the season in London. They would come to me for sundries, simple items, and say within my hearing, 'We will find more fashionable gowns in London.' My best customers went away for the season, and my income decreased substantially." "Then you agree with me?" he asked when they paused in the hallway while she closed the music room door. "I do." Her voice was quieter, less certain. "Though I cannot promise to please you with extravagant spending right away." The memory of Mrs. Mayworth wringing her hands came back to him. He understood better why she thought the situation so worrisome. Things were expected of people in Miss Chapple's position, and she needed to understand that. "We shall see about that. Get your bonnet and gloves, Miss Chapple. I am taking you to the village shops." He did not wait for a protest or agreement, but marched off down the hill. "Bring the children too," he threw over his shoulder before going down the staircase. Miss Chapple would do anything for the children, given what Mrs. Mayworth had said. Having them along could only help matters. Adam was halfway down the steps when he started berating himself. What had spurred him into such foolish arguments? What did it matter to him how she used his uncle's money? In truth, he ought to have rejoiced that she had no idea how to go about spending it. Mrs. Mayworth's obvious disdain for his family had started Adam down this mental path. He wanted nothing to do with most of them. He certainly had no desire to be considered in the same manner as people thought of Richard, or Mother, or Richard's horrid wife, or Georgiana. They all would have celebrated Miss Chapple's ignorance. Yet was Adam any better than they, considering his every friendly action was driven by no more than his desperation to set himself apart from them? He found his hat and gloves in a closet off the main entrance, and left the house without properly putting them on. Having ridden to the house, he would need to order his uncle's old phaeton to come round. Would not most people who discovered they had a fortune to their names rejoice? He put his hat upon his head, glaring at the path he walked. Had Adam inherited, he would have wasted little time in buying up an entire list of his wants, everything from horses to new apartments in town. Adam stopped in the middle of tugging on one of his gloves at the corner of the house, the thought turning him to stone. Perhaps he was a more selfish creature than he had thought. Chapter 7. Nervousness made Elaine's insides feel all tangled, and she kept twisting and untwisting the strings of her reticule around her thumb. She had asked Polly if she ought to change her dress, but the maid had appeared almost sorrowful when she explained Elaine did not really have anything more suitable for a trip to the village. The dress she already wore would be best. The children were clean and dressed in their nicest clothes too. But what had been the finest of clothing for a tradeswoman and her charges did not suit an heiress and her wards. As the open phaeton went down the road, Nancy and William happily enjoyed the novelty of the ride. Adam had gallantly allowed Nancy to sit in the forward-facing seat with Elaine, while he took the rear-facing side. Then Adam had encouraged William to sit next to the driver, where he could enjoy the view and the horses better. The gentleman's position gave Elaine ample opportunity to study him, and as he appeared lost in his thoughts, she could do so without detection. He seemed so thoughtful and kind. Practical, too. Why hadn't his uncle left the estate to Adam? Keeping money and land in the family was the way things were done. Handing out large inheritances to people like her, it never happened. She could not think of any story featuring such a thing outside of fairy tales. Even in stories such as that, the poor waif usually turned out to be a long-lost daughter or kidnapped prince. Perhaps Adam would inherit from another family member, so his uncle had seen it as superfluous to give more to him. Whatever the situation, at least Adam did not seem to resent her. He never failed to give her a reassuring smile, and, handsome as they were, she counted each one a favour. Fair-haired, blue-eyed, and obviously a sportsman of some sort, everything about him she found most attractive. Not that she should notice such things. It was not her place to pay attention to a gentleman's looks. Reminding herself of that fact, Elaine lowered her eyes to where several of her fingers were now caught in her purse strings. She pursed her lips and untangled the mess. Fidgeting would have earned her a severe reprimand at school. Ladies did not fidget. "Miss Nancy," Adam said, drawing Elaine's eyes again. He had leaned forward, staring at Nancy with great purpose. "What is one thing you have always wanted? Something of your very own that you might have seen in a shop?" Nancy did not even pause to think upon the question. "A doll in a beautiful dress, like the dresses Elaine makes." Nancy had owned a doll once, but it had fallen down the stairs a few months before. The little figure's wooden head had splintered. When Elaine promised to replace her, Nancy had bravely said she did not need a doll any more. She did not even cry at the loss. The tragedy happened just after Christmas, when funds were somewhat tighter. "Then you shall have a doll." When Adam spoke, Elaine met his eyes again. He was staring directly at her, his eyebrows lowered thoughtfully. He sat up again and pitched his voice to carry to William. "William, what is something you have caught yourself wishing after?" William looked back, his eyes flickering from Elaine to Nancy. He was at an age when toys would have less appeal to him. "A telescope." Adam appeared as surprised as Elaine felt by that declaration when he addressed the boy. "Really? Have you an interest in astronomy?" William's ears turned pink. "I found a book about it in the nursery." "What an odd sort of book for a nursery." Adam turned to Elaine, his words bemused. Nancy giggled. "It isn't a real nursery." When this seemed to perplex the gentleman further, Elaine hastily explained. "It is a room obviously meant to be a nursery, with places for the children to play and sleep, and a room for a maid to be with them. But your late uncle never furnished it as one. There were a few old books in the shelves, their spines not in the best of condition, a ball and skipping rope. The only other toys and books are what we brought with us." For a moment he stared at her, nonplussed. "We will see to fixing that at once." Then he turned to William again. "And you, sir, shall have a telescope. We will likely have to send away for one, though. I cannot think there is much need for telescopes to be kept in stock at any shop in Orford." William nodded his understanding, and appeared thoughtful before thinking of something else. "Maybe some new books, then?" Elaine did not protest the expense of books, though she had no intention of spoiling the children. Still, when Adam gave her a somewhat triumphant grin, she could not help but smile in return. Perhaps he was right, and it would not be so terrible to make a few purchases. A quarter of an hour later, her head was spinning. They had entered a toy shop. It was smaller than the two she had seen in Ipswich, but the selection was more than adequate for the children under her care. Nancy found a doll and a chest of clothing, and Adam added a second doll dressed as a peddler with a basket of wares. "Your doll will need a friend," he had said. Then he pointed to a dollhouse and asked for it to be delivered. Elaine nearly protested until she saw the look of awe on Nancy's sweet face. William chose simpler things, a ball and scoop, dominoes, a box full of carved and painted soldiers, and playing cards. But Adam could not let that be all. He found Noah's Ark, the boat a quarter of the size of the doll's house, filled with carved animals. Then he added a cricket bat, balls, and wickets to the order. Before Elaine could protest, William did. "I have no one to play with." "Ah, but if you have all the equipment, other boys will come to you." Adam stated the matter with such conviction that William actually looked hopeful. Adam spoke to the shop owner, the man positively delighted by the large order, and explained who Elaine was and where the bill ought to be sent. The man bowed to Elaine and promised delivery before the end of the day. "We will take the doll now, but her things may be sent along later," Adam said, taking the doll from the countertop where Nancy had laid her. Nancy's eyes went round and she hugged the toy tight. "Thank you, Mr. Gillensford." "You must thank Miss Chapple," Adam said hastily, and Elaine caught his surprised smile. "Thanks to her, you will have the perfect nursery. Next, we go to the bookseller." He went to the door and held it open, allowing William and Nancy to pass, appearing rather pleased with himself. As Elaine walked by him, she raised her eyes to his. "Thank you." His expression changed, his deep blue eyes softening somewhat. "For what, Miss Chapple? It is you spending all the money." He let the door close behind them and offered her his arm. It was difficult not to laugh at his cheeky answer. "You know very well what I mean." Adam held the next door open and greeted the shop owner. "Mr. Herbert, I come with a customer for you. Have you any books he can take home with him today?" He put both hands on William's shoulders. Elaine looked around in some alarm. This was not a second-hand bookstore, though why she had thought it would be she did not know. No, this was a little shop for ordering matched volumes for large libraries. She had been in the library at Tersham briefly. The leather-bound books appeared far too beautiful to even touch. "We do have several. The pages still uncut." Mr. Herbert beamed at all of them, but his focus fell on William almost immediately. "What is it you're hoping for, young man? Adventure novels?" The boy practically vibrated with excitement. "Anything," he said, voice as reverent as if he was in church. "I like anything." Elaine stepped up beside him, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. He was growing tall, she realised, and would likely overtake her in just a matter of a few years. "William enjoys science, as well as novels." Mr. Herbert regarded William with a sort of knowing before he spoke again. "A lover of the written word is always welcome in my shop, young man. Here is a list of titles I have now." He pulled a sheet of paper from under the counter, only a few titles marked through. "And here is the catalogue for any orders you wish to make." He put a pamphlet with the name of a printer upon its front. "And if you have any questions, please ask. I can tell you about most of these books." Nancy whispered loudly to Adam, standing behind them. "William will take forever to decide." Adam chuckled. "I will stay while William makes his selection. Miss Chapple, there is a shop across the street where you can find fabric and inquire about a dressmaker. I am certain you and Miss Nancy can enjoy yourselves there for a time." He approached the counter, nothing in his tone or manner suggesting he found the task inconvenient. A strange flutter in Elaine's stomach surprised her, enough that she nearly stuttered upon her answer. "That might be wise. I have no desire to rush William." She took Nancy's hand. "Where shall we meet after?" When he pursed his lips in thought, the fluttering began again. "I think," he said slowly, "we ought to pay a visit to the bakery, and then take the children to see the castle." "Castle?" Nancy gasped, but William did not even look up from his lists. "The kind where a king lives?" Adam chuckled, the pleasant sound bringing a blush to Elaine's cheeks. What was wrong with her? Then he bent to Nancy's level. "I am afraid no kings have lived in this one. It is small for a castle, but a king built it, and now the Marquess of Hertford is its guardian." "We are most proud of the castle," Mr. Herbert said, a twinkle in his eye. "If you are to be an orphaned miss, you will be too." "Go on with Miss Chapple," Adam instructed Nancy. "I will show it to you when we meet again." He rose back to his full, impressive height. Trying not to look at Adam, Elaine hastily took her leave of the men and the shop. Nancy came along with her, nearly skipping, and chirping all her thoughts about kings and castles. Elaine could hardly pay attention to the child, trying as she was to reason with herself. Adam Gillensford was handsome. She had arrived at that point already. He also seemed to be a kind gentleman. She had met many a nice man, and yet never had her head turned by them. The manner in which he spoke to the children, treating them with respect and good humour, only served to emphasise the first two compliments she had to pay him. An attraction might be perfectly natural, she assured herself, so long as she remembered her place, his family's nobility. Everything ought to be fine. A woman could admire a fine painting, after all, without having to purchase it for her own. That decided, she entered the shop filled with bolts of beautiful fabric. She took in a deep breath, the familiar scents of wool, satin and silk immediately calming her thoughts. She went directly to the counter, where a woman in fine clothing was already being waited upon. Nancy looked about with interest and pointed to a particular bolt of blue with white flowered print. "That one looks familiar. Didn't you make a dress for Miss Martin with that one?" Peering at the fabric, Elaine started to nod. "It does look similar. I would not be surprised if it were the very same. Which colour do you think would suit you best?" The two stood close, quietly discussing colours and fabrics, with Nancy happily sharing everything she knew about the business of dress design. The woman who had been shopping stepped closer to them. She was perhaps only a few years older than Elaine. "Good afternoon," she said. "Might I introduce myself? I am Mrs. Bartleby. I live north of Orford, at Beechwood Place." "How do you do?" Elaine said, dipping a small curtsy. Nancy hastily copied her. "I am Miss Chapple. This is Nancy. We've just come to live at Tersham Park." With a little gasp, the woman covered her heart with one hand. "Oh, you're the woman who inherited Mr. Gillensford estate." She appeared uncertain for a moment, then said with some hesitation, "Please accept my condolences on his loss." Though Elaine barely knew him, she answered with sincerity, "Thank you. That is most kind of you." Mrs. Bartleby's expression lightened somewhat. "No one has said much about you, Miss Chapple. Where did you live before?" "In Ipswich." Elaine's insides clenched. This was why she had told Mrs. Mayworth she had no wish to make visits to her neighbours. Once people knew of her background, it was unlikely she would be viewed favourably. The upper classes did not mix with tradespeople. She knew well enough that her new status did nothing to erase her origins. "Not too far from here, then. I have a daughter. She is 7 years old. Is that close to your age, Miss Nancy?" Mrs. Bartleby's smile turned more maternal with her address. "I turned 6 in January," Nancy said somewhat shyly. She kept her new doll wrapped securely in her arms. "Wonderful. When is your at-home day, Miss Chapple? I can bring my Caroline on a visit. Perhaps the girls will get along." Nancy lifted her face, her expression hopeful. "We can play with the new doll's house," she not quite whispered. If Mrs. Bartleby learned the truth of Nancy's background, of Elaine's, would she still want to come? People would find out about them eventually. Elaine harboured no illusions about keeping anything so big a secret. "I have not chosen a specific day yet, but perhaps you might like to call on Tuesday next." That would give Elaine enough time to sew a new dress for Nancy. "Excellent. We shall look forward to the occasion." Mrs. Bartleby took her leave, and Elaine tried to ignore the feeling of a rock resting in the bottom of her stomach. The store clerk came at last to attend them. Elaine was distracted enough that she quite forgot to be nervous about having the bills directed to Tersham Park, as well as the fabric. The clerk inquired if she needed the name and direction of a reliable seamstress. Elaine almost said no. However, she and Nancy both needed an entirely new wardrobe. William would need clothes as well. Even if she worked night and day, it would take her weeks to make everything. It simply would not do. "Yes, a seamstress and a tailor. I have a boy of 11 who needs clothing too." She was given cards for both. Purchases of cloth, buttons and thread complete, Elaine and Nancy went on their way to meet Adam, who she really must stop thinking of in such a familiar way, and William. The pair were standing before the bakery, a book tucked under William's arm, while Adam conversed with another gentleman. Adam, Mr. Gillensford, caught sight of her approaching. He immediately raised his hand and smiled in a way that made her repeat his proper address to herself several times. "Mr. Gillensford, Mr. Gillensford, Mr. Gillensford." When she came to stand on the walk next to the men, they both bowed. "Miss Chapple, allow me to present a friend. This is Mr. Mallet. He is a near neighbour to you." "How do you do, sir?" Elaine took in the cut of his suit and relaxed somewhat. A gentleman, but not one of great fashion or great means, and he was at least 40 years old, likely married. "I understand you're in want of a governess, Miss Chapple," the gentleman said, his eyes wrinkling at the corners in a way that made him seem kind. "I was just recommending my sister for the job." Elaine reflexively looked at Mr. Gillensford to see what he made of the idea. He gave a small nod. "Would it be possible to meet your sister?" she asked. Has she been a governess before?
Indeed, and it is something she loved. Her name is Miss Phoebe Mallet. She advertised her services in the papers. Her last round of charges are all off to school from this point onward.
The cheerful gentleman offered Elaine his card.
If you will send word of when you wish to meet her, I will be certain she comes for an interview.
Taking the card in hand, she thanked him, and he went on his way. The card went into her reticule along with the others she had already collected. That reminded her of yet another thing she needed to have done. Dear me, I shall need to have cards printed.
I suggest sending to London for that. I know an excellent stationery and printing business. I will be happy to give you their information.
Adam gestured to the baker behind him.
Would you ladies care for something to eat while we tour the castle grounds?
Nancy bounced up and down on her toes. Do they have any sweet buns?
Adam chuckled and winked at the girl. I am certain they do. Give me a moment.
He straightened and went inside. William held his book out to Elaine.
There is one more coming. I even found some books for Nancy. Mr. Herbert's going to send them to the house.
She read the spine of the book, her eyebrows drawing together. Cook's Voyages Round the World. That seemed an apt title for a boy like William.
Did Mr. Herbert recommend it to you? He said it was one of his favourites.
William tucked it under his arm again and rocked back on his heels.
It would be something to sail all the way around the world. Sailors have to use the stars to navigate.
True enough. She nearly reached out to ruffle his hair as she had when he was younger. But of late, her Billy had become William, and he did not approve of being treated as too young of a child. Adam reappeared with a packet that smelled of freshly baked bread. He nodded down the road.
The castle is that way. I will hand out our treats when we get there.
William and Nancy started walking ahead of them, talking to each other about their day and which deliveries they most looked forward to. They hardly looked back to be certain the adults in their company kept up.
We had better follow, Adam said, tucking his packet beneath his left arm and offering her his right. We cannot let them have all the enjoyment of a castle, can we?
She took his arm, making certain to barely touch him. There was no use becoming overly familiar with him. Watching her charges, Elaine put her mind once more on their welfare. That was the safest place for her thoughts to dwell. The children had grown far too quickly for her liking. Elaine had heard many a mother say such things about their own children. William and Nancy belonged to her, even if they had not been born of her, so it was natural for her to feel the same.
Here now,
Adam said at her side, requiring her to give him attention.
Why are you wearing that sorrowful expression, Miss Chapple? Is this not a fine day? The children under your care are happy. You have purchased many needful things, not to mention how pleased the shopkeepers are at this very moment.
He arched one eyebrow and tipped his head to the side. Endearing. That was the word for the gentleman at her side. His gentle teasing made him even more endearing. Gratitude swelled in her heart. She would not name the emotion otherwise, for all he had done for them. I'm only thinking of how old they are, how they have grown. I confess it saddens me a little. I will not always have them with me.
They will be about for a long time yet, and I doubt either will ever stray very far.
Adam considered her another moment, his eyes flickering from the top of her bonnet down to her hand on his arm.
And you are quite young, Miss Chapple. There is time yet to grow your family.
Elaine could laugh at that rather than blush. I will be 27 in September. I am resigned that there will be no courtship in my future. Adam adjusted his arm, bringing it and her a little closer to his side.
You are an heiress now, Miss Chapple. When word of your good fortune spreads, and the gentlemen in the area gain their introductions, you may have more offers than you can count.
Yes, there will be a queue of gentlemen from the front door all the way down the lane. She shook her head at her own satire. If anything, being an heiress makes me less likely to wed. How would I know if a man wanted me or the estate? There is also the matter of the children. That is what prevented any attachment in the past. The children paused at the corner of the road and turned for directions. Adam gestured with his head, nodding left. William took Nancy's hand and ran across with her.
There were objections? Adam asked, sounding somewhat affronted. That you cared for 2 children? One would think a gentleman would see that as evidence of your best qualities.
Mr. Gillensford. She spoke his name gently,
Either he truly did not know, or he meant to flatter her. "I was a seamstress. I rarely came into contact with gentlemen, and the tradesmen about me had no wish to take in extra mouths to feed." His expression darkened in understanding, and he turned his attention ahead again. But there were offers. "A few," she admitted, yet those few did little for her pride. When her father died, one of his competitors proposed. He was older by a dozen years, widowed, and wanted her skills with the needle. There were 2 men in Ipswich with similar proposals, and one kind farmer who would not take on the children unless they were treated as hired help. They followed the path to the edge of a large house, and once clear of its shadow, the castle appeared. The single tower stretched upward, the old grey stones conjuring images of knights in armour. Around the castle were large embankments, and the last gravelly bits of old walls. Adam called the children back when they started forward at a rush. "Come, take your bread first." They ran back most impatiently. Elaine removed her hand from Adam's arm, and he tugged off a glove before reaching in. "I am assured that these have been glazed with honey." He handed a large roll to Nancy, another to William. "There, now on with you, but do not lose sight of us." He brought out a roll studded with seeds for Elaine. She accepted it, and they resumed their walk, this time not touching. If he could ask impertinent questions, perhaps she might as well. "How is it, Mr. Gillensford, that you are adept at managing children?" "Me? Adept?" He scoffed and wadded up the now empty brown paper packet. "I know absolutely nothing about the creatures, except what I remember from being that age." "How intriguing." She took a bite of the savoury roll, then tipped her head back the better to view the castle. "And I do not quite believe you. Children are far more manageable than adults, and they are generally more friendly." Adam shrugged with his response. "My uncle never had children of his own, yet he always seemed to know how to address me when I was a boy. I think the secret is likely the same as it is with any person. Show interest, respect, and compassion. And buy them cricket bats and doll houses." He chuckled. "My younger sister Philippa adored her doll's house. That was all the inspiration I needed there. Otherwise, what have I done for these children that I could not do for someone older?" "There is a great deal of reason in your argument." She watched William dart up a hill. At the top he turned and waved, so she waved back. "I am worried for them." "It is a small hill," Adam noted, unconcerned. "They will be perfectly safe." "Not because of the hill." She kept walking on a well-worn path around the outside of the castle, noting places where the stone appeared to be missing. It certainly was not in habitable shape. "I met a woman at the draper's. She is coming to visit next week, with a daughter near Nancy's age. What will she do when she realises Nancy has no family or connections? What will anyone do when they learn I have none either?" Adam tucked his hands behind his back and lowered his head. "There will be those who consider themselves above you." His confirmation did nothing to rattle her, but it made the stone in her belly feel somewhat heavier. "Most would, I think. I already find it difficult to understand why you are associating with me." His expression tightened. "Your importance to the community, due to your holdings, will bring them around in time. My great-aunt was the daughter of a tradesman and everyone loved her. The whole neighbourhood mourned her passing." Elaine brushed her hands together to rid herself of the crumbs from her roll. "I hope you are right. But if things do not go as you say they will, at least the children will have what they need for their future. Education for both, a dowry for Nancy." She watched as Nancy sat in the grass with her doll, admiring the castle. "That is all that really matters." She continued her walk, making her way up the hill to the children. Her children. Mr. Gillensford remained behind. Chapter 8. If the Earl of Montcliff had already decided against Miss Chapple, who in the neighbourhood would befriend her? The problem lingered in Adam's thoughts through the next day. He spent some time in the family gallery, pacing back and forth before his ancestors, while it rained in a most dismal manner. At least the children had a nursery full of toys and a few books to while away their hours. Not that he should particularly care, but the memory of Nancy's complete devotion to her new doll gave him reason enough to smile. Miss Chapple needed more help than he could give her without being too forward. She needed someone of respectable standing to befriend her. At the moment, he could think of no one meeting those qualifications. If only some grand lady were in the neighbourhood to take notice of the newly made gentlewoman. Adam stalked to the windows and sat on one of the benches before them. He never understood the benches. Did whomever furnished the gallery truly think people would wish to sit and gaze up at the dusty old portraits of unsmiling ancestors? He avoided their stares whenever he could. It was the length of the hall he came for. The rain spattered against the window, blown by the wind. The storm appeared to be picking up rather than settling down. Pity. He had not precisely intended to visit Tersham Park, but having the ability removed from him irritated him. "Mr. Gillensford," a voice called from the far end of the gallery. Adam stood and adjusted his coat. "Here I am, Rigby." The butler came striding down the hall, a silver tray in hand. "A letter for you, sir." The afternoon post. He accepted the sealed missive and recognised Philippa's hand at once. He broke the wax seal and started reading, barely noticing the butler's withdrawal. The first few lines of the letter made him chuckle. Philippa had turned away a suitor and angered their mother. Philippa, sweet as she was, would never bend when it came to that aspect of her future. The result of his mother's frustrations, detailed in the next paragraph, did away with his amusement completely. As punishment to Philippa, and everyone else in Suffolk County, his mother intended to retire to the country early. Philippa did not say precisely when either, only that they would not stay through the end of the season. "Mother hopes you will have made yourself indispensable to the seamstress by this point. Be prepared to give a full report on the matter." His family still knew nothing of Miss Chapple's age or about the children. He had not had nearly enough time to earn Miss Chapple's full trust. Oh, she liked him well enough, but she struck him as an intelligent woman, capable of making her own way in the world. She had taken on raising 2 children while plying her trade. A friend or two would be enough to help her into her new level of society, given her confidence and strength of mind. Adam crumpled the letter in his hand and dropped back to his seat. He scrubbed his other hand through his hair, a black mood descending on him. Richard's working against Miss Chapple, the dowager's determination for Adam to ingratiate himself into the seamstress's life, left a sour taste in his mouth. Yet how else did he gain his inheritance? If his funds became limited to the allowance his father left, Adam had next to nothing to live on unless he plied himself to a trade. Miss Chapple had been in trade. For perhaps the first time in her life, the woman would experience true leisure. Yet he knew that she was most likely, even at that moment, putting her mind and hands to work on something. His chest warmed at the remembrance of her playing the pianoforte with one hand, eyes closed in the sunlight. He leaned back against the window, and the cool glass against the back of his head made him shudder. Much like the thought of his mother addressing Miss Chapple in person. There was no other choice for Adam. He must warn Miss Chapple that her greatest challenge in the neighbourhood would be his family. And he would do it in the morning, raining or not. No rain fell when Adam started out to see Miss Chapple, though the sky was heavily overcast. Most likely he would give her the warning about his family, and she would throw him out of the house. That would be when the rain started. Morose thoughts did not usually accompany him on morning rides. Nothing gave Adam more pleasure than taking his exercise with a fine horse, even if it was a borrowed mount from his brother's stables. The allowance Adam had been left when his father died did not amount to enough to maintain a horse, much less his own household. Used to the finer things in life, Adam had cursed his father's need to control everything, even in death. Then he had turned his hopes to Uncle Gillensford's estate. A second time, he lost what he had thought his by right of birth. Really, he ought to have known better. Peter Gillensford had worked for what he possessed. Likely he wanted Adam to do the same. When Adam came through the trees, sighting the long green expanse of grass between him and Tersham Park,
He slowed his horse to a stop. The house was glorious, really. Every time he came upon it, his memories flooded with his childhood exploits. How often had he sneaked across the fields and through hedges to visit his great-uncle's home? His uncle had always acted happy to see Adam, and Aunt Mary never failed to wrap him in a tight embrace before offering him biscuits and milk. They had already been older, nearly his grandfather's age, when Adam started his clandestine visits. They never turned him away either. A pang of regret smote Adam's heart, and he nudged his horse into a canter to outrun the discomfort of that feeling. When Aunt Mary died, Adam's visits had slowly dwindled to nothing. Leaving his uncle alone after that loss had surely been a factor in losing the estate to Miss Chapple. The house had been gloomy, his great-uncle sad, and Adam had given in to his own selfishness. He tied his horse to a post at the front of the house, then went inside. The substance of his thoughts and the warning he must deliver made his movements slower, ponderous. It would be best if he told Miss Chapple everything about his family, but he planned to keep back his reasons for helping her in the first place. If she really did throw him out, he would never see a penny of his uncle's investments. Graham gave him a narrow-eyed look, but informed Adam he could find Miss Chapple in the blue parlour. There was no mistaking the butler's protectiveness of his mistress. In a matter of days, with Uncle's will testifying of his approval of Miss Chapple, the entire household had given her their devotion. Adam smiled to himself, and some warmth returned. She had already won his loyalty too. Strange, when he had been so determined to see her as the enemy before. The usurper, as terrible as old Prince John. The reality might put him in that position, using her as he did, in order to gain his last chance at a life of comfort. That calculating thought left him chilled once more. He knocked on the door of the blue parlour, and Miss Chapple's lovely soprano voice invited him in. He made it 3 steps into the room before he paused, staring at the scene in some confusion. Bolts of cloth were stacked on the couch. Another woman he had never laid eyes upon was slicing through material with shears. Nancy was using a bit of chalk to trace on cloth spread over the room's only table, and Miss Chapple had shimmering beads draped around her neck and trailing nearly to the floor. "Oh, good morning, Mr. Gillensford." She smiled brightly at him and came forward, stepping around a basket that appeared to be bursting with lace. "Do you know Mrs. Fowler? She is the local seamstress. I am sorry for the untidy room, but we had an idea." "Begging your pardon, Mr. Gillensford," the seamstress said, pushing herself up from where she had been working. "I told Miss Chapple it would be best for me to take everything back to my shop." She looked worried, as if he had any authority over what happened in the household. "I suppose Miss Chapple would know best," he said somewhat weakly. "What is all this?" "Dresses for Nancy." Miss Chapple took the last step to his side, skirting a chair that had been moved for the operation. "She needs at least one by Tuesday, for Mrs. Bartleby's visit with her daughter." He nodded, though the explanation made little sense. About as much sense as the dress Miss Chapple wore. The deep blue wool gown, with sleeves to her wrists and a neckline high enough for a nun, made her look the part of a maid. The glittering beads about her person made the entire picture incongruent, yet he stood there, foolishly and completely charmed by her unconcerned air. "Did you have something particular you wished to speak to me about?" she asked, raising those cool grey eyes up to his. A handful of freckles on each cheek distracted him somewhat. Had those appeared after their shopping expedition? She had sat facing the sun for some time that afternoon, gazing up at the castle. Her eyebrows lowered. "Mr. Gillensford, are you well?" Adam tore his eyes away from hers and nodded. "Yes, perfectly, though I wonder if I might have a word with you out in the hall." She undraped the beads and put them on Nancy's table. "Of course." Then she preceded him out the door. Adam followed, wondering what had come over him that he stared so foolishly at her. Once they were in the hall, Adam took in her appearance again. "Miss Chapple," he said slowly, "what are you wearing?" Enough light streamed through a window at the end of the corridor for him to see her blush and watch her few freckles disappear within it. Yet she lifted her head and spoke clearly. "This is one of the gowns I wore as a seamstress. It is practical for working, and as I have not yet had my wardrobe created,
It is the most suitable thing to wear when I am at home." "Practical," he repeated, clasping his hands behind his back. "Are you always practical, Miss Chapple? And economical? And kind? And trusting?" He did not mean for the last two words to come out as accusing as they did. Her strawberry-coloured eyebrows lifted. "I certainly strive to be all of those things. Do you?" Adam cleared his throat. "Of course." Then he tried to reorder his thoughts. The colour had faded from her cheeks, and she looked rather like a saint instead of a nun, her ivory skin, the unconventionally lovely face, and big grey eyes staring up at him with patience. "There is something important I must tell you." She brushed a loose spiral of hair back behind her ear. "Then you had better get it out, Mr. Gillensford." Why had he thought this was a good idea? Would it cement her trust in him to know he revealed his own family's plots? "My brother, the Earl, he is in London speaking to his solicitor. He means to see if he can have the will changed to disinherit you." Miss Chapple's whole frame stiffened, and she took a step back. "Changing the will? I did not know it would be contested. Mr. Tuttle-Kirk made it sound as though it was unquestionable." "I am certain Mr. Tuttle-Kirk is right." At least Adam could give her some hope on that score. "My uncle knew many high-ranking individuals through his investments and business dealings. I am certain the witnesses to the document will prove strong and impervious to anything my brother might say. But you must be warned, Miss Chapple. My family does not welcome you to the neighbourhood." She raised a shaking hand to her throat while the other arm wrapped around her middle. "They are the most important family in the neighbourhood. Perhaps the county. You made me think, that is, I assumed because of your actions that I was not despised." She had lost all colour in her lovely face. Her eyes went wider as she looked up at him. "What of you? Do you wish me gone too?" He wished quite the opposite. As he stood there watching the despair wash over her, Adam had the strongest urge to gather her up in his arms and give her shelter. He would protect her from any who would harm her and hold her as long as she wished him to. The strength of that desire alarmed him, and he forced himself to turn away. There was no use in letting her see whatever madness had overtaken him. Clearing his throat, he answered her question steadily. "I wish you nowhere but here, at Tersham. My uncle chose you as his heir, and he never did anything without exercising the utmost care and thought. You belong here, Miss Chapple." Clenching and unclenching his fists at his side, Adam vowed silently that he would do everything in his limited power to keep her there. For the sake of his inheritance, of course. Her skirts came into view as she stepped closer, and then her ungloved hand touched his wrist. Her fingertips barely brushed his skin, but he felt as though he had received an electric shock. Without thinking, he turned his hand and grasped hers. She did not withdraw, but stayed there quite close. "Thank you for telling me, Mr. Gillensford." "You ought to throw me out," he said, running his thumb across her wrist and still avoiding eye contact. Her wrist was slight, delicate in his hand. "I felt certain you would." "I still might." That brought his eyes up quickly, only to see how close she stood to him. She was regarding him with a somewhat speculative look. Adam spoke, weighing his words with his sincerity. "I will go, if you wish it." Her hand was soft, yet he could feel her fingertips against his palm, calloused. Did sewing with needle and thread give a woman calluses? Why had he never noticed before? Most women embroidered. But she had lived her life by needle and thread. She gave him a narrow-eyed, somewhat exasperated smile. "Adam, if you went, how would I ever know what to do about your family? You have given the warning, but no solutions." Did she realize she had used his Christian name? He squeezed her hand gently, warmth from that contact filling him enough that he could smile again. "I'm afraid I am still trying to think of solutions. My mother will return to Orford before the end of the season in London. That does not give you much time to prepare for battle." "No."
Her eyebrows furrowed, and a little wrinkle appeared between them.
"That is not very much time at all."
He sighed and released her hand. As much as he enjoyed the touch, the intimacy should never have happened.
"My sister will be an ally, but as she is young and unmarried, not much of one. I think she will like you, though."
"Then I cannot wait to meet her." Miss Chapple folded her hands together before her and looked back to the parlour door. "I need to return to work on Nancy's dress. Could we discuss this later? Perhaps this afternoon?"
"I will write to Mr. Tuttlekirk about the will. I am not certain what to do about everything else."
"I will think on it and discuss things with you at 3:00, Adam promised, hearing the eagerness in his own voice. She had not banished him. The chance of obtaining his inheritance remained.
"Not everyone cares for my family. The Gillensfords are well known for snobbery. If we can counter their influence, well, we will discuss it later."
He bowed.
"Until 3:00?
"Until then, thank you, Mr. Gillensford." She curtsied and then stood at the top of the steps as he went down. He glanced back once, and she lifted her hand in a silent farewell, standing in a shaft of sunlight. Had another woman ever appeared so lovely to him before? Adam left hastily after that thought, retiring to the steward's office with his heart pounding in a most accusing manner. Chapter 9. Sewing a straight seam was one of the easiest things in the world. Elaine could practically piece together a gown in her sleep. Her abilities served her well that morning and into the afternoon, as her mind most certainly strayed from the task at hand. Mrs. Fowler showed even greater skill, her needle flying in and out of the cloth at twice the speed Elaine worked.
"I'm taking everything back with me,"
Mrs. Fowler insisted when Elaine excused Nancy back to the nursery.
"I have a few friends in the village who will happily help and appreciate the pay. You have other things to see to, Miss Chapple."
Though the statement was true enough, Elaine hated to let go of the familiar work of needle and thread. She gave in, however, and called for the carriage to deliver Mrs. Fowler and every piece of cloth and spool of thread necessary to her shop in Orford proper. "Thank you. I am grateful for your skilled hands," she told the tradeswoman at the front door.
"You are a fine seamstress yourself, miss."
The older woman pursed her lips before speaking the rest of her thoughts.
"It isn't my place, miss, but I did see how you were after Mr. Gillensford left. I hope whatever trouble has come your way is not too dire."
Elaine smiled her thanks. "All will be well. I will see you in a few days." Mrs. Fowler took her leave, head held high, certain of her place in the world. Elaine envied her that certainty. Despite all the good fortune that had come to Elaine, she could not help but carry a burden of discouragement with her as she ascended the stairs to the music room. Adam's warning regarding his family had left her in a difficult state. Oh, she meant what she said when she allowed him to stay. She needed his help, and he seemed eager to give it, even if it might cause a rift between himself and his family. She supposed she understood them. From the Earl and his mother's perspective, Elaine had invaded and taken what they thought to be theirs. However, her imagination failed to determine what the late Mr. Gillensford had been thinking, placing her in such difficult circumstances. Elaine opened the door and stared at the beautiful pianoforte, longing to forget her troubles and play upon its keys. She contented herself with entering the room and pacing instead. She walked from the instrument to the door and back again, her thoughts twisted and tangled, like thread unwound and gathered up in a heap. What was she to do? This world of middle-class manners, too new to her, offered few solutions. She had her education to fall back on to an extent, but lessons on drawing room etiquette and French did little to help in this situation. If the Earl and Dowager Countess took against her, would the community follow blindly along? She had not had time to make an impression upon many, to win any favour for her own sake. If Adam was wrong, and if his brother overturned the will, what would happen to her? She had no place to go any more. Her shop in Ipswich was empty, or else leased to another, and most of her household belongings given away. She had nothing to fall back upon, no security of any kind, if she lost the inheritance. Elaine went to the window, looking out over the beautiful gardens. The roses had begun to bloom, though tight buds still dominated the bushes. They likely smelled heavenly. They were her roses, for the time being. The thought made her smile. She ought to enjoy the blooms while she could. Taking up that idea, Elaine went out of the room at once and downstairs. Gathering up her shawl, she found her gloves in the hall table drawer and then went to the conservatory. Half the ceiling in that room was made of glass, and the whole of it filled with potted plants and streaming fountains. The lovely room surely remained so year-round. But it contained no roses. There were doors that opened into the garden, releasing her into the fresh air. The clouds had not burst that morning as she'd expected, though they still hung overhead. Still, the gloomy sky could not stop her from appreciating the fragrance of the flowers all around her. Taking her time, Elaine stopped at each bush to inspect the growing blooms. Pink and white roses dominated the carefully cultivated gardens, and she followed the walkway all the way to a large hedge. There she found a gate of slatted wood, which she pushed open. With each step she took, Elaine claimed a little more of the estate for herself in her heart. An entire meadow opened up before her, bursting with flowers and butterflies. Elaine stood, aghast at the wild beauty of it. The gravel path of the garden turned into one of sand and dirt, twisting and turning through the grasses and wildflowers. The gate separated two very distinctive sorts of beauty. The garden conformed to the hands of the gardener. The meadow grew as nature intended. Thunder rolled in the distance, foretelling a storm. Elaine reluctantly stepped back, closing the gate before her. Exploring the meadow was out of the question. Her troubles had gone nowhere, and the responsibility to solve them rested on her shoulders. Adam would help. He promised he would. He had helped all along. What made him different from his family? The thought puzzled her, and as only Adam could answer such a personal question, she put it from her mind. She entered the conservatory in time for another roll of thunder to sound, much nearer than the last. Elaine removed her gloves, pleased she had remembered to wear them, only to recall she ought to have put on her bonnet too. It seemed strange to have to go about as though she were visiting another, just to step into her own garden. Mrs. Harper's school for young ladies had drilled that into her the way the army drilled marching into soldiers. A lady never went out of doors without covering hands and head. Some lady I make, she muttered to herself, sitting on one of the conservatory benches. She brushed at her dress, though it was clean, wishing it was not quite so practical. Adam had noticed her dress, had asked about it with ill-concealed surprise that she would wear such a gown. He had seen her wear her other two dresses already. Would it have been more shocking to wear the same gown twice in 2 days? She would have to choose one of them to wear to Sunday services the next day. Even then, Elaine doubted she would look as though she was an heiress. "Miss Chapple?" A voice called into the room. It was Graham. "I'm here, Graham," she answered, pulling her shawl more tightly about her shoulders. "Ah, we have found her." Adam. It must be 3 o'clock. She heard his step, and a moment later he stepped around a large potted fern on a pedestal. "There you are." He came toward her, a charming smile curling his lips upward even though his eyes appeared tired. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gillensford." Elaine rose to greet him. "I wonder if your deliberations have been any more helpful than my own." "Straight to the point, I see. This must be that practical side of you again." Adam chuckled and gestured for her to sit. "I have had a few thoughts on the matter, but I cannot promise any of them are brilliant. As all of mine are quite dull, yours will be brilliant by comparison." She folded her hands in her lap, then remembered her gloves and started to tug them off. "Do go on, sir." Adam appeared to study her hands, his head tilted to one side as he spoke. "The first thing that came to mind for this battle is a strategic retreat. You could take the children to London, lease a fine townhouse, and work on your reputation there first. You would have access to all the best shops, tutors, and entertainments." He lifted his eyes to hers. though his head remained ducked down. "I'm not certain that would solve anything. I know no one in London, and I understand the rules of society are even more strict there. If Tersham Park is to be my home, I feel I must stand my ground." Elaine moved to one side of the bench and nodded her head to the other, inviting him to sit. "There is no retreat for me." He walked slowly to the bench and stared down at her, his expression suddenly pained. "I cannot understand why you are treating me the same as before. My family's wretchedness must have offended you." The sudden change in subject startled her somewhat. Elaine shook her head slowly. "How could I be offended? You have told me the truth, even though it reflects poorly upon your family." Adam lowered himself to the bench beside her, leaving a hand's width of space between them. "I hope you know, that is, I hope I might show you, that I am your friend in all of this." "Are we friends?" she asked, then immediately bit her tongue. The question was not precisely rude, but it certainly illustrated her hopes on that account. A dry, humourless laugh escaped him. "Perhaps we can discuss that matter another time. I had another idea for you." He reached into his coat and pulled out a slip of paper. He held it out in such a way that she could take it without so much as brushing a finger against his. "This is a list of every important person in the community. If they are close to my family, I put a dash next to their name." She took the paper and unfolded it. There were 20 names on the list. Less than half had dashes. "This could be helpful. I suggest you get to know the people who will not immediately choose my brother over you." He sighed and pushed his hand through his hair, leaving it to stick up in slightly odd angles she tried not to stare at overly long. "I can provide introductions to all of them. Perhaps you could even host a dinner or a ball or something. Invite these families and make a good impression." "Or make a terrible impression," she said, lowering the paper to her lap. "I have not danced since I was in school. That was nearly 10 years ago. I think I could eat dinner without making many mistakes, but I haven't any idea what subjects to converse upon. That would hardly be impressive." "It might not be too difficult, but perhaps something less formal would be best." He rubbed his empty palms against his knees. "I did think of one other thing." He averted his eyes to the ground, his lips pressed together tightly. Elaine waited for several seconds before prompting him. "What other thing, Mr. Gillensford?" "The chief points against you," he said, "other than your background, are that you are an unmarried woman running an estate, and that you are raising 2 children not your own. There will be gossip about that, and judgment. But there is a way to protect against it." He looked up at her, down again, then met her eyes more steadily. "If you married." She dropped the paper into her lap and raised her hand in the air to halt his words. "We have discussed this. Marriage is out of the question. The children are too important. That is what marriage contracts are for," he said, angling his body to face her. "You can stipulate everything for the children in a contract. Their allowances, funds for their educations, Nancy's dowry. You must make it legally binding, so anyone who married you would know precisely what they could not touch." "But what of everything they could do? This new life I have, it would not be mine any more." Elaine started shaking her head, lowering her hand back to her lap. Relying on someone else to see to her business, to handle her home and her life, did not sit well with her. "And you speak as though this is an easy solution. I do not know any gentleman, Adam, and even if I met one tomorrow, I could hardly convince him to wed me before your family returns from London. What good would it do?" Adam reached a hand out to cover hers, the warmth of his palm comforting, even if it made her stomach flutter. "Elaine," he spoke her Christian name with such gentleness and reassurance, "I understand your concerns. However, a husband's name would offer you protection, even before a wedding. We could find some. I know any number of honourable men, and I could invite them here to meet you." She leaned a little closer to him, fixing him with her most practical stare.
Do you realise how ridiculous that sounds? What would the invitation say? Dear sir, please come to Orford at your earliest convenience to apply for the position of husband to a former seamstress. She leaned back, withdrawing her hand from his gently. Adam stared at her somewhat incredulously. Then he slouched, putting his elbows on his legs and leaning forward, hands tucked under his chin. That is not what I would write at all. The somewhat petulant expression upon his face coaxed a smile onto hers. What would you say, Adam? Heiress requires husband, references necessary. She raised her eyebrows in feigned surprise. Oh, that might do the trick. Elaine. Perhaps. Come raise children with a wealthy woman. And when did I give you permission to use my Christian name? She folded her arms and tilted her chin up, trying to dispel the rather morose thoughts crowding in upon her. Who would want to marry her? Even for all the money at her disposal, she could not imagine finding a man willing to put up with everything which made her a terrible catch. Her origins, the children, all three of them orphans without family. Even the things she would put in a marriage contract were likely to make a man reconsider her as a matrimonial subject. You called me Adam this morning, he said, lowering his voice. And again, only a moment ago. I thought if you were allowed to take such liberties, I might as well. She felt the blush return to her cheeks. Did I? I apologise for that forward behaviour. I rather hoped it meant we were friends, he said, one corner of his mouth tipping upward. Elaine considered him a moment, thinking on his kindness to the children, his insistence that she find joy in her new life. If it had all been an act to earn his way into her good graces, it was a very believable one. We are friends, Adam, she said at last, reaching out to take his hand. He did not hesitate to entwine his fingers with hers. Thank you. That means a great deal to me. Rain started to fall, large drops of it spattering against the glass before running down the side in thin rivulets. Thunder sounded, near enough that Elaine startled. Adam's hand squeezed hers as though to offer reassurance. Elaine? He spoke her name in such a way that she nearly shivered for the pleasure of hearing it. Oh, this was so dangerous. His attractiveness had been difficult to ignore, his compassion impossible to discard, and those things combined with the way he spoke to her would send her heart onto a difficult path, a hopeless path. Yes? She kept her eyes on the raindrops until he drew her hand toward himself, holding it nearly against his heart. With reluctance, she met his clear blue eyes. The intensity in his gaze quite surprised her. He watched her carefully a moment. Then he released her hand and stood. We will think of something, Miss Chapple. In the meantime, let us concern ourselves with tomorrow. The sudden formality in his tone, in his address, affected her the way a sudden frost might a rosebush. Something within her froze, then withered. Confused by his abrupt change in manner, Elaine turned away from him and tried to remember why exactly tomorrow was important. Tomorrow I am going to church. You will be there. You can start making introductions. Adam nodded. As you wish. His jaw went tight, and his gaze darted behind her to the door, as though he meant to make a dash for escape. Had she done something to offend him? It had been too forward to hold his hand. She knew that. Knew better. Did he think her cloying or clinging? She needed to say something, anything, speak of another thing upon her list of things she must master, things she must do. I would appreciate it if you helped me to procure a music instructor and dancing master. Of course. As to today, seeing as I have taken up enough of your time, I will take my leave of you. Until tomorrow morning, Miss Chapple. He bowed stiffly and lower than necessary. Without another word, Adam left the room. The previous warmth, trapped in the humidity caused by the plants all crowded together, had dissipated, and left her alone in the cold damp. Alone and hurt, though she knew not why.
Chapter 10. Adam pulled himself from bed with great reluctance. Nothing appealed to him less than the idea of seeing Miss Chapple on Sunday morning. He had overstepped his bounds in the conservatory, calling her by her Christian name, holding her hand as though they were courting rather than counselling. His study of the situation, made objectively in his darkened guest bedroom, revealed every misstep. Telling Elaine of his family's disapproval had perhaps won a little trust, but then he had lost his composure completely, had started suggesting she find someone to marry, and then he thought of nothing else. The woman needs friends, not a husband. She made it clear she did not want or need a man in her life. Yet she had no one to rely upon, except a solicitor in London and servants. It was his duty to help, and the means of his future livelihood depended upon his actions too. Strange, the order those thoughts came in. He dressed with the aid of one of his brother's footmen, and waved away the offer of breakfast. Instead, he took a coffee to drink, hoping to find enough fortitude in the bitter liquid to make it through the rest of the morning. The carriage came around early as he had ordered it. Adam meant to take Elaine and the children to the Sunday morning services in a vehicle bearing the family crest. Let everyone think that the family fully supported her claim to the estate. Some confusion might follow, should his mother arrive and immediately set about correcting everyone on that matter. Yet he thought it wise to start with the best foot forward, and the most favourable impression possible. Adam did not get out of the carriage when it arrived in front of Tersham Park. He waited. It was nearly time to leave, and he had no desire to appear overly eager to be in her company again, lest she get the wrong idea. For his part, Adam decided to speak when spoken to. It rankled somewhat to be in a position where he had to act more as a servant than a guide. The past several days in Miss Chapple's company, he had experienced more confidence than he had in years. He wanted to help her. With her beautiful grey eyes, her earnest confusion over the running of the household, she needed him. But his over-familiarity with her in the conservatory proved he had gone too far, and needed to pull back in some fashion. At least her manners were as fine as any woman's of his acquaintance. She spoke a trifle plainly, when the usual habit of young misses was to cloak their meaning in several layers of coy subtext, but that by no means disqualified her abilities as a conversationalist. He quite enjoyed talking to her, actually. The front door opened, bringing Adam out of his thoughts. He stepped out of the carriage, though it was not strictly necessary. Anything that would help him keep her favour and some form of mild friendship was worth the effort. William came tromping down the steps, wearing a dark frown. He stopped and bowed to Adam, then climbed into the carriage. "William?" Adam peered inside. "Is something wrong?" "Elaine will not allow me to bring a book to church, except a copy of the New Testament." Adam had to bite back a smile. "Really? I believe that would be what most would advise. If you're reading of the stars, how are you to learn what the sermon teaches you?" The boy folded his arms and glared out the window opposite Adam's side. He said nothing more. Recollecting occasions when Adam had behaved similarly, he let the matter drop. "Good morning, Mr. Gillensford," a sweet voice called to him, and Adam turned to see Nancy hopping down the steps two at a time. She landed on the ground with a thump, then skipped to his side. "I'm supposed to curtsy." She gave him a rather lovely dip, as well done as any other child's curtsy. "Thank you for taking us to church." Bowing to the little girl as he would to a lady of rank, Adam answered most sincerely, "It is my great honour, Miss Nancy." She giggled, and he handed her up into the carriage. Then he looked back up to the door as Elaine stepped out, sliding her reticule onto her wrist. Her gown he recognised from the day they had gone to the shops together. Those memories nearly made him smile. Marching down the steps, Elaine did not glance at him until she stood directly in front of him. "Mr. Gillensford," she said, nodding slightly to him, "I hope you are well." She sounded neither sincere nor ironic. Had his behaviour upset her? "Thank you, Miss Chapple." He offered his hand to help her step inside. He followed after. Adam and William sat with their backs to the driver, Nancy and Elaine facing forward. As soon as the carriage door shut, they were on their way. Nancy swung her feet and stared out the window, a smile on her face. William continued glowering out his side of the carriage. Adam meant to keep his gaze directed away from Elaine, but his eyes were drawn in her direction with alarming regularity. Her will was stronger than his. He did not catch her peeking at him, not even once in the 10-minute ride to church. When they passed through Orford without stopping, Elaine finally broke her silence. "Is there not a church near the old castle?" she asked, her brow furrowing as she searched out the window. "St. Bartholomew's," Adam said, naming the old building a trifle more hastily than he meant to. He had no wish to appear too eager to please her, even if he did want to get back in her good graces. "It is as run down as the castle, I'm afraid. Really, my brother or the Marquess of Hertford ought to see to the repairs, but nothing has been done except talk of pulling it down. We drive 2 miles north to Sudbourne. Their church was built near the same time as ours was, but it has stayed in somewhat better repair." She nodded her understanding, then went on to remind the children to mind their manners during the services. Not long after, the carriage stopped before an old medieval church, its yellow-grey stones nearly a match for the castle in Orford. Adam repressed a sigh of frustration. How had he undone everything between them with a single conversation? The matter was not so serious as Elaine's behaviour made it out to be. Perhaps his suggestion of marriage had caused this rejection of his company. She had vehemently refused to entertain the idea, though it was a natural solution to the problem. People married for convenience nearly every day. His mind pushed and pulled at the notion that he was at fault for the silence between them, that he had been less than intelligent regarding the matter. He had presented her options, acted overly familiar, and had retreated to the safety of propriety in regard to their conversation and his actions today. Right or wrong, there was nothing he could do now except continue on his course. He stepped out of the carriage and gave his hand to both females. Elaine did not so much as smile, but Nancy beamed up at him. William stepped down last, less sulky now that he stood before strangers. The boy squared his shoulders and followed his guardian into the church with his head held high. Though a few families lingered in the churchyard, none stopped Adam or made an effort to greet Elaine. Plenty of eyes watched them, though, and Adam made a point of smiling and nodding to those he knew. There would be time after services to begin introductions. Elaine and the children paused, waiting for him inside the door, her emotions tightly guarded from him by a cool expression. "Where do we sit?" she asked. He looked down the aisle between old pews. "Uncle Peter gave up his pew a few years ago. My family still rents theirs. 3 back from the front on the left. Since you're with me today, we should sit there. You can discuss a different arrangement with one of the church deacons later." She nodded and continued on her way, he and the children following behind like obedient ducklings trailing after her. They had not been settled in their seats long when the organ music began, and all rose to sing a hymn. The rest of the service dragged along for Adam, and likely for William too, given the many times the boy yawned. Nancy's legs swung beneath her, but Elaine set her hand upon the girl's knee to still the movement. Elaine, for her part, stared at the vicar with single-minded focus. Adjusting his posture slightly, Adam tried to pay more attention to the vicar's words. "We are all of us here for a purpose," the old man said, his voice ringing through the nave. "It is our duty to discover that purpose and strive to fulfill it to the best of our mortal abilities." An interesting thought, but hardly novel. Adam's mother had taught her children their purpose was to uphold the family name, increase its coffers and holdings where possible, and pass everything along to their progeny. If that was all there was to Adam's existence, life would be dull indeed. Kindness given to one's neighbour is the best of all works. His great-uncle's admonition drifted to the forefront of his mind, and Adam shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He remembered when his uncle had said those words to him. It had been years and years ago, on a sunny summer's day. Adam and his uncle had been in Orford on an errand. Uncle Peter had stopped walking in order to open a door for a woman entering the bakery. It was no more than what people expected of a gentleman. Except Uncle Peter hadn't stopped because it was expected. He had done it because it was kind. The realization settled over Adam like a comfortable old coat. Purpose, kindness, and duty circled his thoughts and absorbed him so completely that Adam did not realize it was time to stand and sing again until William nudged him. Adam stood hastily and tried to sing the hymn from memory, but wound up being silent most of the time. From the corner of his eye, he caught Elaine giving him a perplexed look. When services ended, Adam stepped from the pew to allow the children out. Then he offered Elaine his arm. She hesitated. "I must introduce you," he said quietly, reminding her of their purpose. With a resolute nod, she took his arm and they started their walk to the back of the church. Adam stopped as many times as possible to introduce her to neighbours he had rarely given more than a passing thought about. Each time his introduction was the same. "May I present Miss Chapple and her wards, William Thackeray and Nancy McComb. Miss Chapple has inherited Tersham Park." He stated the matter boldly and with as agreeable a smile as possible. No one could doubt his pleasure in her place on his arm or in his late great-uncle's home. Several of the women asked about Elaine's at-home day, and she named Thursday. When Adam came to the middle of the church, Elaine stopped him. "Mrs. Bartleby," she said, greeting a woman only a few years older than herself. "I am so pleased to see you today." Mrs. Bartleby's whole face showed her delight at the greeting. "Miss Chapple, good morning, and Miss Nancy. Here is my daughter Caroline. My husband has slipped outside already to see the horses." Caroline, a child obviously near Nancy in age, peeked somewhat shyly around her mother until she was nudged forward. The little girl curtsied, and Nancy returned the gesture, the two of them smiling shyly at each other. Children certainly had an easier time of such things than adults. Adam stepped away enough to allow the women to chat about the sermon, waiting patiently for Elaine to indicate she was ready to continue. Half the crowd from the church already stood outdoors, speaking with neighbours and climbing into carts and carriages. "How nice for Mr. Gillensford to make certain you are looked after," Mrs. Bartleby said, loud enough for Adam to hear. "Yes, Mr. Gillensford has proven a most helpful gentleman." Elaine's answer, though not precisely warm, made him smile. Helpful. That meant he met at least the requirement in Uncle Peter's will. Yet, he was not entirely satisfied by the proclamation. A footman was helpful. What more ought he to do to ensure his inheritance? He glanced at Elaine, seeing the back of her bonnet, only a few of her red curls escaping to bounce against her neck as she spoke and gestured. What more ought he to do to ensure Elaine Chapple was happy with her inheritance? The return trip from Sudbourne's church proved chattier than the trip there had been. Elaine listened with half an ear as Nancy and William discussed the number of children they had seen and how many boys and girls of their own ages they had counted. The two of them showed real excitement at the prospect of making friends. Elaine had noted which families had children and began to devise a way to invite them to her home. Elaine had one problem, however, not knowing how children's activities might be handled by someone in her new position. She glanced at Adam, determined to put the question to him, only to find his eyes already upon her. Perhaps she had acted too aloof. She had determined to let his attitude govern her own, and he had felt so distant when she entered the carriage. Did he regret the interaction the day before? She needed a friend. In her haste to fill that position, Elaine realized she may have made him uncomfortable. He arched an eyebrow at her, curiosity in his gaze. "I wonder," Elaine said, speaking directly to him, "if we might organise some entertainment for the neighbourhood children. A picnic, or games, or some such thing." Both of Adam's eyebrows came down and he frowned. She swiftly changed course. "Oh, but if it isn't done—"
I think it's a marvellous idea, he stated firmly. An excellent way to get to know your neighbours and curry favour.
We can have a party, Nancy asked, her eyes growing almost comically wide. With all the children we saw today?
Elaine did not bother to hide her amusement. Well, maybe not all of them at once. William sat straighter.
I could have a cricket match.
Forgetting her awkward situation with Adam, Elaine cast a smile his way. The cricket equipment would provide a great deal of entertainment. When he intercepted her smile with obvious surprise, however, she remembered how coldly he had withdrawn from her the day before. Why must he act in such a confusing manner? The children picked up the topic with excitement, as she hoped they would. When the carriage stopped before the house, Elaine readied herself to dismiss the gentleman for the rest of the day. She needed to consult her housekeeper on the matter of setting up entertainment for a group of children. Mrs. Mayworth would have more practical knowledge of such a thing than Adam, after all. Adam helped her from the carriage, and she opened her mouth to bid him farewell. Miss Chapple. Graham stood at the top of the steps, the door closed behind him, without his customary calm, his face pale. He hurried down the steps, without the composure she'd come to admire in him.
Yes, Mr. Graham?
She asked, a little bubble of fear rising in her chest. You have a guest. His eyes darted to Adam, who regarded the butler with a somewhat perplexed stare. The situation might have been amusing if it did not make her so nervous. It's Mrs. Gregory Stalwart. The moment the name left the butler's mouth, a curse left Adam's. He winced and glanced at a wide-eyed William. Forgive my language, but... He shot a look at the upstairs windows. Which room is she in? The west wing, the morning room. Somewhere she would not see them arrive home from church. Graham turned from Adam back to Elaine. I am sorry, mistress, but she was in the house before I could get more than 2 words out. I did not think, in her condition, it appropriate to do anything other than allow her inside.
I am sure you did your best, Mr. Graham. Now, would someone please tell me who Mrs. Stalwart is, and why she frightens you both?
At least she kept her tone even, nothing of her own discomfort in her voice. With a deep frown, Adam took off his hat and handed it to the butler, then stripped off his gloves and dropped them in the hat. She is my sister, Georgiana, a most unpleasant woman, and currently in the family way. Ah, one of the disapproving members of Adam's family. Things started to make sense. She cannot be that terrible. Graham and Adam both gave her incredulous stares. Running a hand through his hair, Adam said, There are only 2 reasons for her to be there. She is either launching a surprise attack or has taken up a scouting mission. Oh, really? Elaine took in the all too intrigued stares of the children. You both return to the nursery. We will take our walk in the garden later. They went, Adam and Elaine following behind, the butler carrying Adam's things. He obviously did not think she should meet with his sister alone. Once in the entry hall, the children went up the staircase, while Elaine rid herself of gloves, bonnet and reticule. A moment with the mirror in the foyer allowed her to smooth her hair back into place. When she turned around, she found Adam watching her again. His eyes had darkened, and he bristled with energy. Imagining how a woman could cause such agitation in the normally charming man proved difficult. He did not offer his arm to her, but followed as Elaine went up the stairs. The east wing contained the family bedrooms and more informal rooms. The west wing had finer decor and guest rooms. Had Graham put the visitor in the more formal rooms for a reason, or had she chosen to wait there in order to make a statement? Elaine wished she had thought to ask. Oh, she was beginning to think like them. The gentry giving meaning to something as simple as where a person waited to be greeted had struck her as foolish when she had learned of all the ways one could offer honour or a slight to a guest. Mrs. Harper's lessons had given her numerous instructions on how to put people together at a table in a way that would satisfy all guests, no matter their rank.
but the headmistress had neglected to teach how one might offer insult while still maintaining a veneer of politeness. When Elaine came to the closed door of the morning room, a place she was told would be the best to accept visits from the most important women in the area, she hesitated. Adam moved to stand directly behind her, his presence immediately soothing her nerves. "I am with you, Miss Chapple," he whispered, the words as encouraging as the moment he had held her hand the day before. Without addressing him, she opened the door and entered the room with her head held high and her brightest of smiles in place. The same sort of smile she wore when her most difficult customers came to call. The woman waiting inside the sitting room wore a dress of brilliant green and a bonnet with large purple feathers. She did not rise from her seat, which Elaine could excuse when she saw the very round middle proclaiming her guest's impending motherhood. Her eyes were a shade of blue that nearly matched her brother's, but that appeared to be the only trait she shared with him. Her bottom lip protruded in a pout. "Adam," she said, voice high and breathy, "where have you been? And who is this? I have come at Mamma's request to meet the seamstress." Elaine had to work at keeping her expression pleasant. She clasped her hands before her and turned to look up at Adam, who stood almost shoulder to shoulder with her. "Georgiana, how good it is to see you. And such a surprise. We were at church." He did not even try to sound or appear pleased to see his sister, but he acted with a cold politeness that surprised Elaine. "Miss Chapple, may I present to you my sister, Mrs. Gregory Stalwart. Georgiana, this is Miss Chapple, the former seamstress." The gasp of shock from Mrs. Stalwart almost satisfied Elaine, but when the woman made as if to push herself out of her chair, Elaine came forward with both hands raised to stop her. "Oh, please do not trouble yourself, Mrs. Stalwart. Take your ease. You need not stand upon ceremony with me." Unpleasant or not, the woman's condition ought to be considered. With a somewhat affronted expression, the pouting woman continued upward. "I am perfectly capable of standing, Miss Chapple." Then she curtsied, the gesture graceful despite her pregnancy. "If I am well enough to travel here by coach, I ought to be well enough to properly greet someone." She sniffed and lifted her nose in the air. "Your dedication to propriety is to be commended," Adam said, before gesturing with a hand for Elaine to take a seat. Once she lowered herself into a chair, Adam on the couch. His sister finally sat back down. "How is our mother?" Georgiana had enough self-awareness to blush. "In tolerable health, and she is considering returning to the country sooner than usual." Then she turned her cold stare back in Elaine's direction. "Our mother spends as much time as possible in London every year." "How pleasant for her," Elaine said cheerfully. "And how wonderful for you to have your mother near at such an important time." Hand falling to her stomach, Georgiana's nose wrinkled. "Quite." She tilted her head to the side. "Miss Chapple, I hope you will not find me too presumptuous to ask, but I am overcome by my curiosity." The dry manner in which the woman spoke made that doubtful. "How exactly did you know our dear late uncle?" A question easily answered. "I met him once, when I offered him the shelter of my shop during a rainstorm. We had a quarter of an hour's conversation, we drank tea, and then he left. I really had no idea of who he was until the solicitor came to inform me that he had died." "I see. How extraordinary." Then Georgiana's narrowed eyes cut to her brother. "And is Adam proving helpful as you come to understand your new place in society?" Something about that look set Elaine on edge. There was more to the question, perhaps an insinuation, that put her on the defence. "Yes, I am most thankful for all his kind advice and assistance. I do not know what I would do without Mr. Gillensford's patient guidance." Hazarding a glance at Adam, she tried to determine if that had been the correct thing to say. He did not so much as look at her, but kept his eyes upon his sister, a coldness to his stare that would cause Elaine to shudder were it directed at her. "I am certain you would manage, Miss Chapple. You should have seen her today, Georgiana. Everyone was most eager to meet her." The room had turned into a battleground, but Elaine could not say who currently held the upper hand. The sour-faced woman raised her eyebrows. "Oh, I am certain they were. You must also tell me, Miss Chapple, how you like this way of life as compared to running your shop." She drew out the word slowly, as though unfamiliar with uttering such a thing. "It is different," Elaine admitted. "There is much to learn. I was not brought up to such a position. The inheritance has been a great blessing, of course." "Yes, of course," Georgiana simpered unconvincingly. "I absolutely must compliment you on your fine manners. I confess, when I thought through the implications of a tradeswoman installing herself at Tersham Park, I wondered what I might find when I entered the house. Yet everything remains as stately as ever, and you are not at all what I expected." Did the woman assume Elaine the sort to have burned the house to the ground, or litter the rooms with crude furniture? The insinuation that Elaine would have less than a polite bearing made her spine stiffen. "People in trade are still capable of civilized behaviour, Mrs. Talbot. I am sorry that you have had experience that has led you to believe otherwise." Elaine offered up a most innocent expression, her smile tempered and her eyes as large as she could make them. Mrs. Stalwart drew back, her smirk momentarily misplaced. Adam coughed suddenly and raised his fist to cover the sound, which Elaine suspected might have started as a chuckle. "Forgive me," he said, when his sister glared at him. "The dust from the road, you know." "You always were a highly susceptible gentleman." His sister touched her cheek and lowered her eyes. "Poor Adam. Even the suggestion of a cough soon becomes an epidemic. I do hope you take care, brother dear. I would so hate to see you out of sorts, especially with Miss Chapple reliant upon you." Clenching her hands tighter in her lap, Elaine hurried to change the subject. "Your gown is most lovely, Mrs. Talbot. Do you employ Mrs. Fowler to create your wardrobe?" With a wave of her hand, Mrs. Stalwart dismissed that suggestion. "Of course not. I have a French modiste in London. I'm afraid you will find our local seamstress has quite provincial tastes. I would never trust my wardrobe to the hands of someone with such low standards." The way the snobbish woman had managed to insult Mrs. Fowler and Elaine in such a succinct manner almost impressed her. "How fortunate you have found a seamstress capable of handling your particular tastes, Mrs. Stalwart." Would the visit never end? Lobbing insulting phrases back and forth across the room proved more tiresome than playing a game of battledore or cricket. "Yes, well, those of discerning tastes are more than capable of finding the worthy and avoiding those who simply do not fit the mould." If they were playing cricket, Elaine would make a rather unorthodox use of the bat at that moment. "I completely understand you, Mrs. Talbot." She could feel the tension in Adam as he sat smouldering like an ember, needing only the right kindling to burst into a violent flame. "I hope you will understand me when I tell you that you will always be a welcome visitor in my home." She stood, signalling the end of the visit. "Especially since you are such a cheerful guest." Mrs. Stalwart's eyes gleamed in triumph. After a short struggle against her midsection, she came out of her chair. "That is most kind of you, Miss Chapple. However, I do not think I will return again soon. My confinement draws near, you understand?" She cast a speculative look to Adam. "I am sending Mamma a letter. As I know you have not taken the opportunity to write her, is there anything I should include on your behalf?" Adam, who had also come to his feet, adjusted his coat. "Send her my love, of course, and my apologies for being a less than dutiful son." "Good day to you both." She took her leave of them, a self-satisfied reptilian smile upon her face. Mrs. Stalwart might have been lovely, had she not appeared at every moment as though she enjoyed squishing ladybirds beneath her heel. After she passed through the door, she closed it behind her. The heat drained from Elaine's face, but Adam crossed the room and opened the door again. He stood in the doorway, his back to her, staring down the hall where his sister likely saw him. The intent of that woman's move, purposefully shutting an unmarried woman in a room with a man to whom she was not related, had clear insinuations, like Mrs. Stalwart's conversation. Lowering herself back to her seat, Elaine waited for Adam to turn around again. He would watch, she supposed, until his sister completely vanished down the hall. At last Adam leaned against the doorframe, lowering his head with a groan. "Is she always like that?" Elaine tried to give a light air to her words, but they trembled too much for her to disguise how much the experience had affected her. Adam turned, his back against the wall beside the door, and shook his head. "Not always. Sometimes she's worse." Worn out from the encounter, Elaine took his lack of proper posture as permission to lean back against the couch and cover her face with her hands. "And the other members of your family?" "Exactly like her, except Philippa. I rather think my youngest sister must be a foundling, given how unlike the rest of us she is." "You are not like your family," Elaine said without thought. Then she bit her tongue. She nearly forgot her attempt to be more formal, less friendly. Given that they had been allies for the last quarter of an hour, she might excuse herself that lapse, she supposed. "I am like them," he admitted, so softly she barely made out his words. He cleared his throat and spoke again. "I can be just as cruel, Miss Chapple, and as conniving, especially in these last several years. Of late, however, I find myself wishing to recant the life of a miserable, arrogant blackguard." His smile appeared, but his light-hearted banter did nothing to remove the pain in his eyes. Did he truly think so little of himself? Elaine had only seen his kindness, his willingness to help, even though he owed her nothing. They were hardly more than strangers, yet he devoted hours of each day to attending to her needs, working with her steward, assuaging her fears. He seemed more like his late uncle than the sister who had left Elaine quaking with no more than a sour disposition. If possible, she hoped to help Adam see all the good he had done. "She is going to write to my mother," Adam said, unaware of Elaine's thoughts. "They will form a new plan of attack." Elaine nodded, and a stray thought took hold of her tongue. "Did all of you really expect me to be an old woman?" What a dreadful shock for him that first day when he met with someone near his own age. Adam's chuckle surprised her. "I expected an old crone, grey-haired, with spectacles and a mob cap forever upon her head." "What a disappointing sight I must have been," she murmured, the humour of their first meeting coming back to her with a cat racing across the drive. With a quick shake of his head, Adam turned more sober. "Quite the opposite, Miss Chapple. No meeting has ever pleased me more than the one between us. Your lovely red hair is a far more fetching sight than a mob cap." A blush spread into her cheeks, and her mouth fell open, though she could think of nothing to say to that compliment. Her hair had forever been a source of trouble for her, and she had worn a mob cap every day of her life as a seamstress, in order to appear more mature than she was, matronly and respectable. Hiding her brightly coloured hair proved an added inducement to wear the plain white head covering. He spoke again before she had recovered from the unexpected flattery. "I suggest we set things in motion for you to win the hearts of your neighbours, Miss Chapple. A picnic for the children, perhaps a sewing circle for the women in the area to come meet you, and I will procure invitations for you to every social occasion I can find." "All most excellent ideas," Elaine nodded rapidly, likely appearing more like a puppet than a person when bobbing her head in such a manner. "Thank you, Mr. Gillensford." "If you will make your way to the study, I will find Mrs. Mayworth to come and assist us in creating a plan of action." Mrs. Mayworth would be handy in such a conversation, and an appropriate chaperone. Again, Elaine felt gratitude for his understanding and ability to guide her through the most perilous aspects of society. Yet meeting his atrocious sister, and his conviction that he was no better a person than Georgiana, gave her pause. Adam had never shown any inclination to behave as horribly as that woman, as snobbish or greedily. Could a gentleman be an accomplished enough actor to hide such horrid inclinations for so long? Until he gave Elaine reason to believe otherwise, she would put aside that concern. He'd proven himself a friend thus far, and she would treat him as one. Chapter 11. After the impromptu planning meeting on Sunday, Adam kept his distance from Elaine. Georgiana's visit had reminded him more starkly than anything else might of his reasons for helping the enchanting seamstress. They were not the least altruistic. He wanted his share of the inheritance, and could only have it by acting as guide, teacher, assistant, whatever it was Elaine needed. Even if he wanted to do more for her than strictly necessary, such feelings did not excuse his primary motives of self-preservation. This meant Adam came and went from the steward's office, but he did not seek Elaine out. From his conversations with Graham and Mrs. Mayworth, he knew she was getting on well enough. The Tuesday visit with Mrs. Bartleby and Caroline reportedly went well, with both little girls delighted in one another. The Orford seamstress had begun sending back completed dresses for Nancy, but nothing yet for Elaine. "She is sewing for herself," Mrs. Mayworth told him in confidence, her voice a mere whisper in the foyer. "Miss Chapple is rather insistent that the children have their wardrobes first." Somehow the housekeeper managed to sound both pleased and saddened by that statement. Miss Mallet, the proposed governess, had been deemed favourable and took up residence in the bedroom attached to the nursery as governess to both children until they found tutors for William. A dance instructor from Sudbourne had been summoned as well, and he was quite pleased to come to Tersham Park a few times a week to teach Elaine, William and Nancy how to dance. Standing in the steward's office on the Thursday after his sister's disturbing visit, Adam went through a report on the tenant farms. He checked the projected harvest with numbers from the last 2 years, finding no decrease in harvest or income. Mr. Yates, the steward, cleared his throat. "Mr. Gillensford, I have an item requiring Miss Chapple's signature. It is a renewal on one of the leases." Though unspoken, the question in the older man's eyes was obvious. He wanted Adam to take her the paper. Mr. Yates knew they worked well together, as he had been present when Adam and Elaine had worked together over ledgers to help her understanding of the estate's finances. Perhaps he even wondered why Adam and Elaine did not bend their heads over Adam's desk more often. "It cannot wait?" Adam asked, as reluctant as a schoolboy returning to lessons. As much as he wanted to seek out Elaine's company, staying out of her way seemed the wisest course. The more time he spent with her, the more tempted to speak the truth of his presence in her home he would be. Shaking his head, the steward lifted the papers from his desk. "I am afraid it must go to the new tenant today, with her signature on both copies, a copy for the farmer and a copy for the mistress." Adam tried not to sigh despondently, though in his youth such dramatics would not be beyond him, and took the contracts. "Thank you, Mr. Yates, I will see to this right away." Leaving the office, Adam realised that for all intents and purposes he had taken orders from a hireling. Instead of irritating the third son of an earl, as it certainly would have done in the past, it amused him. Placing himself at Elaine's complete disposal seemed to mean he did whatever odd job was necessary, no matter who in the household asked. Walking through the hallways, Adam determined to begin his search for Elaine in the blue parlour. Graham and Mrs. Mayworth had made a point of telling him that Elaine spent most of her time sewing in that room, when she was not occupied with other household tasks. He entered the main corridor, nearing the east wing, when he heard the pianoforte. A quick course correction had him at the open music room door, and he raised his hand to knock on the frame when he took in the scene before him. Garnet hair wrapped in a bandeau, and wearing one of her 2 status-appropriate dresses, Elaine sat on the bench with her hands in her lap. The man standing behind Elaine, an arm stretched out around either side of her, played the music. A rapidly burning fire started in Adam's chest and made its way into his blood. No one, absolutely no man walking upon the face of the earth, had permission to put his arms around Elaine in such a manner. Not unless they were lawfully wed. Even then, the intimate position in a public room where Adam might walk in and spy, it struck him as debatable. Rather than knock, Adam squared his shoulders and marched into the room. He called out loudly. "Here you are, Elaine." The unknown man, with his ridiculous mop of black hair and his equally idiotic-looking lavender coat, leapt back as though Adam's words struck with the force of a lightning bolt. The situation necessitated the use of her Christian name, even if he had promised himself not to use it again. "I have some important paperwork Mr. Yates insists you sign at once, regarding leases." Elaine pushed the bench back and came towards him, her cheeks red and her lips pursed. "Thank you. I will take care of these right away." Then she turned back to address the interloping stranger. "Mr. Woodrow, thank you for the interview. I will contact you if we determine to use your services. Please leave a card with Mr. Gillensford." She disappeared out the door without so much as a glance back, entering the room directly across the hall. Adam knew quite well there was no desk, no ink, and certainly no pen in that room. It was actually meant for cards and other entertainment. He gave his attention back to the trespasser, Adam wearing a cold, hard smile on his lips. "Mr. Woodrow, is it? Have you been in the neighbourhood advertising yourself for long?" Adam took a step toward the man. Mr. Woodrow paled. "No, sir. I arrived yesterday, and people at the inn informed me lessons might be wanted at this house." "Music lessons are wanted, Mr. Woodrow." Adam stalked closer, stopping to within a hair's breadth of the quaking man's shoes. Adam lowered his voice and looked down into the man's face, using every inch of his greater height to loom as menacingly as possible. "Not whatever lessons you are peddling. I suggest you return to the inn, pack your things, and board the next mail coach to another town. Better yet, another county. Because if I see you anywhere near Orford again, I swear on my life I will have you brought up on charges of fraud and lechery. As my brother is the Earl of Montcliffe, I can assure you such charges will be upheld. Do you fancy the idea of transportation, Mr. Woodrow?"
Transportation? The scoundrel broke into a sweat. "No, sir, I will do as you say. I must be going." He held his breath, his eyes darting to the door.
Adam grinned with as much menace as he could. "Then be gone with you," he instructed in a growl. The other man needed to hear no more. He fled the music room, his feet pounding along the hall and down the stairs. A moment later, the front door's slam echoed through the house. Adam walked to the window overlooking the front of the estate, watching the man eschew the lane to run through the grass southward, directly to the larger road. A step behind him alerted Adam to Elaine's return. "Is he gone?" she asked. He looked over his shoulder at her, noting the dark circles under her eyes and the lack of colour in her cheeks. Woodrow hadn't upset her that terribly, had he? Adam suddenly wished he'd thrown the man out of the window. Instead, he tried to lighten the mood with an easy shrug. "Come and see for yourself. He is a fast one." Adam turned back to the window, mulling over the ill look of her features. Elaine stepped up beside him, papers still in hand, and peered out the window. She released a sigh heavier than he liked. "It seems I am not very wise when it comes to giving my trust to others." She couldn't be lumping Adam in with that slimy creature, could she? Had she discovered his deception at last? All his pride in running the horrid man off vanished. "The contracts, Miss Chapple, for the new tenant?" "Yes," she said somewhat listlessly. "Let us find a pen." She turned and walked out of the room, concern for her returning full force. The blue parlour, her preferred sitting room, looked as though a draper had attempted to take up residence again. Scattered here and there were bits of rich blue fabric, buttons, and such items he suspected were important to the making of clothing. A small lady's desk near the window proved to be Elaine's destination. She sat and prepared pen and ink to write. Adam came across the room slowly, all the way to the desk. He kept his eyes upon the window overlooking the gardens. How, precisely, did that man get inside the house? Elaine had signed her name to one paper, but she stopped before signing to the other. "I was in the foyer when he knocked, prepared to leave his card. I thought since he was here I could give him something of an interview. You have done so much, and I wanted to take up a task on my own." "You ought to have sent for me," he said quietly, "or had Graham stay with you, or called the children to come and listen. You should never be alone with a man you do not know, not even a tradesman." "All I could think on was what you said that day we went shopping, about my ability to provide a living to others." She dipped her pen in ink and signed her name to the other contract, then dropped the pen and raised both hands to her temples. He seemed so gracious and well-mannered at the door. Though concerned about her obvious discomfort, Adam had to press the issue. She had to understand. You cannot know a man's motives after only a few moments in his presence. "I know that," she whispered, "but I hoped to find myself still a good judge of character." His heart clenched. If she discovered his reasons for helping her, would her confidence be further damaged? "Do you require anything else from me, Miss Chapple, before I return to my work?" The pause before she spoke gave more significance to her words. "Do you think me foolish, Mr. Gillensford?" The circles beneath Elaine's eyes were nearly the same shade of grey as her irises, though far less pleasing to look at. Was she taking ill? "I never have, Miss Chapple." He spoke firmly, with true conviction. "You are always kind, and I believe that leads you to look for the same in others, even if it is not there." Had she seen the selfish creature before her yet? "Perhaps that is true," she admitted, craning her neck back to meet his eyes. "But there comes a point when being realistic is more important than wishing to see the good in people. I cannot put myself or the children at risk. Today's blunder might have ruined me had anyone else stumbled upon that horrid moment. If Mr. Woodward speaks of it to anyone, I suppose it still might." Frustrated, Adam tightened his jaw over words that would serve only to vent his emotions rather than soothe her worries. There was nothing more to say on that issue. He did not know if Woodward took Adam's threat to heart. "Next time a person comes to your door, seeking a position or an interview with you for any reason, will you please make certain you are accompanied by someone in this house whom you trust?" He meant to offer a suggestion, but his words came out like a command. Elaine stood, her brows furrowed and a storm in her grey eyes. "You are in this room with me alone?" He had overstepped again, causing offence. "You are right, Miss Chapple, I apologise." He forced a smile, though the words were bitterly spoken. "I will withdraw. Next time I have need to speak to you, I will make certain not to make you uncomfortable by appearing without a chaperone." He bowed and strode across the room, back to the open door, the hand not holding documents curling into a fist. "Mr. Gillensford," she called after him. He almost kept walking. He was not a servant after all, though he was bound to assist her as faithfully as one. Stopping at the door, he turned and stared at her, waiting to get away. Skirts swishing as she approached, Elaine's hands were clasped tightly before her. "I spoke harshly. I apologise for that. I am out of sorts." She brushed by him, entering the hallway. After taking several steps into the open corridor, she turned again. "I know you are trying to help me learn. I appreciate the effort, and I am sincerely grateful for all that you do for me. I am only sorry that I am not as prepared for this role as you would wish." "You worry over pleasing me?" he asked, taken aback. "I am in no position to offer critique, Miss Chapple. Even if I were, I must assure you that there is nothing in your character or actions I find displeasing." After he spoke, Adam felt the truth of his words to the very centre of his heart. He did not even count himself worthy of her company, yet he craved it. The minutes spent speaking with her, though his conscience pained him every second for what he had not revealed, had been the best of his day. In truth, he ached with the need to spend more time with her, to see her smile, to be the one that brought a smile to her face. When she spoke, the words emerged in little more than a whisper. "Thank you. That is good of you to say." The shadows under her eyes appeared darker in the lesser light of the hall. His concern for her health rose again. "I can see that something is wrong. Should I send for the apothecary? It would not do for you to take ill. The picnic is tomorrow." "I know." Elaine laid her palms flat upon the skirt of her gown. "I have not been sleeping well, thinking and planning for it. When I am unable to sleep, I sew. I started to hope I would have a dress finished in time to wear, but—" She shook her head. "The other one I brought will have to do. Then I can perhaps finish the new one in time to wear it on Sunday."
Why did you not ask the seamstress to make your gown a priority? Adam asked, shaking his head at her. No one will mind what the children wear, but you will be under close scrutiny. Her cheeks flamed briefly, the colour gone too quickly for his liking. I know, but I do not want Nancy or William to feel out of place. It is important to them both to be accepted, to feel that they belong. No matter what I wear, I will know I stick out like a goose among peacocks. It would be an easy thing to contradict her, but Adam doubted she would believe his compliments at the moment. Instead, he put his efforts into another direction. Please rest, Miss Chapple. The day is well planned. Mrs. Mayworth has told me all about it. You will do splendidly, and your health is important to your success. Retire early tonight at the very least. Will you come to the picnic? Elaine asked in a rush. I know I do not deserve your help in this matter, given how standoffish I have been of late, but I am certain I will bungle everything. If you are there to give me direction, to make certain I do not forget anyone's names, I will be far less anxious. Wide eyes pleading as much as her words, Elaine made it impossible to deny her. Adam ran his hand through his hair. Spending more time with her, though desired, might prove dangerous to his goals. Try as he might, he could not remain indifferent to her goodness or her beautiful grey eyes. I will be there, and I will do all that I can to help with the success of the event. You have my word. Elaine visibly relaxed, her shoulders slumping and her eyes closing. Thank you. He needed to leave before he did something foolish, such as tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, or taking her hand in his to offer comfort, or being closer, with the intention of trying her lips against his. No, that thought, that impulse had no place in his mind, not in regard to Elaine, not with his focus upon his inheritance. Though in that moment, Adam promised himself to make certain her life at Tersham Park was everything she dreamed it might be. No matter what he hoped to get out of his uncle's will, Miss Chapple deserved that much. You will impress them, Miss Chapple. His conviction of this nearly made him smile. As you have impressed me from the first moment I met you. Then he bowed and left, not waiting for her reaction nor her response. If she proved to need greater convincing, he might force himself and sweep her up into an embrace to show her how impressive he found her, how much he admired her. The complete lack of his right to do such a thing pressed upon him. Adam had violated Elaine's trust from the first moment they met, while she had proved a woman of integrity in every way. Trust, when broken, could not be regained with ease. Adam knew this from experience. There were few people in his life whom he knew he might depend upon. Only a handful of years before, when his brother married and the household changed, Adam's family had ceased to qualify as honourable. Everything Adam had thought his had been taken from him. His chambers, his animals, had all reverted to Richard, without even a discussion on the matter. Adam had a guest room in the home where he had grown up, not a place of permanence. Adam borrowed Richard's dogs for hunting. Adam had to learn how to afford a valet, a horse, his clothing and his upkeep when he was not staying with family, all on his own. The mistakes he had made often left him in humiliating situations among the people he used to consider friends. His past put him in a place of sympathy with Elaine. When she discovered his falsehoods, he would lose her trust and fall so low in her regard as to never return to his current place in favour. That moment must come. Eventually someone would tell her of the stipulation in Uncle Peter's will. Until then, he would continue to act as a friend, even if she would not forever see him as one. Chapter 12. The day of the picnic arrived, thankfully bright and beautiful. Elaine had prepared a contingency plan if rain had been the order of the day. With the children's hearts set upon a picnic and lawn games, it proved a relief that she need not entertain indoors. All the days and late nights of planning would be worth their happiness. Elaine smoothed down her second-best dress and checked her gloves for spots. She had a fichu tucked in the right places and wore her most conservative bonnet. Intending to appear perfectly respectable, everything about her must be above reproach, from her appearance to her manners. Elaine had only Mrs. Mayworth to state that she had achieved that aim. William set up his cricket field, and Nancy brought all the tea things for her doll out to the garden. Elaine hadn't even realised the doll had tea things, but Nancy explained Mr. Gillensford presented her with the tiny tea service. Yet another statement to Adam's thoughtfulness. Hopefully he would prove punctual as well, and would appear at her side to help greet her neighbours. Adam had given her the list of people to invite, people he claimed he had introduced her to at church. She remembered a few of the names, but not all. They had invited 6 families with their children. All said yes, even though they had no connection beyond those brief Sunday introductions. The conservatory doors opened, Elaine folded her hands in front of her and raised her chin, prepared to greet her first guests all alone. Adam appeared instead, putting a hat upon his head as he came down the steps. His long gait meant quick progress to her side. William and Nancy appeared behind him seconds later, both dressed in new clothing. Mrs. Fowler and her assistants had turned out a few items for Nancy just for the occasion, and the tailor in town proved efficient in providing boys' clothing too. "I found them trying to nick biscuits from the kitchen," Adam said, explaining his and the children's tardiness. "We are ready now, though, aren't we, children?" He raised his eyebrows at them both, then pointed at the ground next to Elaine. "Remember what I told you." "No running off until all the guests are come," Nancy said cheerfully before moving to where he had pointed. "And curtsy my best every time." Adam nodded and then looked to William, who had also hurried to step into place. "And?" "Behave like a gentleman." William puffed out his chest in a manner which would have made Elaine laugh had anxiety released its strangling grip upon her. After bestowing an approving smile on both children, Adam took up his place on the other side of Elaine. "I saw a carriage coming up the drive before I thought to check the kitchen for the pair of them," he said, while brushing off the sleeves of his coat. "Your guests will arrive in moments." Elaine nodded, but found herself with nothing to say. Her throat had gone dry. He leaned in closer, though he kept himself facing slightly away from her. "Miss Chapple, I must tell you how lovely you are today." Her eyes widened, and she turned to him, a protest on her lips. But she saw people coming through the doors and into the garden. It wasn't the time for him to tease her in such a way, and it was likely best if she did not respond. Though his words, however false they might be, proved to return some of her missing confidence. They both greeted her guests, Adam making certain to reintroduce everyone in a way that did not really sound like an introduction, helping Elaine to save face. It was as though he had heard her furiously trying to recall names as people came toward her. Everyone bowed, curtsied, and then went into the lawn near the garden, where rugs had been spread and tables laid out for the picnic. When the last of the invited guests appeared, mother, father, and 3 children, Elaine dismissed William and Nancy to play with the guests' children. She moved to take Adam's arm, but he stepped to the side as though he had not realised her intention. "Miss Chapple, I hope the afternoon proves successful for you." Adam bowed. He walked away, without her, directly to the other adults in the party. Perhaps it was for the best, in order to avoid gossip. Elaine tucked a strand of hair back behind her ear and into her bonnet. Everything depended upon how these people, her new social peers, took to her company and her hospitality. The situation was reminiscent of when she worked to establish herself as a seamstress in Ipswich. She had written her own advertisements to post in windows and on walls wherever people would allow it, and she visited the draper so he might tell his customers of her services. Then she posted letters of reference, mostly begged from her father's patrons. Slowly, ladies had come to speak to her about gowns for companions or daughters, nieces, wards, and finally for themselves. Had she been more confident all those years ago? Quite so. Because she knew, once people saw the end result of her work and recognised her skills, that they would trust her. In her new circumstances, no one judged her ability with a needle. they judged her. Once Elaine settled herself upon a cushion, with her neighbours beneath the trees, she attempted to appear as serene as an untroubled pond. No ripples, no waves, nothing except a calm facade. "Miss Chapple, it was such a delight to receive your invitation." Mrs. Bartleby spoke first to her, using an elegant fan to cool herself. "My Caroline was ever so pleased. I do believe she and Nancy became fast friends this past Tuesday." "Nancy has spoken of little else since your visit." Elaine tried to encompass all her guests as she spoke. "The children have worried over making friends. A change such as they have been through can be most disconcerting." Of course. Mrs. Linville, a woman with 4 children of her own, nodded sagely. "My dear husband inherited his estate 6 years ago. We are originally from Saxmundham. My sons took delight in coming nearer to the sea, but they were most shy when introduced to the other children." "But see how splendidly your boys have adapted," a gentleman, Mr. Kirby, Elaine remembered, said happily. "And the finest cricket players I have seen in many a year." Mrs. Linville accepted the compliment graciously, and the conversation went to the games of children for a time. Elaine did not relax. One round of conversation through, with hardly a word said by her, did not yet count as a victory. Not in her circumstances. When the moment was right, she made an observation on the sea, and admitted she still had not been to see it. "But you came from Ipswich," Mr. Massey said, all surprise. "That is near enough for a jaunt to the water and back, is it not?" He leaned back against the tree, looking in the direction of the designated cricket field. Most of the gentlemen continued to peer that way with interest. Elaine saw no danger in answering that question truthfully. "Yes, of course, I never took the opportunity, I'm afraid. Before Ipswich, I lived in London. There were no sea views for me there either." "My dear, you must try sea bathing as soon as possible," Mrs. Kirby told her, leaning forward as though to impart a great secret. "It will positively set you up for life. I go at least once a year, and I'm always better for it." Mrs. Bartleby shuddered. "I myself cannot abide the water. Think of all the things in there with you. Fish, mollusks and crustaceans, swimming about without a care for you, and unseen. It chills me to even think upon it." The merits of sea bathing were debated for several minutes, and then Mrs. Kirby turned to Elaine with a deep frown. "Miss Chapple, did you say you came from London and then to Ipswich? What an enormous change. What caused your family to make it?" All eyes turned to Elaine. Looking from one person to another, she could see their curiosity. Most likely it had been talked of, the oddity of a single woman coming into their midst with 2 children and no family of which to speak. She looked to where Adam stood, leaning against one of the trees. He had been staring out at the boys playing cricket too, until that moment. Adam met her gaze steadily and gave her a slow, most deliberate nod. His encouragement, however small, gave her the ability to speak. "I'm afraid it was the loss of my family, Mrs. Kirby, which prompted the removal from London. My mother passed away when I was very young, and my father lived in London to practice his trade. I was sent to school. When my father fell ill and died 5 years ago now, I could not possibly continue in that town." "You poor dear. Had you family in Ipswich?" Mrs. Bartleby asked, her hand covering her heart. "I cannot even imagine how difficult that must have been for you." "I had no family, Mrs. Bartleby." When Elaine made that statement, there were a few gasps, and all the attention was upon her, rather than the children playing on either side of their location. "I knew from rumours that Ipswich had need of someone with my skills." It would be better for her to admit to her past than allow someone more spiteful to do the deed, wouldn't it? "I understood that there was no seamstress considered of fine enough talent to sew for the upper classes." At last she had revealed her past, the secret freed in the air and never hidden again, whatever she may wish. She looked to Adam, afraid she had bungled the whole thing, only to find him smiling at her. His bright blue eyes conveyed nothing but approval. Tentatively, she returned his friendly expression. "A seamstress?" Mrs. Kirby murmured,
her head tilted back as she surveyed Elaine carefully. "How very interesting." "Indeed. I realise how strange it must seem." Elaine gathered her courage about her and lifted a plate of sandwiches to offer those nearest her, though she had rather use it as a shield to hide behind. "I am grateful I had the skills and training necessary, as without them, I do not know what might have happened to me when my father died. A woman is quite dependent upon a man to care for her. With no father, I had either to marry a man I barely knew, go to the workhouse, or worse. My ability to ply a trade saved my life." Though a couple of the women took a sandwich, their eyes remained riveted upon her, and when she finished speaking, a long silence stretched through the group. Adam finally broke it. "I count my blessings, Miss Chapple. I cannot imagine my own sisters in such a difficult position, forced to care for themselves. What you had to do was quite courageous." The last word drifted in the air a moment before Mrs. Bartleby started to nod. "Most courageous." The matron took a tiny bite of her sandwich, eyes unfocused in thought. "My father died when I was young." The sudden pronouncement came from Mrs. Massey, prompting Elaine to offer her an understanding smile. "My mother had to give the raising of each of us to uncles and aunts until she remarried. If she had not met my stepfather, I cannot tell how long that arrangement would have lasted before our family tired of us." She shuddered. "Mother always said she had never felt so helpless. Making one's way in the world, without any help at all, would challenge any of us." "How did you come to be the guardian of 2 children, alone as you were?" Mrs. Hayden asked before taking a large bite of a small strawberry. She leaned forward, as though nothing could be of more interest to her. "I have 5 children, and I can hardly manage them without the help of servants and a husband." There were a few understanding nods and chuckles at that announcement. "William was apprenticed to my father. When I left London, I could not leave him behind. The streets were teeming with orphans. I am certain you have all seen evidence of that. He came with me. In Ipswich, Nancy joined us. I am guardian to both of them." Thank goodness that had been made legal as soon as Mr. Tuttle-Kirk questioned her about the children in her care. "The late Mr. Gillensford's kindness to us will mean a wonderful future for both of them. William will go to school in January, and Nancy will be given every opportunity a young lady can have." It was bold to state such things about her plans and the future, but perhaps boldness would serve her well. The truth always did, in the past, and no one had made a disparaging comment yet. "Uncle Gillensford was a wise man," Adam said, bringing everyone's attention back to him. He was looking down at the ground, not disguising his amused expression. What humour had he found in that moment? Elaine's future and reputation were at stake, and he appeared as though he remembered an old joke. "I respect his wishes in regard to Miss Chapple. We will all see great things come from her, I imagine." His words settled around her heart. They were not eloquent or flattering. She sensed he spoke the truth, and his confidence in her future gave her comfort. Mr. Kirby thumped the ground with his fist. "Hear, hear! Your late uncle was forever surprising us with his ventures and contributions to our community, but he was always right. If he has placed Miss Chapple in our midst, I venture to suppose we will all in time be grateful for it. Now, I have been watching those boys," he pointed to the field, "and they haven't the first idea of proper pitching technique. Gentlemen, should we go and see to their instruction?" The men mostly rumbled their agreement and stood, taking leave of their wives to give their attention to the boys' game. Elaine bit her lip to keep from laughing at the sight. Adam shot a wink at her over the heads of the other ladies before joining the migration. "Did you know, I have heard talk of creating a club especially for playing cricket, here in Orford," Mrs. Kirby said with a shake of her head. "Can you imagine? Grown men forming clubs to play such a game." "There are cricket clubs already, are there not? Hambledon, I think, boasts a rather notorious one." Mrs. Hayden took up the subject with disapproval. "There ought to be more women's clubs. The gentlemen are forever looking for excuses to leave the house. I think I should want one, now and again, besides visiting days." "That is what sewing circles are for," Mrs. Bartleby stated with a smart nod. "And charities. Miss Chapple, would you be interested in joining our sewing circle? We meet every other Wednesday and take turns hostessing."
The ladies all looked at Elaine, their expressions kind, perhaps still a little curious, but not one of them appeared to disapprove of the invitation. Had they no further questions for her? No judgment to pass? Somehow, despite all of Adam's warnings, had Elaine found acceptance amid this group of middle-class ladies? Of course, she did expect the most resistance to come from Adam's family and their peers, but if she had support and the friendships of women such as those gathered around her, everything might turn out all right. "I would be delighted to join you." Elaine's pronouncement made, the conversation shifted to the delightful refreshments and the exchange of stories about the silly behaviours of their children. It was as though a burden fell from Elaine's shoulders, and she managed to quite enjoy the afternoon. The long afternoon in the sun meant Adam delayed his usual work with the steward. They had started drafting a new budget for the estate, one Adam thought would meet with Elaine's immediate approval, given her personal attitude toward her fellow living creatures. The financial paperwork was nearly ready, and keeping the main purpose of the change in finances a surprise proved difficult. After watching the way Elaine handled the picnic and the neighbours' curiosity, Adam firmly believed she deserved every good thing that could possibly come to her. "Hadn't you better be going home, Mr. Gillensford?" the old steward asked, packing up the papers upon his desk in the usual methodical way. "My wife will not keep my dinner warm much longer. I must be on my way." Adam rubbed at his forehead as he checked the time. "Is it that late already? I am sorry to have kept you, Mr. Yates." Adam started clearing away his portion of the work, setting books in their proper places. "Thank you for all your assistance today, and every day since Miss Chapple has come. It is a true honour to be in her employment." The steward bowed. "And working with you to ensure her time as mistress is long and fruitful has been an unexpected pleasure. Good evening, Mr. Gillensford." The compliment, paid without preamble or pomp, gave Adam pause. "Good evening," he said, the words coming slowly. Having never toiled so closely with a man of the steward's rank and importance to a household, Adam found the experience refreshing and somewhat invigorating. The long hours poring over account books and farmers' reports ought to have been tedious, but he left the office every day with a renewed sense of purpose and accomplishment. A man of his birth, finding joy in putting documents and finances in order, was unheard of. As a third son, no one had taken the time to train him in estate management. Even if he had found a wealthy wife, the likelihood of him having an estate the size of Tersham Park to manage was unlikely. When he had finished putting things to rights in the office, Adam blew out the lamps and shut the door quietly behind him. For an instant, standing in the darkened hall, he considered finding Elaine to say good night. Perhaps he could tell her how wonderfully she had handled her new neighbours, how well she stated the facts of her past. That might only sound condescending, though. Best to leave it alone. She had given no real indication she wished him in her company, except for making certain of his availability during the picnic in case she had need of his superior social knowledge. Seeking her out at such a late hour, without invitation, would be an overstep. Adam collected his things from Graham, then went out to find his horse waiting for him. His late uncle's servants were among the best trained he had ever seen, which almost amused him. He knew for a fact his uncle had rarely hired anyone brought up to household employment. Graham had been collected after a war, Mrs. Mayworth from a workhouse, some of the younger staff from orphanages and poorhouses. Peter Gillensford and his wife had collected their staff as others collected lost coins in the street, then provided training and patience, and even excellent references to those who chose to find employment elsewhere. Had Elaine learnt of this legacy yet? Would anyone think to tell her? Adam mounted the horse fetched to the front of the house for him, and he started his ride down the drive. Where the path began to curve away from the house, he glanced over his shoulder, and immediately brought the horse to a stop. Elaine walked along the walls of the house, her head down, around the outside of the gardens on the east wing. What was she doing, out all alone, so near sunset? Though it was not dangerous to be about in the fading light, he could not help but feel she should not be unaccompanied. He needed to find her a companion,
someone who would remind her to put on her bonnet before stepping out of doors. The horse took a few steps forward, then to the side, as Adam watched Elaine move with slow purpose through the grass, her head down all the while, as though dejected. He had no business going to her. She likely had no thought of seeing him again that evening. Yet he could not leave her alone without knowing if something troubled her. He turned the horse in that direction and nudged the beast into a trot. When he grew near enough for her to hear his approach, Elaine raised her head and stopped her walk. She raised her hand in greeting and bestowed one of her most glowing smiles upon him. "Mr. Gillensford, I did not know you were still about." Gladdened by the smile, as each she gave felt like a gift conferred, he answered it with one of his own and dismounted. He kept the reins in his hand and approached her. "I have kept myself busy with Mr. Yates. I lost track of time." He tilted his head to the side, taking in her appearance with an aim to discover the state of her mind. "I am surprised to see you out here. It grows late. Is anything the matter?" Elaine started to shake her head, the warm glow of the setting sun at her back, giving her hair a rosy halo. But then she stilled and bit her bottom lip. "I do not suppose anything is necessarily wrong. My mind is not at rest, though, and I thought a walk might help." "Ah, I see. A walk along the shrubbery of the garden would be better for that than walking within the garden itself." Adam spoke somewhat cheekily. It wasn't his business where she walked. None of his business at all. "Everything here is beautiful," she answered, her eyes sweeping over the lawns and trees. "It is all a garden to someone who grew up in a crowded town. But I do have a destination in mind. Would you like to accompany me?" As he had thought her put out with him, perhaps even regretting their over-familiarity in past days, the invitation surprised him. How could he not accept? "Of course, Miss Chapple. I will follow where you lead." The gentle, unaffected smile he liked best appeared, and she gestured eastward. "Then we are to journey this way together, Mr. Gillensford." She continued walking, and he kept beside her, the horse following along with head down to occasionally nip at the grass. The sounds of the night had begun, though there was time yet before the sun disappeared beyond the horizon entirely. The insects that buzzed and bumbled about during the day had retired, and the crickets started their songs in earnest. Few birds flew overhead, as though those still out were hurrying home to their branches. The owl, the nightingale, and thrush would take their places soon. They walked by an opening in the hedge to the flower gardens, Elaine's eyes still more often on the ground than the world around her. "Did the picnic go well today?" she asked, her voice quiet in the stillness around them. "I thought it all marvellous." He spoke with complete sincerity. "The children enjoyed themselves, making several friends. I also confess myself impressed with your handling of their parents. You turned every aspect of your unusual circumstances to your favour, and you maintained as much composure as a duchess." Her cheeks reddened and her lips turned upward, her pleasure modest. Her eyes lifted, but she kept them ahead rather than look at him. "I am glad you think so. Thank you for assisting me today. I do not think I would have done so well without your silent encouragement." "I did nothing," he insisted. "My part was small if it existed at all. After today, I hope you have greater confidence in your place here. It is only the beginning, of course. But given that I already like you more than I like my own family, I cannot think it will be difficult to win the good opinion of everyone else." She laughed, the sound as soft as the fading birdsong. "I think you paint too pretty a picture with words such as that. I am not born to this, Mr. Gillensford. Not everyone will be receptive, and if I step 1 foot out of line, they will be twice as harsh with me. We both know that." Though it pained him to admit it, Elaine spoke the truth. Yet he would not let her dwell on that negative thought. Adam tilted his chin upward. "Then it is a very good thing you hold yourself to such high standards." Folding her arms over her middle, Elaine's eyes settled on the darkening horizon. "High standards for a seamstress. When I think of all the mistakes I have made these past weeks, I am quite horrified. How many things have I done wrong?
and no one has bothered to tell me about them. Mrs. Mayworth has corrected how I address the servants, and Graham must continually remind me to put on a bonnet and gloves to step outside." She slanted a mischievous glance at him. "You can see I ignored that advice this evening, but it was so beautiful out, and I wanted to enjoy the breeze. Bonnets are particularly detrimental to such things. Besides, there is no one here to see me." Did that mean he was no one, or that she did not mind him being there to see her? The answer to that question eluded him, and guessing at what she might say if he asked made him inexplicably uncomfortable. "What good is it to be mistress of all of Tersham Park if you are required to obey every rule all the time?" he asked, encouraging her where he should have told her to heed the butler's advice. "Besides, I quite like your hair." Her blush returned, and her eyes went forward again. "So you have said before. Thank you. It earned me a great deal of teasing when I was younger. One of my suitors even told me it was a pity about my hair, as it distracted from what might otherwise be called comely features." Though she spoke lightly, her nose wrinkled at the shared memory. That made Adam feel somewhat insulted on her behalf. He obviously wasn't a man of good taste. When she only raised her eyebrows, he quickly defended his position. "In the Royal Gallery, there was an exhibition on Italian paintings. I went, and there were the most stunning portraits of red-headed women I have ever seen. I think the Italians must have had something of an obsession for a time. But the paintings were extraordinary. There was one in particular, by Titian, that I could not help but admire. He saw the beauty in the colour, the way light reflected from it, and he presented the woman of that piece in such a way that all must see the same. I highly doubt any one of my acquaintance before you has been in a position to see the Royal Gallery," she said somewhat loftily. The way she bit her lip after speaking, as though to prevent showing pleasure in the remark, somewhat frustrated him. He shrugged before making his retort. They had no need to view paint on canvas to see the beauty of such a woman, given you were before them to demonstrate how the colour can become a lady. That comment darkened her cheeks. "You are flattering me, Mr. Gillensford." A sigh escaped her as she turned her face away from him. "I wish you would not." That comment stung, as though she called his honesty into question, which she should, given how much he hid from her. But that was not the point of their current conversation, and he could not let her think him an idle flatterer. "I am in earnest, Miss Chapple." Adam gave his attention to the taller grass of the meadow they had entered behind the household gardens. The sheep most likely would be turned loose upon the long grasses soon. "I understand it is difficult to change a long-held opinion about yourself, especially when thoughtless fools have reinforced it through careless words. But I have never paid you a compliment lacking sincerity. I promise you that." Elaine cast him a surprised glance before turning quickly away. She said nothing to his words, though he hoped her silence meant she examined them closely. After a time, she altered their course to walk directly into the waving grass. Her fingertips brushed the heads of wildflowers, while her lips remained pressed together in a tight line. The sky had turned a deep orange, with streaks of purple reaching into the darker blue of the coming night. When she spoke at last, he had almost decided to take his leave. "Sometimes I feel rather like these flowers." Her fingers stroked the pink petals of a small bloom. "It's called a flat pea. As lovely as it is, it belongs here in the meadow, away from the garden so carefully tended. If it tried to take root there in the flower beds, it would be plucked out and thrown into a pile of rubbish to be burned." She shuddered and released the plant. "That is a rather dismal view of things." Adam touched the pink flower too. "You are not a wild flower, Miss Chapple. You are a woman who has been given a new home and a new way of life." "Your family would pluck me out of it if they could," she answered softly. Then she looked up to the sky. "It is growing late. I think I shall go back through the garden gate." He sighed and scratched at his forehead, where his hat pressed. She was quite right about head coverings proving a nuisance. "I will accompany you that far to make certain of your safety." They started back through the grass, until she found a small footpath, likely taken by the servants and local rabbits. He stayed beside her, though it meant continuing to tromp through the meadow's long grasses. When they came to the gate, his eyes lit upon a cheerful sight. Somehow, one of the rose bushes had escaped the confines of the garden hedge. A few long branches of bright yellow buds reached out of the shrubbery as though trying to escape to the meadow. "Miss Chapple," he said, releasing the reins of his horse, "look here." He went to one of the rose's limbs and carefully broke it from its brothers. "Perhaps you have things the wrong way around. As cultivated as the garden might be, look at the beauty that tries to grow elsewhere. It is not so much about where a flower belongs, as where it finds the ability to grow." He held the rose out to her, the yellow petals bright, despite the fading light. Elaine took the flower from him and raised it nearly to her lips, closing her eyes to breathe in its scent. "You cannot turn my metaphor against me so easily, sir." Despite her words, her expression grew softer. Then she stared up at him, through the shadows growing around them, confusion in her grey eyes. "I wish I could trust your words." An ache began somewhere in Adam's centre and slowly spread outward. Standing so close, the night air warm and rich, Adam wanted nothing more than to give her comfort. But what would his words be worth when she discovered his betrayal of her trust? He could not delay that moment forever, and it would cause her pain to learn the truth. What if he told her right then? What if he confessed everything to her, about his reasons for being at her side, and how those reasons had begun to change? If he could only show her exactly what was in his mind and heart. Hesitantly, Adam lifted a gloved hand to her cheek. Her eyes widened at the touch, but she did not pull away. She trusted him, believed in him, and counted him a friend. That gave him hope, though he knew himself unworthy of all her good opinions. He needed to tell her the truth. How would she look at him after, not with such faith in him? "I will do everything in my power to prove worthy of your friendship, Elaine." For a moment she appeared confused. "I did not think you wished to be my friend any more." The words spoken were almost tremulous, an emotion lacing through them that made his heart drop with new shame. She had seemed to withdraw, to hold herself away from him, ever since that day in the conservatory. But perhaps he had pulled too far from her company in his attempt to return to an appropriate formality. Adam dropped his hand from her cheek, though he wished instead to keep it there, to assure her with his touch as well as his words. "I cannot think of a person in my life whose friendship I value more than yours." Her eyes revealed a fragility to her he had not seen so plainly before, as though she might shatter if he spoke the wrong word. The confession he needed to make died before it reached his lips. After her vulnerability displayed at the picnic, her tenuous triumph, he could not wound her with the truth that evening. Not yet. Not when she stared up at him, as though she cared for him. He tore his gaze from hers and reached for the gate to the garden. He opened it for her, stepping back to allow her clear passage. "Good evening, Miss Chapple." Rose still in her hands, she went through the opening, but turned when he closed it. The gate's top came to her shoulders, granting them easy sight of one another. "Will I see you tomorrow?" she asked, her eyes widened almost hopefully. "I think you shall. Your dance instructor comes tomorrow, does he not?" he asked, hand still on the gate. It would be so easy to touch her again, or to bend over the barrier between them. "He does." Adam forced himself to take a step back, and then a second. "Then I will certainly be here. You have a ball in a fortnight. It is my duty to help you practice." He bowed, keeping his eyes on hers through the movement. "If that meets with your approval." Elaine nodded, raising the rose to her lips as though to hide her pleased smile. She only managed to appear even more enchanting. "Then good evening, Mr. Gillensford." She curtsied,
then turned and walked at a quick pace through the gardens, disappearing behind an ornamental shrubbery. Adam took in and released a deep breath, the scent of roses lingering in the night air. He gathered the reins of his horse, who had wandered several yards away to eat the flowers in the meadow. He mounted and directed the beast to the road. The moon was rising, thankfully, to light his way back to his brother's manor. All he could think of, following the moon's silvery path, was the way Elaine's lips had pressed into the rose petals when she smiled. He could take comfort in making her happy, in momentarily dispelling her fears. But it wasn't enough. When she learned he helped her in pursuit of his own selfish dreams, she would never look at him the same way again. He needed to stop thinking that way. What she thought of him mattered little, in the end, because what mattered most was Elaine's success. He had to put that at the forefront of all his concerns. Adjusting his thoughts, he tried to put himself back onto her defence. She was right about his family and the way people would watch her for mistakes. Somehow he had to protect her from censure. If she would not marry, and she would not take herself somewhere else until she had established some sort of reputation among her newly acquired peers, the neighbourhood must come to love her. Everyone had to see Miss Chapple for the remarkable woman she was and think the best of her. Her success would determine whether or not he obtained his inheritance after all. Riding through the semi-darkness, Adam tried not to dwell on how hollow that motive now seemed when it had been the driving strength behind his actions in the beginning. Nothing had changed. Not really. He couldn't let things change. But Elaine's lips upon the rose petals, her grey eyes staring up at him, was not an image easily put from his mind. Chapter 13. Elaine bit her bottom lip to keep from giggling, the sight of the dance master attempting to arrange the placement of Nancy in William's arms striking her as most ridiculous. At 11 and 6, William stood at nearly double Nancy's height. "You think it amusing now?" Adam whispered from where he stood more than a yard in front of her. "It is almost your turn." He smirked, as though offering a challenge. Raising her nose in the air was her only response. As a student of Mrs. Harper's School for Young Ladies, Elaine had learned to dance well enough, although, with 10 years between the last time she gambolled down Mrs. Harper's dining room and the present, she did not expect to be as proficient as she had once been. "Are you certain you need us, miss?" Mrs. Mayworth asked, wincing as though the very thought of dancing pained her. Turning to address the housekeeper and the frowning butler, as both had been pressed into service for the dancing lessons, Elaine tried to reassure them. "Yes, we do. We need all the help available to us. I am grateful for you both." Mr. Carrow, a man shorter than Elaine's 5.5 feet, scampered in one last circle around the children before he came and stood next to Elaine. Yes, fine. He had demonstrated for them a pattern of steps, had everyone practice on their own in one long line, and now thought them ready to attempt the same with partners. "Remember, you go to the right of your partner first, move into their position, back to back. Then you return to your original situation, forming a completed circle. This is an allemande." The dancing master signalled to his assistant, his niece, at the pianoforte. She began to play, and as agreed upon, the butler and housekeeper went first. Then Elaine and Adam, her steps hesitant enough that she had to make up for it at the end of the circle by taking too large a stride. Mr. Carrow narrowed his eyes at her, but said nothing. The children, she was pleased to see, did the manoeuvre exactly correct. "Excellent. Miss Chapple, you must be bolder or you will be out of rhythm every time." He gestured to the servants. "Lead down the middle, if you please." Graham and Mrs. Mayworth stepped forward to join hands, then did a sort of skipping walk down the middle of the other couples, before turning and taking up Nancy and William's position at the bottom of their line. Elaine moved to copy them with Adam, trying to concentrate on his steps to match hers appropriately to his. This distracted her enough that she did not release his hand immediately when she should have. The children executed the movement nearly perfectly, when it was their turn to move from the top of the dancing row to the bottom. "Dear me, the children are quite accomplished." Mr. Carrow bowed to them both, making Nancy giggle behind her. "Children,
Will you come stand to this side of the room? Yes, there. Practice the hand joining in front and behind, if you will."
Then he stalked up to Elaine, somehow making her feel small with his exasperated frown. He stared at her, then waved a hand to signal his niece. She changed the music to a slower tune.
"Mr. Gillensford, if you will permit me to partner with your lady."
Adam bowed and stepped back, his teasing look replaced with one of more concern. Elaine pulled her attention from him and attempted to give her full focus to the master.
"You will dance with me, Miss Chapple. See here, let us make certain your feet wish to move as they are bid."
He stretched out a foot and then the other, tapping the ground before him in time with the music.
"You see, your feet must know when to touch the floor. Try."
Blushing at her ineptitude, Elaine mirrored him. Keeping rhythm had never been a problem for her before. Yet so much depended upon her ability to perform at least a set at the ball without revealing herself to be completely uneducated.
"Good, good. Now, Allemande."
Elaine went left instead of right, nearly running into Mr. Carrow. He paused again and pursed his lips.
"You said you received instruction before. Tell me, did you experience these difficulties at the time?"
Twin flames sprung up in her cheeks, and Elaine knew they glowed most fiercely given how hot her skin turned. "No, Mr. Carrow, I cannot remember having trouble like this before." She steadfastly ignored Adam, refusing to see whether he pitied her or laughed at her.
"We shall try again."
Mr. Carrow clapped his hands for the children, pointing them to their places.
"Another quarter of an hour, I think."
Graham and Mrs. Mayworth patiently returned to their positions, but Mr. Carrow remained in Adam's place. He called out each move they performed, walking between each other, changing places from top to bottom of the room, not stopping even when Elaine missed a step. Not until they had repeated one of the simpler patterns 3 times.
"Good, good. There is improvement, Miss Chapple. I charge you to practice on your own. I will return next week to view your progress."
He bowed and went to his niece, assisting her in collecting her music. Elaine put her hand to her forehead, pushing back a long lock of hair that had escaped its proper twist at some point that morning. Adam stood with his arms folded, staring at her. Miss Mallet, who had been quietly knitting in the corner while the children practiced, came forward to collect them.
"Miss Chapple," she said, her low voice soothing and tone most polite. "If you wish, I would be happy to play for you when you practice." "Oh, yes, thank you, that would be most helpful." Elaine ruffled William's hair and put her arm around Nancy's shoulder. "You both did marvellously. I hope I can depend upon your help as well." "It isn't too hard, Elaine." Nancy wrapped her arm around Elaine's waist and hugged her in a fierce manner. "And you will have lots and lots of time to practice for your ball. Or you can pretend you are ill and stay at home," William added, a grin stretching across his face. "I hope it will not come to telling falsehoods," Elaine gave him a narrow-eyed glare. "Though I might send you in my place, as you are such an expert in dance already." William ducked his head to hide his grimace. "Dancing is such a waste of time. I would much rather go riding or play cricket." His governess chuckled. "Yet neither of those things are on our schedule just yet. Come, we have lessons to attend to." Miss Mallet curtsied, encouraging the children to take their leave properly. Then she led them from the room. Mr. Carrow approached again, his niece on his arm.
"Practice, Miss Chapple. It is the only way to be proficient."
He bowed and took his leave. With a deep sigh, Elaine turned and walked to the windows. Perhaps a few moments of the warm sunlight upon her face would be enough to restore her good spirits. Why she had turned into a bumbling creature when she needed grace and dignity, she could not explain. Adam's deep voice carried through the room. "Thank you, Graham, Mrs. Mayworth. You may return to your duties." The clicks of the servants' shoes as they withdrew from the room echoed in time to Elaine's rapidly beating heart. Everyone who saw her attempt to dance at the ball would think her a simpleton. If she modestly declined to dance, perhaps claiming she did not enjoy it, they would guess her to be uneducated. Though she admitted the truth of her background without shame, failing to perform in front of a room of people made her nearly dizzy with worry. The ball mattered. "You have time." Adam approached, but she did not turn around. Her eyes had begun to water, her unfocused vision growing blurry.
and we all wish to help." She took in a shuddering breath, willing the tears to recede. "I used to be good at dancing." Elaine wrapped her arms around herself, holding the escaping emotions in as much as possible. "Mrs. Harper's dance instructor always said so. I did well in French. I could sew better than the instructor brought in for the embroidery lessons. I struggled with German and some of the poetry studies, but I really could dance." She lowered her head and closed her eyes, willing the tears to disappear. Warmth from behind, and a sudden awareness told her Adam stood quite close. Close enough that if she leaned back she might put her head upon his shoulder. Heat grew in her stomach at the thought of allowing him to support her, if only for a moment. It had been so long since anyone had shielded her from the world, from her own faults. An eternity, it seemed, since she had been embraced by anyone with the ability to offer comfort. Would he hold her if she stepped back? "Why did you never dance after school?" he asked, so quietly she nearly did not hear him over her troublesome thoughts. Even a seamstress would have been invited to an assembly for tradesmen and their families. There were fair days and festivals. You must have had an opportunity before now. Elaine wanted to turn, to look him in the eye and tell him everything that had held her back. So much of it was foolish, but she kept her back to him, knowing if she looked at him she would act on her inappropriate wishes. Instead, she tried to explain. "Father did not encourage me to attend such things," she said softly. "He needed my help, and we were often busy. People are forever buying clothes in London. He did not always trust that the tradesmen would conduct themselves properly either. Then he died, and I went into mourning." She shook her head. "I had to leave London for Ipswich. I had a young boy to look after. Balls were out of the question. Then Nancy came into my life, and I had even less reason to spend my time frivolously. 2 children depended upon me." Had he moved closer? When she drew in a breath, his sage and cedarwood scent surrounded her. His next words were a low murmur, nearly in her ear. "William was your father's apprentice. What of Nancy? How did she come to be in your care?" The day Elaine found Nancy sprang into her mind, though the circumstances were far different from the time in which she presently stood. That month, so long ago, the skies had rained and rained and rained. Ipswich streets had washed almost clean, only to then flood with filth when the water stopped finding places to go. Without the sun, Ipswich grew cold, and William fell ill. "William was 7, Elaine said quietly. "In November, 4 years ago. I left him at home and closed my shop. No one was coming in anyway because of the rain and mud. I went to the apothecary to purchase herbs. William had a cough that would not go away." She shuddered. The memory of the freezing dampness made bumps stand out along her arms. "I walked by an alley, as much in a hurry to be out of the rain as everyone around me. I heard someone crying. I nearly went on. A sick child at home and the skies falling, I could have easily ignored the sound. But you did not," Adam guessed. His fingertips brushed her right arm, just above the long glove she wore for dancing practice. Then his hand closed gently around her elbow. "What did you find?" "The most beautiful little girl," Elaine answered, the tears returning to her eyes for an entirely different reason. "She was so small, Adam. Hungry, dirty, and sad. I found her curled up under a pile of old crates, wearing practically nothing. But when she looked up at me, so hopeful and lost, she asked for her mamma." Elaine leaned into his touch on her arm as she remembered the horror and the ache in her chest. I gathered her up in my coat. It had been a large woolen overcoat, more suited to a man than a woman, and certainly more substantial than the Spencers ladies of the higher classes wore. We went looking for her mother. Nancy wasn't old enough to help, but I asked everyone all along that street for help, at every shop. No one knew her. I took her back to the apothecary to be looked over. Apart from her obvious hunger, there was nothing wrong with her." "Who would just leave a child out in the cold?" Adam asked, his voice low and heavy with emotion. What justification could there be for such heartlessness? Elaine stepped away from him and turned around, meeting his eyes to see anger simmering deep inside. It happens more often than you know, she told him. Families cannot feed all the children, so one is given away or turned out to fend for themselves. Or a poor mother cannot stand the sight of a starving child, so she leaves the child, in hopes someone else can care for them. Perhaps that was the case for Nancy. I will never know. His expression gentled, and Adam reached up to touch her cheek as he had the evening before. Thank goodness he wore gloves too. You claimed her as your own. Not as though she was a puppy or a lost umbrella. His touch made it difficult for her to speak, but he had to understand. And not because I am a saint. I nearly walked by without stopping like everyone else. Then why keep her? His gaze penetrated her, searched her very soul. What did he see? Why not turn her over to a church or charity? The truth made no sense, and no one had ever asked about her decision before. Yet Elaine's answer had always been there in her heart. Because she had already been through enough, and I knew I could give her more than food and a roof over her head. I knew I could love her. I knew it the moment I looked into her eyes. Adam regarded her intensely, a look of wonder in his eyes that nearly undid her defences. He was handsome and gentle and kind and absolutely everything she had dreamed of in a man before she accepted she could never marry and care for the children too. When he spoke, she forced herself to listen, forced away her impossible emotions. You are the most selfless woman I have ever met. It was a statement, firm and certain enough she knew he would not permit her denial. You are not a saint, Elaine Chapple, but I think you might be an angel. You will do anything for those children. Adam's thumb brushed across her jaw. Then he removed his hand and stepped back. His moving away pulled at her heart as though he had a string tied to it grasped in his hand. She took in a shaky breath, missing his nearness in a way that ought to have shamed her. Including, Adam continued, dancing at a ball. A protest rose to her lips but died swiftly. Adam was right. She had to stop thinking of Adam in such a useless, hopeless way. The children's future happiness, their chances at a better life than any of them had known, rested upon her shoulders. Will you show me the steps again? Adam held his hand out to her, an invitation she accepted at once. His hand was warm and strong. He led her back to the centre of the music room and released her, moving to stand before her. We have no music. It sounded like a caution. We will do our best. Elaine curtsied, he bowed, and they began the steps Mr. Carrow had taught them. This time, Elaine did not falter. Putting aside her fears, as well as her dreams, for the sake of the children, kept her steady and made her unbreakable. Chapter 14. At the end of another day at Tersham Park, Adam left the estate with deep satisfaction. Since his rather emotional conversation with Elaine 5 days past, he had escorted her to church and seen her through 2 more dancing lessons with Mr. Carrow. Her improvement had been met with praise from the instructor and an issued challenge to learn 4 dances before he came again. As long as Elaine continued to think of the children, as Adam knew she would, her success at the ball was assured. He had half a mind to ask her for a set that evening, or perhaps 2. Yet concern for her reputation kept him back. If he were honest with himself, fear that she might reject him kept him from extending the invitation. Though they had seen more of each other of late, and she thanked him for each effort he made on her behalf, Elaine still held herself back. Hesitation in her eyes, and the tight rein she kept upon her words in his presence were evidence enough of that. Had she sensed there might be a reason to distrust him? All the way to the Earl's house, Adam kept his mind working upon the issue. The opportunity to tell her the truth never seemed to come. They were never alone.
Not since she told him of Nancy's origins. He started to wonder if there was a better way to approach the issue. What if he proved himself first, showing his true intentions toward her? He needed her to recognize his only desire was her safety and success. He missed her easy laugh from the day they toured the castle grounds. The children had been happy, and Elaine had taken in their joy enough to influence her own, despite her worries at the time. If only Adam could recreate that day. Something about it had been magical. And he knew walking around that castle with her had given him an insight and appreciation for her character. Adam had nearly arrived at the Montcliff estate door when the idea struck him. A perfectly wonderful idea. The Orford Ness lighthouses. The High Lighthouse might be especially interesting and exciting for the children. Lord Baybrook owned the land and oversaw its upkeep. If Adam dashed a note off to the Baron that evening, he might secure permission to enter the building by the next afternoon. A day near the sea might prove the perfect time to tell Elaine everything. After leaving his horse with a groom, Adam did not waste time entering the house. He pulled off his hat and gloves, barely looking at the butler as he strode towards the stairs. "Mr. Gillensford," the servant called, his voice more hiss than whisper. Already 3 steps above the ground floor, Adam paused and looked over his shoulder. "Yes, Rigby?" It was then he noticed the butler's somewhat harried expression. "Your lady mother is at home." Had the butler lobbed a curse at his head, Adam could not have been more horrified by the man's pronouncement. He glanced up the staircase, falling back a step. Being told a live bear had been loosed in the house could not have made him more cautious. "Where is she?" Adam asked, voice lowered. "In her upstairs sitting room, sir." Rigby's forehead had twice the normal amount of creases present. "She asked that I direct you to her as soon as you returned." There would be no delaying the disaster, then. "How long has she been here? Does she know where I have been all day?" "Her ladyship arrived 3 hours ago, sir." The butler shifted, clasping Adam's hat to himself most awkwardly. "I could not lie to her, sir. I told her you were at Tersham Park." Blast servant loyalty. At least Adam had some warning to prepare for a confrontation. "Thank you, Rigby. I will see her at once." "Very good, Mr. Gillensford." Rigby bowed and withdrew, leaving Adam to make the dreaded climb up the steps alone. He held the rail tight, with each step composing his first words to her. Mother would have questions, demands, and opinions about everything. The surest way to keep her at bay, to give her nothing upon which to build her own plans, would be to answer her in as unconcerned a manner as possible. He took a deep breath outside the door, readying himself to do battle. Did everyone face parents with a longing for chainmail and a helmet to protect them? Likely not. Had his mother rushed home after receiving Georgiana's letter? How much did she know of the situation at the estate? As he stepped inside, he slipped on his only protection, a mask of indifference. "Mother, welcome home." Adam crossed the room to his mother's favourite couch, upon which she reclined at her ease. He bowed, then bent and kissed her upon the cheek as expected. "Adam!" She did not raise her head from the cushions upon which it was propped. "It is nearly time to dress for dinner. What have you been about all day? Surely the little seamstress could not require the whole of your time." "Even if she did, do you think I would allow such liberties?" Adam asked, taking up a chair near her. "I barely glimpsed the woman today. I spent most of my time with the old steward, sorting through my late uncle's investments." That was nearly the truth. He dared reveal nothing until his mother showed her hand. Frederica, Dowager Countess of Montcliff, raised up slightly in interest. "Your inheritance for assisting that upstart. Is it good news, Adam?" Of course she would start salivating over the idea of more money coming into the family. "The best of news, madam." He smirked and steepled his fingers together before him. "I rather hope Richard is not successful in overturning the will, as it might throw into question exactly how much of the income would fall to me." "Ah, the courts, yes." She flicked her wrist to dismiss that idea. "Richard has spoken to several prominent men, and it seems your great-uncle well calculated who to use as witnesses. No one wishes to upset the Duke of Kent." Adam's composure nearly fell at that, but as the idea settled,
He did not bother hiding a smile. Uncle Gillensford was quite a cunning old gentleman. He must have done something to earn his Grace's approval. I have no wish to know what sort of unsavoury actions your great-uncle performed to garner such favour, she sniffed. It cannot have been decent. Most likely, his great-uncle had only done something kind, much like Elaine had done in order to inherit an entire fortune. The royal family did not often show favour to younger sons, no matter their age, but Peter Gillensford had never been an ordinary man. Wise in business and kind of heart, he won many people's good opinion through the years. Much as Elaine had won the loyalty of the staff, the friendship of her neighbours, and Adam's own admiration. Uncle Peter had chosen as his heir a woman with precisely his same spirit of gentle strength and genuine compassion. How had the old gentleman recognised a kindred soul in a woman he spoke to for less than an hour's time? "That is a bleak look upon your face." His mother had narrowed her eyes at him, and Adam hastily composed himself. Adam forgot where he stood and who watched him. Lost as he was, in memories of Peter Gillensforth's warm smiles and encouragement for Adam to be a better man. "I beg your pardon, Mother. I was thinking on my brother's disappointment." Mother tossed her head carelessly. "Richard will fare well enough. He is an earl, and hardly in need of your pity. What we need worry about now is your next move, Adam." "My next move?" What could she want from him now? "Yes, to secure your uncle's leavings from the seamstress." His mother chuckled. "The old woman can hardly have need of everything under her possession. Might she be persuaded to give over more of it to you?" "I cannot think such would be easily done," he answered, attempting to sound unconcerned. His mother had not received Georgiana's letter. Whatever miracle had occurred on that account, Adam promised to offer a prayer of gratitude for it later. Prayer. Uncle Peter had always encouraged Adam to pray, even though Adam saw little point in the practice and said so. His uncle had never once given up on trying to teach Adam, trying to show him the way to lead a happier, more grateful life. If only Adam had not abandoned his great-uncle when Aunt Gillensford passed away, and the cheer went out of the widower's soul. Not because of Adam's inheritance. No, he did not deserve the home and lands his uncle worked hard to procure. Adam regretted leaving his uncle alone in sorrow in order to pursue his own selfish comforts. At that moment, his mother's fat little pug stuck its snubbed nose out from under her couch and started sniffing the air. "Oh, sweet dog, there you are." She bestirred herself enough to gather the lazy animal into her arms. The dog distracted Mother long enough for Adam to regain his hold on the cold, civil indifference most likely to appease his mother. "How was the rest of the season, Mother? I did not hear news of a conquest. Is Philippa yet unattached?" "That girl will never marry, given her ridiculous standards," Mother sniffed most disdainfully. "She could have had an earl, an Italian count, or even the grandson of a duke, if she had listened to me. But no, Philippa must have her own way. I may not give her another season if she continues about in this most ungrateful manner." The amount of railing his mother did against his sister eased Adam's mind. Philippa had not allowed anyone to force her into a match, which meant she remained free a little longer. His sister had taken to reading novels at a young age, and poetry. Though Adam had never directly asked, he suspected that she held herself in trust for a love match. For nearly a quarter of an hour, Mother spoke of the season. She went on about everyone she had seen, all that they had done, and the scandals she had learned of through whispers in the corners of ballrooms. She hardly required a word from Adam, except for him to agree with her harsh criticisms, or to express surprise every now and again. Mother had just begun to tell him of a scandal involving the regent himself, when the door opened again and Philippa entered, dressed in a gown the colour of daffodils, and as fresh in appearance as a spring morning. "Adam, you are home!" She came with open arms, and he hurried to stand and return her embrace. "I am delighted you are here still. You are usually gone by the time we return from London." "I do have pressing business near at hand," Adam reminded her, tempering his response even though seeing his sister cheered him. "I am here for a year, if Miss Chapple expresses need of me that long." "That woman!" Mother tossed her head, disdain in her eyes. "Do you you think she will insist you fulfil the whole year of that time? Your whole life waiting to dance attendance for a year upon her needs?"
Philippa raised her eyebrows, as though seconding her mother's question. "I do not know," though he certainly hoped Elaine saw no need to dismiss him in the foreseeable future. Being at the ready to help her had given him purpose. For once in his life he had purpose, and someone who appreciated what he did. It was somewhat exhilarating to do something of value, rather than idle away his days. Those thoughts nearly surprised him. When had he come to feel that way? Philippa took her seat upon a padded stool near her mother, so she could reach out and rub the pug's little ears. "I cannot wait to meet her." Adam started. "You what?" "I wish to meet her, as soon as possible. I would love to know exactly why our great-uncle thought to leave his fortune to someone we do not know." Philippa's smile, genuine and innocent, sent him into something of a panic. Adam thought of a way he might delay the meeting at least a week. "There is to be a ball, Friday next, at the Carringtons' home. They are celebrating their eldest daughter's engagement. If Philippa and his mother knew they would see Elaine there, they might not be in a hurry to pay a formal visit." "Pity we are not celebrating something similar," his mother said icily, casting a dark look in her daughter's direction. Philippa did not bat an eye. "I did hear of that. I must hope we receive an invitation as soon as the neighbourhood knows we are home. Did they invite Miss Chapple?" The Dowager Countess shifted, glaring at nothing in particular. "Why would they? She is a nobody, a nothing, a seamstress." "Actually, Miss Chapple will be in attendance." Perhaps in such a public setting her reaction to the use of the upstart would be somewhat tempered. His mother hated surprises, of any sort, so nothing good would come of that moment. "Lovely." Philippa tipped her head to the side, regarding Adam in an all-too-knowing manner. "You must tell me more about her, so when we are introduced, I will know exactly how to put her at ease." Mother made a most unpleasant sound. "Dinner is in an hour. I need to dress, as do both of you." She rose from the couch, pushing her little dog from her lap to the floor at the same time. "I do not wish to be kept waiting. It has been a long and trying day of travel." Adam stood swiftly to bow her out. "Yes, Mother." "We will be down on time, Mother." Philippa made no motion to rise, which earned her another glare before their mother took herself out the door. The moment the door closed, Adam fell back into his chair. He shuddered. "I am in a great deal of trouble, Pippa." His mother had outlawed the pet name for Philippa years before, but Adam never failed to use it when no one but his sister might hear. A somewhat rueful look came into her expression as she leaned forward, resting her chin in her palm. "I thought I detected something amiss in your behaviour, especially whenever there was mention of the seamstress. What is wrong, Adam?" "I take it you and Mother did not receive Georgiana's letter?" When his sister shook her head, confirming his suspicions, Adam did not know whether to rejoice or despair. "There is something you need to know about Miss Chapple." If he had convinced Elaine to leave the country, things might have been easier. "Do you remember how we all thought she most likely was some old maid, foolish and uneducated?" "Not all of us thought those things," she said with a little smile. "Not all of us are as good as you." Adam moved to the edge of his chair, the seriousness of the situation undampened by his sister's good spirits. "Pippa, Miss Elaine Chapple is not more than 26. "Oh dear." Philippa closed her eyes tightly a moment, though she betrayed only farcical horror. Then she opened one eye to peer at him almost suspiciously. "Has she the audacity to be pretty, too?" Adam gaped at his sister. That was her first question? Why did Elaine's appearance matter? Philippa's grin turned into a giggle. "She must be. Your face tells me the entire story. You think Miss Chapple is lovely to look upon." He stood, his earlier panic nothing to what he felt with his sister's exposing comment. "I said nothing of the kind." Bestowing no pity upon him, Philippa pressed the matter. "Forgive me for misunderstanding. She must be a horribly ugly spinster, the years of her toil aging her most dreadfully." "She is nothing of the kind." Adam pressed his lips together and attempted to glare down at the young woman still giggling. "I need you to stop this nonsense and be serious a moment. Miss Chapple is the best woman of my acquaintance,
and she is in need of your assistance as much as she needs mine." That had a somewhat sobering effect upon his sister. "The best, you say? I find that a fascinating remark, though I admit I am most relieved you are intent upon being of service to her. I rather worried you would not treat her gently. How did she win you over?" Her smile crept slowly into position. "By her charming beauty?" What did one say to such an assault from a favoured sister? Obviously Philippa would not drop the matter, and he needed her to agree to his scheme. If the only way to obtain that agreement was through feeding her curiosity, he would do it. Miss Chapple's unwavering goodness won my admiration, though she hardly needs it. I have never met a woman kinder, more thoughtful of others than her. Philippa opened her mouth again, eyes full of mischief, so he rushed on before she continued her teasing. "And yes, she is pretty. I cannot begin to tell you how often I have admired her beauty. But there is more to her than her appearance. She is without a doubt the most compassionate and genuine woman of my acquaintance." Adam shoved a hand through his hair and paced away from his sister. "She deserves our respect, and all the help we can give her in obtaining the good opinion of the neighbourhood. You know our family will not want either of those things for her." Adam's words tripped over themselves, his frustration having built into something of a fever. "Mother and Richard will do anything they can to make her life miserable, especially when they meet her. They will be jealous of what she has inherited and angry that others find her worthy of her new position." That finally broke through Philippa's cheery demeanour. "They are rather spiteful. Amelia will do whatever Mother tells her to do, too." Adam nodded his agreement. "Georgiana met Miss Chapple a week ago. She implied she would write to Mother of the situation at once." "Perhaps she did, but we have not been in London for a fortnight. Mother took me to a house party in Dartford. Then we visited with her sister in Chelmsford. Mother had to tell our aunt all the gossip of London." Philippa appeared to consider the situation for a moment. "It seems you have had a bit of luck there, dearest brother." "Luck. It can only hold for so long." He stared down into his sister's intelligent eyes, knowing she saw more than he wished for her to see. "Will you help us, Pippa?" She appeared to consider the request. "You know I must meet her for myself before I can give you my help. I will call upon Miss Chapple tomorrow, if you will remain home to distract Mother." Though the price was steep, Adam quickly agreed. Once Philippa met Elaine, his sister would be a great asset in his work to establish Elaine favourably in the neighbourhood. They parted ways to prepare for dinner, Adam's mind shifting to a new concern. Of all his family, Philippa was the only one whose opinion mattered any more. The others were shallow, arrogant, and too absorbed in their own importance to even show genuine interest in his doings. Philippa, however, never failed to listen to him. In his desire to avoid the others, he had seen less and less of his favoured sister. Yet he knew she would help Elaine. Unlike him, Philippa had never allowed their family's bitter outlook to defeat her optimism. The only thing more important than Philippa assisting Elaine was Philippa liking Elaine. Because Adam had grown more than fond of the former seamstress. Much more. Each day that passed, each time Adam laid eyes upon Elaine and saw her smile, he forfeited more loyalty to her. More than loyalty, if he was honest with himself. Elaine had long since begun claiming pieces of his heart. The daily habit of visiting with the children in the nursery had become one of Elaine's favourite things. For the first time in their lives, they could take their leisure together in the morning and discuss the day ahead in terms of hopes and wishes, rather than their previous reality of work and errands. "I want to go and see George tomorrow," William announced, speaking of one of his newly acquired friends. "Miss Mallet said I could write a note today to inquire if that would be all right." Elaine glanced at the governess, who quietly read a book near the window. The woman gave a barely perceptible nod. "That sounds like a fine idea. Let me know the outcome so I can take you myself. I would not mind speaking to his parents before leaving you to enjoy yourself." Friends were precisely what the boy needed. He had been so unhappy about their change of life at first, as uncertain as he was of what it meant for his future. One could hardly be an apprentice tailor when there was no master or even a seamstress to teach the trade.
Nancy had Tabby on her lap, stroking the fat cat. "Did you know we let Tabby out into the gardens all by himself yesterday?" She sounded rather like a proud mother. "He came back to the nursery window when he wanted in again." She pointed to the large window that stood open. Though the nursery was on the second floor, there were certainly plenty of ways for a cat to get himself up and down. "I am glad he settled in. I began to fear he would grow bored when you only let him out on a lead." Nancy had found it entertaining to watch the cat try to escape the leash that the stable-master had fashioned for him. Tabby and the children had wrestled for days in an attempt to get the cat used to the outside. "He is the cleverest of cats," Nancy affirmed with a sharp nod, "and he likes it here as much as I do." After reviewing their lessons, Elaine took herself off to see to the business of balancing her account with the steward. No matter how often Adam and Mr. Yates assured her the finances were secure, she needed to be certain a new expenditure would not throw everything out of order. Having Adam tell her again that all was right would put her mind at ease. Hearing his opinion on her newest dress had also become essential. She had finally completed a third new gown, suitable for mornings at home, while the previous two were more for church and social visits. He had pronounced the other gowns lovely when he saw them, though Elaine had never questioned her skills in designing and creating for other people. Wearing something of her own was a touch more unnerving. Mrs. Fowler had finished with most of the children's clothing, thankfully, and it was the orphan seamstress who would create Elaine's first ball gown. The luxury of wearing clothing sewn by another hand still gave her a quiet thrill. Elaine knocked on the door to the steward's office before entering, her eyes going immediately to the desk that had been brought in for Adam's use. It was empty, the top of it practically bare. Her gaze slid to the steward's desk. "Miss Chapple." He stood and bowed. "Good morning. How might I be of service today?" "Good morning, Mr. Yates." She did not glance at Adam's desk again in an attempt to cover her disappointment. "I'm only come to make certain all is in order for William's tutors. Have we received any letters from hopeful candidates yet?" The steward lowered his chin a touch, and she thought he looked ready to smile before he cleared his throat. "Not since yesterday, Miss Chapple, but the advertisement only appeared on Monday. I am certain we will receive interest soon." "Yes, of course." Heat blossomed in her cheeks, and she tried to latch on to her scurrying thoughts. "Thank you. Is there anything else that might require my attention at present?" "I think not, miss." He made a show of looking about his desk. "I do not have anything pressing to share." "Very well, then. I will bid you a good day." Elaine went out the door, barely turning around, just enough to again glimpse the empty desk. Adam had been present in the house, at that desk, nearly every day since her arrival. His absence disconcerted her, and for some time after the entire house felt somehow lacking. It was too large and too quiet, though her practical mind assured her Tersham's manor was as it had always been. How foolish, really, for her to even notice Adam's absence. They often went hours without seeing each other during the day. He was always gone by dinner time. He never came until after breakfast. Sometimes she did not even see him until past noon. Reminding herself of those facts eased her mind somewhat, except then she realized just how aware of Adam's schedule she had become. Elaine sat at her writing desk in her blue parlour, staring out the window overlooking the gardens. What did Adam do when he was not busy overseeing her business? His brother's home she knew to be empty. The family would be in London another fortnight at least. Did he stay there alone? How did he entertain himself? He had often spoken as though he had no friends in the neighbourhood. Adam's doings outside of her home were none of her business, yet it troubled her that she did not know how he passed the time. He knew all about her, Elaine felt certain. Her hours were spent learning her duties, seeing to the children, walking the gardens, sewing, writing letters. Nothing terribly entertaining. The past week she had paid visits to the ladies who had attended her picnic with the children. That had been a pleasant deviation from her routine. Still, there had to be something more to her new life, something to occupy her mind, especially if it took her thoughts from Adam's not at all mysterious absence. The library.
There was a destination which would also afford an occupation. She had not made much use of the library the late Mr. Gillensford had collected, but William had almost claimed the room as his own. There were several shelves of leather-bound books, nearly an entire shelf put together by William and Adam when they visited the bookseller. Perhaps she would start her perusal there. Elaine entered the room, the sunlight already pouring inside from the large windows. There were comfortable chairs and sofas all about the room, perfectly situated to take advantage of the light or the hearth. She went to the shelves where William had placed his new acquisitions, not ready to assimilate them into the main collection yet. A knock on the door interrupted her just as she had selected a volume of poetry. "Come in?" Graham bowed. "Mistress, you have a guest." "Oh?" She slid the book back into place. "Who is calling this early in the day?" Most of her visitors did not come until midday at the earliest.
"Lady Philippa, Mr. Gillensford's sister."
Graham sounded rather pleased with that announcement. Elaine's reaction was less clearly defined. The youngest sister, the only one Adam spoke kindly of, visiting her. Adam was not present. If the sister had come to call, where was he? And if Lady Philippa was an orphan, did that mean her mother was as well? Where is she?" Elaine tucked her hands into her skirts, grasping the soft fabric tightly. The familiarity of cloth against her fingers proved a comfort she needed. The butler's somewhat cheerful manner dissolved into concern as he observed her reaction to his news.
"I took her to the conservatory, mistress. She has always been fond of that room."
A gesture of kindness and familiarity from Graham, given to this woman she was about to meet, almost reassured her. "Thank you. I will be there directly." Elaine waited for him to leave the room before she released her grip on her gown and attempted to smooth out the wrinkles she had created. No Adam in the house, but his sister waited upon her. Very well. Elaine could manage well enough without him. She made her way to the conservatory, and as she walked through the long halls of the house, peace settled over her heart. The daunting size of the corridors, the many large rooms and shadowed corners, had frightened her at first. She had nearly suggested she stay in the nursery with the children that first night in the grand house, partly for their comfort, but mostly for her own. Things were different now. Weeks had passed, and she had explored every room, finding beauty in the paintings, craftsmanship in the furnishings, and purpose to the many servants and their work. Things that had puzzled her now made sense, and Tersham Park had begun to feel like home. As she passed her favourite painting in the foyer, young Peter Gillensford holding the hand of his wife in her gown of sunshine, Elaine's confidence returned. She smiled over her shoulder at the couple who had lived and loved each other in the manor. For some reason she might never understand, Peter Gillensford had entrusted his home to her keeping. She would honour that generous gesture to the end of her days. Elaine entered the conservatory, the room rich with the smells of growing things and rich dirt, and spied one of the benches with a young woman seated upon it. The woman wore a deep blue riding habit, which matched the colour of her eyes. Apart from that distinguishing feature, she looked nothing like her brother. Philippa was dark-haired and petite, opposites of her brother. "Lady Philippa," Elaine said, curtsying as low as she ever had, "it is an honour to meet you." "Miss Chapple." Philippa stood and came forward, eyes bright and smile readily given. "I cannot tell you how delighted I am to meet you. Adam has told me all about you. Before I forget, I am to make his excuses for him. Adam is at home with our mother, distracting her marvellously while I came to visit." The mother was an orphan, as Elaine had suspected. At least she knew where Adam was too. "Is your mother well, my lady?" Lady Philippa laughed, a light and airy sort of sound. "My mother is rarely well, though I thank you for asking. You will understand what I mean when you meet her." The young woman gestured as though to dust that idea away from the conversation. "She has absolutely no idea what she is up against in you, though." "Up against?" Elaine shook her head, then abruptly recalled her manners. "Please, will you not sit down again?" "If you will join me." Philippa retook her place on the bench, and Elaine crossed the room to sit beside her. "What did you mean, my lady, when you said your mother is up against me?" We are not enemies, I hope." Elaine took in the fine cut of the woman's habit, the elegant tilt to her hat. There were epaulettes on her shoulders and brass buttons arranged in a military fashion at the front of her jacket. The habit likely cost more than what Elaine had made in a season of sewing such things for others. The military style oddly became the lady. "At the moment, my mother thinks you are a silver-haired crone, half-blind from sewing and unable to put up much of a fight for society's good opinion. When she sees you for what you are, all her hopes of an unfair engagement will be dashed. You are positively lovely, Miss Chapple, and my brother tells me you are winning friends in the neighbourhood already." She reached out to clasp Elaine's hand, a fierceness in her narrowed gaze. "I intend to help you too. I suppose that makes me something of a turncoat." Yes, the military fashion suited Lady Philippa wonderfully. Elaine did not bother hiding the smile caused by that thought. "I thank you for your support, but why do you give it so freely? You do not know me, my lady." "Not yet, not for myself, but Adam knows you, and he has thrown his lot in with you. Given how he feels about you, I cannot help but like you already." Lady Philippa twitched her long riding skirt out of the way of her feet. "Tomorrow at church, I will introduce you to my most particular friends. They are a step above the people you have already met. Adam wasn't certain how to go about it. It is of little consequence. You shall especially meet Lord Braybrook. He is only here for a few weeks before he returns to his home in Essex." Although confused by the reasoning behind that necessity, Elaine nodded her agreeance. "I shall meet whoever you wish, my lady." "I should like to entreat you to call me Philippa, but I do not think Adam would like that level of familiarity. Not yet." She sighed. "You really must be patient with him, you know. I adore Adam above all else, but he is forever spending ages and ages thinking things over rather than acting on his ideas. And his feelings, I suppose." Elaine's puzzlement increased at this second mention of Adam's feelings. "I cannot imagine what you mean, my lady. Your brother strikes me as most impetuous." Indeed, when she thought of the way he had touched her cheek, she could not believe he thought such actions through. "I honestly could not manage without him either." Impetuous. Lady Philippa appeared to mull that word over, pursing her lips. "Most interesting. I am normally the impetuous one. I follow the dictates of my heart, I'm afraid, and that tends to lead me into trouble. Adam is usually so thoughtful. I imagine these weeks have been a trial for you, Miss Chapple. Perhaps my brother is only eager to see things are well settled for you." Something like that, Elaine thought. "Will your mother be at church this coming Sunday?" "No. Mother rarely attends church here. She does not feel it signifies when there is no one of greater rank to see her." Philippa sighed and then stood, necessitating Elaine do the same. "But Georgiana will learn that Mother is home, if she does not know of it already, and will hurry to make her report. We did not receive a letter from her, though Adam assures me one was sent. We were too much in motion for the post to catch up. Now, I must be on my way, or Mother will wonder where I have gone. Take heart, Miss Chapple. With Adam as your champion, and with me as his second, all will be well." Elaine tried to keep up with the younger woman's exuberant words. "Thank you. I am deeply grateful." "Nonsense. We will be good friends, you and I, and friends give aid to one another. I will bid you good day for now. I do not expect Adam will get away today, but he will see you tomorrow, and we shall both accompany you and the children to church the next day." "Thank you. I look forward to that. Your brother has been so good to escort us the past several weeks." Lady Philippa's eyes flashed with obvious amusement. "He is entirely smitten, it would seem. Very well. I will see you in 2 days. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Elaine repeated the word more out of habit than understanding, her attention lingering upon the word smitten. The noble woman was gone before Elaine could refute the use of that word. No, Adam certainly was not smitten. Not by Elaine. Not at all. Not even if she wished it to be true, he had no interest in her outside of ensuring his uncle's estate was well cared for. She lowered herself back to the bench and immediately condemned her ungracious thoughts. Adam had showed, in every possible way, that he cared about her well-being too. He spent hours at her beck and call, gave the children sincere attention and interest when he crossed paths with them, and had never been anything other than kind to her. But oh, how she wished for something more than kindness. There had been moments when she wanted nothing more than to step into his arms for comfort or to meet his lips with hers. When he cupped her cheek in his hand, she had believed for one wild, beautiful moment that he would kiss her. Both times her heart had flown to soaring heights, only to crash to the earth again when he withdrew. Elaine had not permitted herself to turn lovesick. The children needed her to keep her head. Adam's friendship and assistance remained too important to risk on silly daydreams. Yet every time she had been near him of late, her heart hovered between hope and despair that he might notice her as more than a friend, more than a woman in need of his help. The warmth in the conservatory increased as the sun rose to a point where its rays slanted down into the half-glass ceiling. Elaine closed her eyes and soaked it all in, letting the heat comfort her as no man's arms ever would. When was the last time anyone had reached out to her as Adam had, only days before? The hand he put on her shoulder, though not an embrace, had steadied the turmoil of her heart. Elaine realized she had begun to cry, the tears upon her cheeks startling her. Yet when she examined her feelings, when she prodded what she wished to deny, the truth was there. For weeks, possibly from the first moment she saw Adam stop the runaway tabby, Elaine had started falling in love with him. She was such a hopeless creature. A man such as Adam Gillensford, the honourable third son of an earl, could never love her. The affection she felt for him would not be returned. Dashing away her tears, Elaine forced herself to laugh. Lady Philippa had it all wrong. Adam was not smitten, but Elaine certainly was. Chapter 15. Elaine kept her newfound discovery, her growing love for Adam, tucked away in her heart. If she could hold herself in check until after the ball, she might find a way to excuse Adam from his self-appointed duty to help her. The day after Philippa's visit, Saturday, Adam participated in another dancing lesson. Mr. Carrow praised all of them, especially Elaine, on their continued improvement. He promised Elaine most fervently that no one would guess she had been so long out of practice. Directly after that, he taught them a newer dance that even Adam barely knew. By the time the lesson ended, Elaine felt nearer madness than ever before in her life. So near Adam, without children and a sermon to distract her, it grew more and more difficult to maintain her usual friendly composure. Adam had seemed to realize she was out of sorts, however. He directed many curious glances at her over the course of the steps, and he gave her fingers a gentle squeeze whenever he had reason to take hold of them, as though offering his reassurance. His kindness only served to weaken her abilities further. Elaine meant to hurry away the moment Mr. Carrow finished the daily lesson, but Mrs. Mayworth immediately confounded that plan with discussion of a household need. Thankfully, William distracted Adam with questions about his riding lessons, giving Elaine the ability to leave the room with her housekeeper and without a difficult conversation between herself and the man she loved. Elaine settled matters with Mrs. Mayworth concerning the need to take on more staff. The household had only one man to look after before Elaine and the children came, and a very tidy old gentleman at that. As there were hopes for planning future entertainments and receiving visitors, additional footmen, upstairs maids, and kitchen maids had been requested. I will discuss the number of servants you recommend with Mr. Yates. We will determine an appropriate wage, and then I will allow you and Graham to conduct interviews. Elaine could hardly believe the words coming from her mouth, and Mrs. Mayworth's encouraging nod made the moment more like a dream. Mrs. Mayworth had guided Elaine through every household decision, but today she presented her thoughts on a matter and allowed Elaine to guide the conversation. As though the housekeeper understood Elaine's thoughts, she leaned a little closer and whispered, "Well done, Miss Chapple." The warm buzz of pride in her chest was short-lived. A shrill voice startled Elaine, and she turned to see a woman she had never met before come barrelling into the room. "Miss Chapple, the seamstress!"
We meet at last. How fortunate that I decided to pay a call on you at last." The woman wore black ostrich feathers in a turban, and her gown was a deep purple that must have cost a small fortune. Her expression was cold, though her blue eyes blazed with tiny fires of indignation. Elaine stared at the invader, shocked at the rudeness of being accosted in such a way in her own home. But years of dealings with irate and sometimes insensible patrons had prepared her well for such a strange interaction. The fastest way to diffuse the situation would be to remain calm. In as unoffensive a manner as possible, Elaine curtsied to the woman. "Good afternoon. Might I be of help to you?" Mrs. Mayworth had frozen and turned quite grey. There would be no assistance coming from that quarter. "Help?" the woman asked, still shrill. "To me? You, my pet, are going to need my help. In fact, you should thank me for coming to you rather than following my first inclination. I could turn the entire of society against you quicker than you could sew on a button." Although tempted to remark upon the button idea, Elaine realised the more important thing at hand. "You are Lady Frederica, Countess of Montcliffe." The dowager stood before her, fuming and posturing as though she had reason to be on the attack. "I am," she said, raising her head regally. Movement in the doorway drew Elaine's notice, and she saw Adam there, face pale and eyes as large as dinner plates. Either someone had told him of his mother's sudden appearance, or he had heard her screeching. Elaine thought it more likely the second of the two possibilities. "Mother." Adam came into the room, his mother slanting a sharp glance at him as he passed her. He stood nearer to Elaine, but the three of them made up the points of a triangle as everyone stared at one another. "What are you doing here?" he asked quietly. "I could have arranged for an introduction at another time." He dared to send an apologetic look to Elaine. "Yes, but would you ever have done so?" she asked sharply. "I had a note from Georgiana today, this very morning, asking if I received her letter and her report of just how young and comely our Miss Chapple is." She looked Elaine up and down disdainfully. "I'm not certain how she came to the latter conclusion." Adam drew in a sharp breath, but Elaine responded before he could. "I cannot be certain either," she said lightly, though she felt heat rising into her cheeks. "Perhaps your daughter has a fondness for Italian paintings." The Dowager Countess glared at Elaine, obviously unable to make sense of her words. But Adam, he started to smile and immediately sucked in his cheeks in an effort to stop. Elaine drew courage from his reaction. "My lady, it is quite rude of me to keep you standing. Might we go to a more suitable room for this conversation? And may I offer you refreshment?" Elaine fought to keep her hands loose at her sides rather than balling them into fists. If this woman meant to shame her, or find a means to belittle her to others, Elaine could give her no more ammunition than the lady already had at her disposal. "Most certainly not," the lady said, nostrils flaring. "How dare you, in a home that belonged to my own kin?" "Yes, Mr. Gillensford, a generous man with a kindly heart." She could never think of him otherwise, though she might wonder to the end of her days why he chose her to take this enormous house and all the burden of his family's displeasure upon herself. "I give daily thanks for his beneficence." The older woman drew up, her nose higher in the air. "You do not speak the way a tradeswoman ought." "I was educated a great deal better than most," Elaine answered simply, clasping her hands before her. "My lady, if you will not have comfort or refreshment, perhaps we better come to the point of your business here today. I have no wish to keep you from your important schedule." Almost dismissively, the dowager turned from Elaine to fully face her son. "Is this why you have spent so much time here, assisting her? Are you cleverer than I hoped, Adam? As low-born as she is, a marriage to her would give you all you ever desired." Elaine found Adam's gazed, confused by his mother's questions and statement. What did Elaine have that Adam might desire? She offered him a tentative smile, but he appeared deeply stricken. Not with fear, but shame? Guilt? Despair? She did not understand his expression, only that it hit her heart in such a way as to frighten her.
Then the dowager resumed her speech, cutting deeply into Elaine's heart. "Marry her, and you will finally inherit Tersham Park, as you deserve, and have everything. The estate, the investments promised in the will." Adam had spoken of a marriage of convenience once before, but not to him. What had been promised to him in the will? Why did his mother think marrying Elaine, low-born or not, would be of any use to him? Elaine's mind worked upon that puzzle as Adam finally spoke, addressing his mother most severely. "Mother," Adam said, no love in the title she bore for him, "you are making a spectacle of yourself. Miss Chapel has been gracious when she could have had you removed from the premises for inappropriate behaviour." His mother gasped, but he kept speaking, his voice raising to cut off any attempt she might make at a reply. "Whatever her state may have been at birth, she is a gentlewoman now, of property and of means. I suggest you take your leave before embarrassing the family further with this display of temper." "You would dare?" His mother glared at him, then back at Elaine. "You have no place here. This ought to be Adam's home, but instead he is forced to wait upon you hand and foot to obtain what his uncle left him. This house belonged to the son of an earl." Elaine lifted her eyes to the woman, maintaining a calm she did not feel. "Purchased with his business in trade and investments," Elaine murmured quietly. "Yes, I know all about it. Tersham Park, named for his place in the family. The third son, unnecessary, unwanted. I wonder why he did not leave it to any of that family you are so proud of." She cut a curious glance at Adam, remaining composed except for that. She saw only defeat in his eyes. "My lady, I thank you for your visit." "You are dismissing me?" The woman's face had turned nearly the shade of her gown. "No, my lady, I am dismissing myself. I cannot imagine you have much more to say that I wish to hear." Elaine curtsied, then looked to the still petrified housekeeper. "Mrs. Mayworth, will you attend me in my parlour? We can finish our discussion there. Mr. Gillensford, do be so kind as to assist your mother when she is ready to take her leave." Elaine floated out of the room, hoping the only person who knew of the way her fingers shook and her blood ran cold through her veins was her. Mrs. Mayworth closed the door behind them, and the instant she did, there was shouting on the other side of it. "Adam, what is the meaning of this? Why did you lead me to believe she was an old crone? What—" The shouting faded away as Elaine moved down the hall and turned into the east wing, Mrs. Mayworth a step behind her. When they were inside the tranquil room, a place where Elaine found peace, Mrs. Mayworth came forward and enveloped Elaine in an embrace. "I know it isn't my place," the woman whispered in Elaine's ear, "but I must tell you how proud I am, and how magnificent you were." Elaine returned the embrace somewhat unsteadily. No one had held her in such a manner since her father's passing. "Thank you, Mrs. Mayworth." Then she shivered. "What will that woman do to me now?" Mrs. Mayworth moved away and stared directly into Elaine's eyes. "You just wait and see, mistress. I think she has less power than she believes. Now, I'm going to the kitchen to send tea up. Though you do not look it, I would chance to say you have been rattled." "Thank you." Elaine sank into her favourite chair, putting her forehead in her hand. "I should like that. And I will see that Mr. Gillensford knows where you are." The housekeeper did not wait for further word, but swept from the room full of purpose. Yes, Elaine needed to speak to Adam. Needed to understand whatever it was his mother had alluded to about the will, the inheritance. Adam arrived shortly after the tea, and she had already prepared a cup the way he liked it. He took it from the table when she nodded to it, then came and sat near her. He did not speak at first. Instead, he stared at her, his expression almost unreadable. "I thought, but I should have known better," he said. "I have seen you angry before. I have seen you cry. But I have never witnessed anything like that. I should have expected to find you exactly as you are, calmly sipping your tea." He seemed somewhat bewildered as he finally took a drink of his own, then winced.
After facing down my mother, I usually wish for something stronger.
That nearly made her laugh, but she kept in the hysterical sound. Nerves frayed, she barely kept her tone even. If you need to send for something, you may. I will not be offended. He shook his head.
I need my wits about me at present.
Then he dropped the teacup with a clatter upon the table before he leaned forward, expression tight and his eyes strained.
I imagine you have some questions for me.
Elaine wanted to deny her curiosity, but her heart needed answers. I should like a few things explained, yes, though I do not know where to begin. Adam drew in a shaky breath and shoved his hand into his hair.
I owe you the whole truth, Elaine. I will lay it before you, and then beg mercy of you, though I have no right to do so.
There she sat, patiently waiting for him to speak, as regal as a queen and as beautiful as an angel. What would she think of him when all was said at last? Why had he waited so long? Adam knew why. His singular comforting thought at that moment was that all of his actions had been honourable, due to his decision regarding his role in Miss Chapple's life. At what point he had committed to his path, he could not be entirely sure. It might have been when he learned there were children involved. Or perhaps when he realised the woman was something of a saint. Most likely, it was when she handed him her list of questions, and he had seen one very near the top, one they never actually discussed. What does a lady do all day? Adam? She spoke his Christian name, still trusting him, it would seem, and counting him a friend. You are frightening me. It cannot be so terrible as that. But her shaky smile said she knew otherwise. Adam hated that he had waited. He hadn't wanted to spare her. He'd wanted to spare himself. He hadn't wanted to lose her. Not now.
I must confess to you, Elaine, that I am conniving, dishonest, and quite selfish. Coming to know you better, however, has given me the desire to change those things.
She only appeared more confused. You are none of those things, Adam.
But I am. I must tell you the truth of why I have helped you. But I beg you to understand that my motivations have since changed.
He let out a shaky breath.
My uncle's will stipulated that I must be of assistance to you if I wished to obtain my portion of the inheritance.
Elaine's throat constricted as she swallowed. Her lips parted slightly. Her chin came up further. I am not sure what you mean. He continued, attempting to put as much sincerity in his words as he felt.
I thought the house would be mine. I thought nearly everything belonging to my uncle would come to me, due to my relationship with him when I was younger. I recognize now that I deserve none of it. I am nothing like the man my uncle was or wanted me to be.
She gave the slightest of nods. What did he leave to you?
Ah.
She needed to understand his motivations.
All of his investments, stock holdings, certificates, the business aspect of his income.
Based on what I have seen thus far, your uncle was an excellent businessman. There was nothing about her words, her tone, or look to suggest she was angry. Why did she not shout at him for misrepresenting himself? You have already done so much for me. I am certain you will obtain your inheritance. Had her voice shaken during the end of her speech?
You have every right to be angry with me, he reassured her, voice lowered. But I beg of you to believe me. Coming to know you, I have changed. All I want now is to be a better man, to be worthy of you, your friendship. He wanted to say more, to confess to greater feelings. But given all his mother had said of marriage, how could Elaine ever believe him? What could he do to prove himself? Elaine squeezed her eyes shut. And your mother? What she said? Was it your plan all along to gain my trust?
pretend to be of help, plant the idea of a marriage of convenience in my mind, then bring it up again if conditions proved favourable. Elaine wrapped her arms about her middle, as though holding herself together. The sight made his heart ache, and he fell upon his knees in front of her, though she did not look at him. "No, I swear I would never do such a thing to you. Every word I have ever spoken, everything I have done, it has been with the sincerest intent to help you. On my honour, Elaine, I never wanted to hurt you." She would not believe him. He did not deserve to be believed. But he had to try. "What does the will say you must do to obtain what your uncle left you, exactly?" she asked, voice a whisper, and her face turned away from him as though she could not bear the sight of him. His heart cracked in half. "I have read it over many times. All it says, in regard to the heiress, is that I am to act as her guide in matters financial and social, for 1 year. How good to know you have a reprieve." She choked on the last word, but when he reached for her hand, she stood and walked away from him, to the window. "I know now why you were so helpful. I also know that you will continue to be helpful, as you have more at stake than my feelings." That cut deeply, more deeply than she could know. "You think I only continue to aid you for the inheritance?" "What else am I to think?" she asked, turning slowly to look at him, half the room and an assortment of furniture between them. "That you actually liked me enough to befriend me? Or perhaps I am to think you truly care for the children?" Tears slid from her eyes, glistening in the light. "Elaine, please listen. I do not want—" "Oh, stop! 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 Stop!" She covered her ears and paced away from him, anger in every footstep. Then she lowered her hands and curled them into fists. "I cannot. Please do not use my name. You cannot understand how much it hurts." She covered her mouth with one hand as a sob escaped her. "I have only ever wanted to help you, to be your friend." She stared at him with a helpless, wounded expression. One cannot be friends with someone who only wishes to use the relationship to further their own gain. That is not a friendship, Mr. Gillensford. "I know that now. I did not tell you of my true motives soon enough. I wish you could understand my perspective." "What is your perspective? What possible reason did you have to hide your part in the inheritance from me?" Though the tears remained upon her cheeks, her voice held desperation, perhaps even hope. "Why didn't you tell me the truth?" He stared at her, more afraid than he had ever been in his life. If he told her of his feelings, of his growing attachment to her now, she would never believe him, and he wouldn't blame her. Yet he had to tell her as much as he could. He had to win back her trust, and that monumental task began at that moment. "At first I thought you would have known exactly what the will said. Tuttlekirk read it aloud to my family. When I became aware you were not informed, I kept it to myself. I needed to come to know you. Despite my uncle's wishes, I could not possibly know if you had somehow manipulated him into his extraordinary kindness. Have you ever heard of someone in your position being left such a bequest by anyone to whom they were unrelated?" She held up her hand to stop his explanation. "You did not reveal your part in the will because you did not trust me?" she asked incredulously. "But—" "That did not last long," he hurried to say, taking a step toward her. "Your honesty, your goodness, it became apparent quickly. At first I saw no need to tell you, but then I began to fear what you would say, how you would feel, when you learned why I had come to help you find your way. I feared losing your regard, your trust." Elaine said nothing. She only stared at him, the obvious consequences of his tardy explanation between them. "I was wrong," he told her, daring another step in her direction. "Horribly, awfully, miserably wrong. Please, I beg you to consider my apology.
to forgive my stupidity." He saw her swallow, the movement seemingly requiring a great deal of effort. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse. "You should go." His heart crumbled into 1,000 jagged pieces. It was no less than he deserved. "I understand," he said. And he did. I hope with time." "Mr. Gillensford," she said, her eyes wide and full of pain and betrayal. "I need time to think, as you said, to consider what all of this means. But the children, they expect tomorrow. You need not take us to church if you do not wish." For the barest moment, Adam dared to hope all had not been lost. "Philippa would never forgive me if we did not accompany you to church." His words came out in a desperate rush. Elaine nodded once and then turned away from him. "Tomorrow, then." What more did he dare say? Nothing, except he could not simply walk away. "Miss Chapple." She did not turn or acknowledge him. "I will spend the rest of my days earning back your trust. Your friendship means more to me than any inheritance ever could." Then he withdrew, out the door and out of the house completely. He returned to the steward's office, grateful to find it empty, and opened his desk. Inside were legal documents that lacked only a few details for finalization. He had the paperwork drafted weeks ago, without intending to use them for himself. He had thought it wise to keep them nearby just in case Elaine should change her mind or a gentleman should win her favour. Now he had other plans for the drafted marriage contract. He had to get to Orford and meet with the only solicitor in the village. With hope and prayer in his thoughts, Adam left his heart behind in Tersham Park. He had to prove himself to Elaine, even if it took years and years. The first thing he must do, now that she knew the truth, was to lay his heart bare before her. Chapter 16. Even after Elaine learned of Adam's place in the will, of the words which tied him to her side for a year of his life, she had not thought him conniving or mercenary. She spent the whole of the afternoon, the evening, and most of the hours of the night thinking on her every conversation with him, every word exchanged, every glance. Adam had always treated her respectfully. He had never taken advantage of her, even when she would have allowed it due to her own feelings for him. Never did he steal a kiss. Never did he exert pressure upon her to spend funds on inappropriate things. Time after time, Adam offered her encouragement, advice, and his friendship. Elaine laid in bed in her large room, staring at the top of the canopy. Her beautiful room, decorated in creams and peach-coloured curtains, was grey and blue with nothing but the waning moon to give any light. She slipped from her bed, uncertain of the time, and paced while she thought. Though Adam may have concealed the whole truth from her, he never acted in any way to make her doubt his sincerity in regard to helping her find her way. What if she had admitted to her affection for him before she learned the whole truth? Elaine had not dared to entertain that question until that moment. She hardly dared to now. But her heart softened as she considered what she knew of him, of all she had seen him do on her behalf. Adam never would have taken advantage of her feelings. Of that, she was convinced. As the hours had passed since his full confession, Elaine's broken heart reached its conclusion long before her head did. She had almost... No. She would not delude herself that way. Elaine had forgiven him. Completely. And she knew what she must do. Heart settled on the matter, Elaine climbed back into bed to snatch a few hours of fitful sleep before morning came. Before she lost Adam forever. She comforted herself with thoughts of the children and the lives ahead of them. William and Nancy held her love, and always would, and she would see their happiness as joyfully as she always had. They would never know how her heart mourned Adam Gillensford.
When morning finally came, Nancy and William waited impatiently for the Gillensford family carriage to appear. Elaine focused her energies on appearing cheerful for the children, but by the time the phaeton arrived, the top down, she had nearly exhausted herself. Elaine and the children climbed into the carriage, assisted by one of her footmen. Nancy and Elaine settled on the seat beside Lady Philippa, with Nancy between the grown women, and William sat next to Adam on the other side. Elaine hardly did more than bid both Gillensfords good morning. She avoided even looking at Adam. The children were unusually quiet too, peering at Philippa with shy curiosity after the introductions were made. The silence stretched on, only the creak and thump of the carriage along the road breaking it for quite some time. Finally, unable to bear the awkward quiet any longer, Elaine spoke. "I am grateful to know you at last, Lady Philippa. Thank you for your visit 2 days ago." The small talk was almost painful, but Philippa continued it with a cheerful grin, as though she did not sense the tension in the air. "It was a lovely visit, and attending services with you today is equally delightful." Adam nearly groaned aloud, listening to Elaine and Philippa's attempt at conversation. Elaine's words were stilted, but his sister did not seem to notice. No one talked to Adam, not until Nancy ventured a request. "Will you sit next to me during services?" The little girl's deep brown eyes pulled at his heart. "Of course, Miss Nancy." The promise easily given was what finally prompted Elaine to look up and meet his eyes directly. What he saw in those swirling, stormy grey depths made him catch his breath. Beautiful sincerity or gentle sadness? Perhaps a mix of both. The limp smile she had worn since stepping into the carriage faded away, and she lowered her eyes again. How would he ever repair what had happened between them? Though he had taken the first steps, would she recognize his efforts as sincere? The doubts and worries stayed with him through the rest of the ride, and the victor's sermonizing. Nancy snuggled up to his arm, happily sitting beside him in the pew and swinging her legs quietly while she stared at the windows of the church. Her innocent cheerfulness was somewhat comforting. William sat on Adam's other side, mimicking Adam's posture and apparently paying rapt attention to the sermon. Good for the lad. He had gone from sullen and quiet to confident and determined. Now, if Adam and Elaine could make certain no one found a reason to reject the children's newfound place in society, the future would be bright for both Nancy and William. Yet it was Elaine's future which concerned him above all. Philippa, with her wide bonnet, sat between Nancy and Elaine. This made glimpsing Elaine almost impossible without calling attention to himself. Somewhat grudgingly, Adam settled back and paid attention to the vicar. He would have time to speak to Elaine after church, when he surprised her and the children with a trip to the Orford lighthouses. Perhaps he might even see Elaine smile again that day, though he doubted it would be directed toward him. Still, that thought carried him through the hymns, the scriptures, the prayers, and then the conversation with neighbours that Philippa began the moment the final Amen was spoken. William and Nancy hurried away to speak to their friends upon the church lawn, and Adam followed after them, hoping the fresh air might soothe his aching heart. Outside, Lord Braybrooke waited near his carriage. "Braybrooke," Adam greeted the gentleman with familiarity. They belonged to the same clubs in London, and had both had their education at least in part at Eton and Oxford. "It is good to see you, sir. Thank you for answering my note." Adam shook the man's hand. "Of course, Gillensford. You know that favour of yours is hardly something you need to ask. The keeper would gladly show you about." Braybrooke, only a few years Adam's senior, glanced about the churchyard with interest. "Where is this heiress you mentioned?" Adam turned to find Elaine still near the step. "There, with my sister." "Ah, I see her. The woman with the red hair. She is lovely. I have heard she used to be a seamstress." Gossip travelled quickly, but Adam did not bristle. Braybrooke was no threat to Elaine, and might even be of help to her if he spoke to her in front of so many. "Come, let me introduce you," Adam offered, gesturing to Braybrooke to precede him. They crossed the grassy expanse with purpose, until they were near enough for Elaine to turn an expectant expression on Adam.
Lord Braybrook, allow me to introduce my friend, Miss Elaine Chapple. Miss Chapple, this is Baron Braybrook." "A pleasure, Miss Chapple," the Baron said, bowing slightly at the waist as she curtsied. "I am very pleased to know you. How are you finding our part of the country?" They exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes. Adam pleased to note people were observing the exchange. The Baron did not rank as highly as Adam's family, but he held a great deal of respect in the community. "I do hope you enjoy your afternoon, Miss Chapple," the Baron said at last. Then he bowed to Philippa. "Lady Philippa, always a pleasure." He shook Adam's hand and then made his way to his carriage, emblazoned with his family's crest. "My head is spinning with names and titles," Elaine whispered to Philippa, barely loud enough for Adam to hear. "Do all members of the nobility know each other as you seem to?" Philippa looped her arm through Elaine's. "I am afraid so, but that does not mean we all like each other. You really did not meet so many people, darling. A baronet, his wife, the Baron, the Dowager Countess, the fifth son of an earl. All excellent neighbours, I assure you." Still, Elaine's expression remained tight, and without her customary smile in place. "Thank you for all your help, Lady Philippa." An afternoon at the seaside might be exactly what Elaine needed. It pained him to be the cause of her troubles just when she had begun to feel comfortable in her new home and position. He had to make things right, had to help her find her footing again. "Ladies, let me return you to the carriage, and then I will find the children." Elaine started, then her eyes swept the church lawn. "I hope they have not gone far. I completely forgot to keep an eye on them." Her face paled slightly, and she took a step as though she intended to search for them herself. "I am certain they are only speaking with their friends. Please, go with Philippa and we will join you in a moment." Adam gave her his most reassuring smile as he bowed and gestured in the direction of their carriage. His sister assisted by gently tugging Elaine that way. Come, Adam will have his way, stubborn as he is." She then launched into a discussion on the topic of fabric, and Elaine reluctantly allowed herself to be led away. Adam made short work of finding Nancy, who stood beneath the shade of a tree with several other little girls discussing whatever it was little girls discussed. Adam bowed to her. "Miss Nancy, I require the pleasure of your company and your assistance. Will you help me find your brother?" It had become apparent very quickly that Nancy enjoyed all of his attempts to treat her with the same deference he might show a lady of rank. She agreed and slipped her hand into his. William turned up around the corner of the church, listening enthusiastically to a boy who described cricket matches at his boarding school. Adam did nothing to single William out, but waited to be noticed. He remembered being that age. It was not comfortable to have an adult call him to order, but leaving his friend's company of his own accord had never caused a problem. When William saw Adam, he straightened his posture and made his farewell to the others. Then he joined Adam and Nancy, and in less than a minute Adam had them both in the carriage. "There you are," he said as he swung inside. "I have found both our wayward children." He outright grinned at Elaine like a fool hoping for praise. Colour flooded her cheeks, her freckles disappearing within her blush, but no smile appeared. "Thank you, Mr. Gillensford." Then she turned from him, showering her attention and conversation on Nancy to learn what the girl had been up to. Adam's heart smote him most unkindly. When his sister raised her eyebrows at him, affecting an innocent expression so contrived he had only seen its likeness on stage, Adam huffed and folded his arms. Philippa might pretend not to know what was happening, but she likely had guessed. The phaeton started moving, the early summer breeze hardly ruffling the ladies' hat ribbons. The driver had been instructed ahead of time where to go, and no one would notice the change in the route until they were through Orford village proper. Aware that he could not truly make amends towards Elaine while others were present to hear, Adam gave himself over to his thoughts, staring out the side of the carriage, until Nancy noticed. "Is something wrong, Mr. Gillensford?" she asked sweetly. That brought all attention to him, with even Elaine darting a quick look at him before she lowered her gaze again. "You look upset." "I am perfectly well, thank you." He sighed and shifted slightly. "Although I am thinking over a difficult situation." "Oh, Miss Mallet says when something is difficult you ought to ask for help." Nancy folded her lace-gloved hands in her lap and sat up primly, and Adam couldn't help but smile when she batted her eyes at him expectantly.
There was something in the way she held herself that reminded him strongly of Elaine. The children might not be hers by blood, but they certainly were in spirit. Did Elaine know how much they did her credit, with their thoughtful ways and modest behaviour? "I thank you for the advice, miss." Adam bowed his head. "If I puzzle over the problem too long, rest assured that I will come to you for assistance. I wish to try it on my own a little longer." The child nodded almost gravely. "I understand. I like to do things all on my own too. Do you know what Elaine says about that?" she asked, glancing sideways at her guardian, who only raised her eyebrows with interest. Nancy grinned. "Elaine says, trying to do everything on my own is pure stubbornness, and it rarely does anyone any favours." With a gasp, Elaine shook her head. "Nancy, you mustn't." Philippa's shoulders started shaking even before her laugh burst from her. "Oh, it is precisely true. Well done, Nancy. You have hit upon one of my brother's flaws. When he sets his mind on a course, you can be certain he will keep to it, no matter how many walls he must climb or dismantle to achieve his way." Why did he think having Philippa along would be a good idea? But he counted Philippa's presence a blessing when Elaine started to laugh too. Elaine glanced his way, mirth dancing in her eyes. "Then I am grateful to have Mr. Gillensford on our side." She took up Nancy's hand in hers. "But while we are on the topic, I do not wish to be a hypocrite. Nancy, why do I warn you so often about your stubbornness?" she asked, a smile still teasing at her lovely pink lips. The child took on the air of one reciting something from memory. "Because you have learned by experience by being too stubborn yourself." Philippa gasped dramatically, raising a hand to her cheek. "Do not say it is so, Miss Chapple. I have two stubborn independent thinkers to manage. Dear me, what a lot of work you both will be." The hidden meaning of Philippa's words was not lost on Adam. He felt heat creep up the back of his neck, and he opened his mouth to offer a retort when he saw Elaine's cheeks turn pink. Maybe he ought to have explained the strained relationship to Philippa, if only to spare Elaine further humiliation. Narrowing his eyes, Adam glared at his sister. She smiled as sweetly as ever and tilted her chin up, daring him to say a word. William, apparently oblivious to the conversation about him, sat up suddenly. "We have passed the turn for home." Nancy leaned forward to peer out the side of the carriage, and Elaine looked too, brows furrowing. "That is because I have a special surprise for everyone," Adam announced, cutting his sister one last look which promised a most serious discussion in future. "There is a picnic tucked up with Heiress." He nodded in the driver's direction. "And we are on our way to the seaside." The children gasped. Nancy bounced happily upon her seat, and Adam watched Elaine carefully for her reaction. Her lips parted as her eyes met his, soundlessly entreating to know if it was true. He nodded once, his lungs tightening as he waited for her possible rejection of the idea. At last her smile appeared, hesitant as the sun breaking through clouds, and with a similar warming effect upon him. He had done something right at last, it would seem. "We are going to the Orford Ness High Lighthouse too," he explained, only looking at her. "Baron Baybrook owns both the high and low lighthouses. I asked if we might go up inside the newer of the two." "May we, Elaine?" William asked at his side, eager as anything. "Please." "Of course we will," Elaine said, breaking eye contact with Adam to speak to the boy. "I have never been inside a lighthouse. I imagine it will be an adventure." The children began asking questions about the sea, the purpose of lighthouses, why there were two lighthouses, and on and on. Adam kept himself busy answering everything he could, their enthusiasm chasing away the last of his earlier sullenness. A picnic, exploring the lighthouse, and a walk along the shore were all splendid activities for the children. Perhaps, if he was fortunate, he might even manage some time to have a private conversation with Elaine. A man could hope, anyway. Chapter 17. Though she had seen no need to bring a parasol for herself or Nancy to church, Elaine regretted the lack of one as soon as she knew their destination. She did not mind too much for herself. But Nancy ought to avoid freckling if possible. Elaine had been teased quite frequently for her freckles as a girl at school. However, when Heiress produced the picnic basket, he also handed down 2 parasols. Someone had been thoughtful of her needs, and when she received the frilly umbrellas from Adam, she could well guess it had been him. Something she had appreciated quite early on about him was his attention to even little details. No question had been too trivial for him to answer, and he worked tirelessly to understand her household so he might explain it to her. Though imperfect, Adam had never ceased to put himself at her service. The picnic was delightful, and it doubtlessly would have been even better if Elaine had kept her head about her where Adam was concerned. But Philippa's teasing from 2 days before had sunk deeply into her mind. His confession further complicated the situation. Loving a man who might never love her back would only cause continued pain. Adam kept casting anxious glances in her direction, and she sensed his desire to speak to her, to perhaps again assure her of his loyalty. Perhaps he would again proclaim his desire to prove himself to her. How was she to fight away her love for him if he insisted on doing such things? Elaine's experience with gentlemen was limited, and her knowledge of falling in love with one was even less developed. What she did know, what all of society and common knowledge had taught her, was that she could never really hope to make a match with the son of an earl. Adam's affection lay beyond her reach. What was Elaine to him? A seamstress, born of a tailor, who had come from another tailor, who likely sprang from a draper or yet another tailor. Her family tree hardly mattered when compared to his. Adam could likely trace his ancestry back to William the Conqueror. Those pragmatic thoughts and assurances stayed with her as she nibbled at the sandwiches and cakes made in the Earl's kitchens. Lemonade from a flask washed everything down. Then the children begged to go to the lighthouse, visible from their patch of grass just above the beach. Everyone rose, but Philippa took up Nancy's hand and asked if the little girl wanted to race to the tall, circular tower of stone. William ran off before Elaine could protest, and then Nancy and Philippa ran after him, laughing as they kicked up sand in their wake. That left Elaine standing next to Adam, nothing between them but the briny sea air. Hesitantly, Elaine raised her eyes to his. "They are quite eager. You planned this excursion well." Without a word, Adam offered her his arm. She took it, pulling her gaze from his as they started walking. "They will have had the whole tour by the time we catch up to them." She swallowed away what she truly needed to say, what she had decided in the darkest hours of night. "Miss Chapple," Adam said abruptly, apparently taking no notice of her babbling. "If you are uncomfortable in my presence, I understand. I will take you to the lighthouse, and then wait in the phaeton if you wish. I do not want to spoil your enjoyment of the day." She bit her lip and shook her head quickly. He sighed, the sound filled with doubt and disappointment. "Are you certain you do not wish me to leave?" "I am well enough in your company," Elaine answered truthfully. "I have need to speak to you of something important, too." They continued in silence for several more paces, the sand slowing their already plodding pace. When Adam spoke again, his voice was quieter and almost difficult to hear over the distant rush of waves. "Will you tell me what I must do to repair the trust broken between us?" His words tore at her heart. She had to answer him. How could she let him go on thinking he had done something that could not be fixed? That she did not understand his reasons and forgave him? But what could she say without revealing the whole of her heart to him? The children and Philippa disappeared ahead of them, into the small building attached to the lighthouse itself, leaving Adam and Elaine, in all practicality, alone. "You have already done all that is required," she answered, measuring her words carefully. "I have weighed your words, your actions, and I forgive you." The last 3 words she whispered, though no less certain of that decision. Adam's arm tensed beneath her hand, and she saw his jaw tighten. Her words had not satisfied him. "I truly forgive you, Adam. Elaine looked up at him, unable to help admiring his handsome profile as they walked. Her heart gave a rather unforgiving thump when she reminded herself what else she must say. It cannot be so easy, even with one as kind as you. He kept walking forward, staring straight out to sea. You are important to me, Miss Chapple. Your concerns are mine. Your battles are mine. And your hurts, they are mine too, even when I am the cause of them. The sentiments were quite wonderful, and Elaine knew Adam Gillensford to be a man of his word, a man of honour. Yet he did not mean such words as she wished he did. I appreciate your efforts. Elaine lowered her gaze to the sand stretching out before them, dry and sifting away from her feet with each step. They were nearly to the lighthouse now. But they are not necessary. I have grown far too reliant upon your chivalry, Mr. Gillensford. Perhaps, after the ball, we might not see so much of each other. It hurt to suggest such a thing. I have been thinking about the will, actually. I plan to write Mr. Tuttlekirk this very week. She cleared her throat, readying to speak words that would wound her. I am going to ask if we might arrange for your service to end sooner. I am not as hopeless as I was in the beginning, and I cannot imagine stealing a whole year of your life away from you. Adam released her arm and took up her hand in a movement too quick for her to follow. She prepared herself before raising her eyes to his, wondering if she would see gratitude in his eyes at the chance of a reprieve. No, it was not gratitude at all. Please, Elaine, do not do that. He had gone pale, and his eyes mirrored back at her the pain she had felt when she realized distance would be necessary to heal her bruised heart. I know I have hurt you, but please, give me the chance to make it right. Don't send me away. Her heart fluttered hopefully, before she caught it in her practicality. No, his protest did not mean he felt as she did. You would still receive your inheritance. He muttered a word gentlemen normally did not say in the presence of a lady. This isn't about the inheritance. I will not lie and say its loss would be easy, but I would rather forfeit all my uncle's money than lose you. Escaping her mental grasp, her heart nearly took flight. Adam would choose her over his inheritance. It did not seem possible. I beg you to forgive me. Tell me how to regain your favour, but do not send me away. Elaine's lips parted in surprise at his earnest speech. You cannot wish to stay. Not really. The voices of the children erupted from above. They had obviously obtained the top of the lighthouse. Adam glanced up as she did. The children were not in sight yet. He took her hand and hurried her steps along, necessitating that she lift her skirts to keep up with his longer stride. He did not stop until he reached the outer wall of the lighthouse. He turned, his back against the stone of the tall building. No one above could possibly see them. He kept her hand in his, placing it upon his chest right over his heart. She thought she could feel it racing at a speed rivaling her own. Elaine. Her given name was a plea on his lips. I know you have no need of me, but I have come to need you, more desperately every day. I have tried, and failed, to resist my growing affection for you. You deserve so much better, so much more than what I have to offer. You see, I have only myself, and you ought to be given all the treasures of the earth. But you have only to tell me. Elaine, you must tell me how to win your forgiveness. I must have that. Because you have to know that when I say I love you, I mean it. If only he could love her. Everything in her life would change. Her whole world would shift to allow him to occupy the very centre of it. You cannot love me. I am nothing. No one important. The children, they need me. Her protests were ill-formed and weak, and tears blurred her vision. You only think you want me, But it's the inheritance. The money can all go to the blazes, he retorted sharply. I would go with you to Ipswich tomorrow and live in your seamstress shop with you. The sudden vision of Adam, large and bold, standing in the middle of her old front room while she measured lace, was so ridiculous she actually smiled. You would not. He took up her other hand, somewhat tentatively. I would. And I am considering the children. I know what their future means to you. He lowered his voice and spoke in earnest. Write to Tuttlekirk. Tell him I do not deserve sixpence. Not a thing from my uncle. I have a document you must send him. Tell him to look over every word. It's a marriage contract, which makes your husband beholden to you for every farthing he spends. Her throat tightened so only one word could escape. Husband. He had mentioned a marriage contract before, but not like this. Not in this half-frenzied, half-desperate appeal. Adam had made himself vulnerable, bared his heart to her. Tell me what to do, he whispered, bending closer to her, blue eyes searching hers. Tell me how to prove to you how much I love you. Those words again. He had declared them twice. They stood so close. She could hardly hear the waves and wind any more, not over the sound of her heart and her mind telling her to take her chance at happiness. The children? She asked, still less than coherent. It did not seem to matter. Adam understood. I adore them too, he promised, coming closer still. His eyes dropped briefly from hers to her mouth and then up again. They are ours, Elaine, if you will have me. He had called them that before, just this morning. I have found both our wayward children. He had meant it not as a figure of speech, but in all sincerity. For as long as Elaine remembered, she had worked hard to care for herself and to care for others. No one, not since her father's passing, had looked after her or made her feel as safe and protected as Adam. May I kiss you? He asked, voice low and gentle. Perhaps that would help persuade. Elaine rose up on her toes and pressed her lips to his, quite unsure of herself. But one of his hands cupped the back of her head, knocking her bonnet askew as he returned her kiss. Nothing prepared her for what it felt like to love someone, and then to share such an intimate expression of that love. His lips were warm and soft, but strong and more than capable of communicating his affection and desire. She tried to keep up with him, wanted him to understand that she felt the same, that she wholly forgave him. Their lips parted, and he moved his hand from the back of her head to her cheek, the soft leather of his glove diminishing his gentle touch not at all. Do not send me away, he said again, staring at her with hope in his eyes. Marry me instead. Her heart answered for her. Yes. Oh, Adam, I love you. Yes. Nothing had ever been so beautiful as his smile, or so incredible as the next kiss he bestowed upon her. I will spend my life proving to you that this is the right decision. Then Adam pulled her around to the lighthouse entrance, holding her hand. Would you like to see the lighthouse now? Elaine nodded as she knew she must. Kissing, as much as she preferred it, was not precisely an appropriate activity. A thought came to her and she pulled Adam to a stop. Can we wait to announce an engagement? She asked quietly, then bit her lip when he tilted his head to the side, regarding her curiously. I have not met your family. People barely know me, and I am afraid of everything. What might be said? The light in his eyes dimmed, but his understanding smile remained. As you wish, my Elaine. He squeezed her hand gently, then opened the door for her, the winding staircase of the lighthouse before them. Elaine said nothing else until they reached the top. Philippa and the keeper of the light stood at the rail, the children between them, pointing at boats upon the sea. Elaine joined Philippa, catching the woman's curious glance before turning her own attention out to the water. Adam stood beside her, his hand next to hers on the rail. The world had shifted, as Elaine knew it would. Adam loved her. Nothing had ever given Adam as much joy as Elaine's kiss, save her agreement to marry him. Even as they rode back to Tersham Park in the carriage, Adam marvelled at the unexpected change in his life and heart. Nancy sleeping against Elaine's shoulder necessitated the others remain quiet, and Adam did not mind. His heart was full, and the occasional sweet glances Elaine sent in his direction assured him her feelings were real. He had not imagined kissing her, admitting his love, or requesting her hand in marriage. Pointedly ignoring his sister's knowing smile, Adam kept his thoughts hidden as well as he could. Since the first time he proposed she seek an arranged marriage, Adam's thoughts had continuously touched upon the idea. First, in defence of it, though Elaine had rejected the idea thoroughly. Then he had wondered if she would object to the idea of marrying him. More recently, every time he glimpsed Elaine walking in the gardens, or she sought him for an opinion, he found himself longing to stay by her side, walk with her, linger just to hear the sound of her voice. The carriage arrived at last, and Elaine made to wake Nancy. "Allow me, she has had a busy day." The children had torn off shoes and stockings to race the waves along the shoreline, while the adults walked along behind, Elaine and Philippa discussing the coming ball. It had been perfect. Elaine helped adjust Nancy so Adam could take her up in his arms without waking her, the little girl's cheek against his shoulder. Walking through the halls with such a precious armful presented a different perspective to Adam in regard to his relationship with Elaine. William led the way to the nursery, where Miss Mallet appeared to help tuck Nancy into bed. The children were part of Elaine's life, and had become part of his. He had given little thought to children in the past. He had no nieces or nephews, no experience outside of coming to know the boy and girl Elaine had brought with her. How had they all worked their way into his heart so quickly? Adam came back to the foyer, where Philippa and Elaine waited. At his step, Elaine turned around, the familiar light she seemed to emit drawing him to her. Her gentle heart had helped him remember his own. Selfishness had been easier, had been smarter, or so he thought, when he had to fight for what little he had. His family forever competed against each other, which made it difficult to feel at ease amongst them. "Did she stay asleep?" Elaine asked, her voice low as though the child was still on his shoulder. Yes, quite oblivious to the world around her. Adam stood near enough he could have stretched out a finger to brush her hand. In the space of a day, Adam had been certain he lost Elaine forever, only to then gain her hand in marriage. How had it happened? How could he be so fortunate? Philippa sighed deeply. Oblivious. What an apt description. Adam raised his eyebrows at her. "Something you wish to say, Pippa?" "Not at all, except that I had a lovely time. It was very good to see you again, Miss Chapple." They were taking their leave. He supposed it was past time to be on their way back to the Montcliff estate. "Thank you for indulging us this afternoon, Miss Chapple." Adam bowed as he spoke, trying to relay more with his eyes than he could with his words. "Thank you both for the surprise. It will not be something that the children, or I, soon forget." Her expression softened, her lips turning upward in the faintest of smiles. Somehow Philippa herded him out of the house and back into the phaeton. The top had been put up by the driver while they were inside, and the skies had started to turn gloomy with clouds coming in. Their excursion had been perfectly timed. His sister adjusted her bonnet ribbons, untying and retying them. Adam leaned back into his seat, considering his future. Elaine had said yes. When he had been certain she would withhold her trust for the rest of his miserable life. "I do hope that silly look on your face means that you have come to an understanding with Miss Chapple." Philippa spoke somewhat haughtily, though her blue eyes sparkled merrily at him. Adam chuckled. Perhaps. But I will thank you to say nothing of it to anyone." She placed a hand over her heart.
"Adam, I am the very soul of discretion." She gave him a long, pleased look. "I like her. Very much." Everything would settle into place soon enough. All would be well.
Chapter 18. The remaining days leading up to the ball were as joyous and torturous as Adam had ever experienced. He put the finishing touches on a surprise for Elaine, one he knew would please her the instant she learned of it. He met with her for walks in the garden with the children, her companion present as well. Miss Flight had proven to be exactly the sort of person Elaine wanted nearby, even though she was several years younger than her new mistress. He went home each evening with a full heart, but was greeted with a cold silence from his mother, until she lost her patience with him. She had railed at him for nearly an hour, questioning him, his intentions towards the former seamstress, accusing him of betraying his family. Adam bore it all, until the moment she told him he should leave the family home. "That is for no one but Richard and his wife to decide," Adam had said. His mother had scoffed at him. "Do you not think he will banish you the moment he returns? His disappointment over his inability to void the will can only drive him to anger when he sees what you have been up to." Adam hadn't said anything more, but left her presence without apology. They had not spoken to each other since. When he came home Thursday evening, the day before the Carringtons' ball, his mother startled him by speaking at the dinner table. "Adam, your sister and I have had a most interesting discussion this afternoon." She gestured in Philippa's direction, and his sister halted her spoon midway to her mouth. "Mother, I do not think—" The Dowager Countess spoke over her daughter's protests. "Philippa pointed out to me the advantages of your friendliness for that insipid creature at Tersham Park. She reminded me that I encouraged you to make yourself indispensable to Miss Chapple. You have obviously done so, even standing against your own mother when I attempted to put her in her proper place." Fingers tightened around his spoon. Adam said nothing. He clenched his jaw and waited. "She must trust you," his mother continued, her voice turning sly, "which places you in a wonderful position. You could influence her to sell her land. Your uncle bought up so much of it, even some of the Montcliff property a few years ago when there was some difficulty with your father's creditors." At that, Adam's eyes snapped up. He had not seen those land purchases. They had to have been more than 10 years old. "When was that?" he asked, somewhat surprised. 15 years ago, I believe. You could help restore those lands to your brother." Mother chuckled to herself. "That would be wonderful. There were some beautiful fields, I believe, and a few tenant cottages. It could belong to the family again." Philippa spoke hastily. "Mother, that is not why I told you how well Miss Chapple and Adam get along. I only wanted you to realize that she is not all the things you have been saying about her." "What things?" Adam asked, eyes flicking from Philippa to his mother. "What have you said about her?" With a wave she dismissed his question. "Perhaps, if we are very fortunate, she will more than trust you. Depend upon it, given your features and the charm I believe you are capable of, you could woo your great-uncle's fortune from her through marriage." To hear his former idea spoken matter-of-factly, as though it were the most practical thing in the world to suggest, by his mother, shocked him. Finally he understood Elaine's reaction to his first proposal. He had thought himself pragmatic, and her too much of a romantic. He had thought her foolish to not consider the idea. Finally, falling in love with her, his reasons for marriage changed. With love in his heart, and Elaine's happiness dependent upon him, the idea of marrying in such a mercenary manner sickened him. Calmly, Adam pushed his chair back. He rose slowly, searching for the right words. "Mother, your suggestion is repulsive." She gaped at him, then glared. "Whatever you might think of me, Miss Chapple is too clever a woman to marry any man who does not see her for the angel that she is. She has survived these last 8 years without a guardian, while caring for 2 children. She has an education any lady would be pleased to possess. As much as I should like to think she depends upon me, if I were to leave for the Indies tomorrow, she would get along perfectly well." With her nose wrinkled in disdain, Lady Frederica, Countess of Montcliffe, scoffed at him. "I have never heard anything so ridiculous. She is a seamstress, a peasant. You paint her as some sort of saint. Who is it that holds the power and influence in your relationship with her, Adam?" She spoke the question as a challenge, questioning his place in the world where the strong always won out over the gentle. "Miss Chapple," he answered easily, allowing a smile to turn up his lips. "It is a shame you will never understand why. Good night, Mother. Philippa, thank you for trying." He bowed to his sister, then left the dining room. He had only made it up a few steps to the second floor where his guest room was located, when someone behind him cleared their throat. Adam paused and turned, surprised to see the butler at the foot of the staircase. "Rigby, what is it?" Adam took a step back down. "I am sorry to bother you, Mr. Gillensford, but the lady you were speaking of, Miss Chapple—" The butler looked slightly horrified at the words coming from his mouth. Breaking protocol and acknowledging to listen to the family squabble was hardly appropriate behaviour for one in his station. "My niece was maid to her for a time, and is now a lady's maid. She has told me, sir, and the family, that she has never met a kinder lady in all her life. All the Tersham Park people say the same." Although confused by the butler's adamant manner, Adam attempted to answer him thoughtfully. "I would agree with that assessment, Rigby." "Pardon me, Mr. Gillensford, but I can tell a difference in you since she has come to Orford." The butler paled. "I only wish to say that I am glad she has come, even though I have never laid eyes upon her." Adam considered the servant for a time. The butler resumed his proper stance and appeared ready to accept whatever rebuke Adam might give him. Instead, Adam chuckled. "I am glad for it too. Thank you." The butler bowed and scurried away. The exchange struck Adam as odd, but it also gave him the beginnings of an idea. The servants of Orford's gentility and nobility were widely connected, with nephews and daughters, brothers and aunts, all scattered between the finer houses. If Rigby had heard such things from his niece and dared to pass them on, then perhaps others might do the same. The thought stayed with him through the night, which he spent in wakefulness more often than in sleep. When the morning came, Adam skipped breakfast. He could ask for something at Tersham Park. As eager as he was to arrive early and speak to Graham and Mrs. Mayworth, Adam sped the footman acting as his valet along in his duties. He arrived at Tersham and entered by the servants' door, through the side of the house where the kitchens were. Everyone inside was already busy and cleaning up. Elaine and the children took breakfast earlier than Adam had ever known anyone to take breakfast. It made him smile. Slowly his schedule had adjusted to hers, along with the rest of the household. Elaine rose early to begin her day with purpose, and her attitude had soon spread to the servants. Yet everyone seemed happy to go about their work, chattering as he walked through the servant hall. Mrs. Mayworth saw him at the very same moment he spotted her. With a final word to the maid she spoke to, she lifted her chin imperiously and made her way to where he stood on the threshold of the kitchen doorway. "Mr. Gillensford, good morning. What might I do for you, sir?" She acted as though they always found each other in the servants' part of the house. "I wondered if I might have a word with you and Graham this morning." Adam gave her his most endearing smile, the one that had won him a cookie from her when she'd been one of the upper maids more than a decade before. She nodded and gestured for him to follow. "Right this way. Mr. Graham is in the pantry organising the silver." The butler found. Adam hardly waited for the door to shut behind them in the spacious closet before he spoke. "I have thought of a way to help Miss Chapple, but I wish to know how practical it might be." They stared at him, their expressions somewhat befuddled on Graham's part and surprised on Mrs. Mayworth's. "We will help you in whatever way we can, sir, of course." Graham nodded deeply, encouraging Adam to continue. "Every member of the staff is loyal to her, are they not? They like her a great deal too?" Adam asked, well remembering the disdainful looks he had received when it seemed he and Elaine were at odds. "There is not a soul in the house who feels differently," Mrs. Mayworth said staunchly, a proud gleam in her eye. "Your late uncle would have been proud of her too, sir." Adam knew that to be the truth. Somehow, Peter Gillensford had known precisely what sort of woman Elaine was. She had entered his house and embodied everything Peter and his wife had valued. The genius of the old gentleman would forever astound Adam. "If you all feel that way, is it possible to use the traditional lines of gossip, or relationships between houses, and have other servants spread word of her to their employers? Would something like that work, to help others see her more favourably?" As Adam put his question to them, speaking it aloud sounded a little ridiculous. When the housekeeper and butler exchanged a significant glance, he wondered if they were about to tell him how daft a plan it was. "Mr. Gillensford." Adam took on an expression Adam had never seen him wear before. The butler appeared on the verge of laughing. "I mean no disrespect, sir, but your idea has come to us a fortnight after we worked it out on our own. There is not a footman, groom, or kitchen maid without instruction to speak as highly of Miss Chapple as possible, in public and private." "We had a meeting," Mrs. Mayworth added, her eyes twinkling merrily. "We put it to a vote, sir. It was all quite diplomatic. Everyone decided in favour of helping Miss Chapple." Graham tucked his hands behind his back, chest puffed up. "If a servant goes to the butcher, she tells anyone she meets how pleased she is with her mistress. If the driver stops at the pub on his way home, he extols the virtues of his employer. We have all done our best." Now Adam felt foolish. Of course the servants would see the need and fill it. "I am terribly sorry I underestimated your dedication to her." Adam chuckled and scratched the back of his neck, uncertain what more to say in the face of this good news. Then Mrs. Mayworth surprised him further. "I believe Miss Chapple's friends are doing the same. I have heard that Mrs. Bartleby took tea with the Baroness. It came back to us through one of the footmen," she added helpfully. "Mrs. Bartleby extolled Miss Chapple's manners and thoughtfulness. People genuinely like her, sir." "And people generally dislike my mother and brother," Adam murmured, leaning back against the pantry door. "It cannot be that simple. Not after all the hours we have spent worrying over what would happen, how people might look down on her." "There are those who will." Graham heaved a sigh. "I hope Miss Chapple will know that those such people are not worth worrying over." Social reputation was everything in Adam's world. It always had been. Noble blood was a stronger claim to respect and dignity than funds. Yet, as he considered the butler's words, he could see the sense in them. Generations of breeding, a lifetime of rules, made him resistant to believing it. "Thank you." Adam looked between them. "Both of you. Everyone. I cannot explain what this news means to me, but I am grateful for all that you have done for Miss Chapple." "We would have done the same for your uncle, sir." Mrs. Mayworth took a step closer to him, fixing Adam in place with her stare. "And for you, Mr. Gillensford, now that you are come back to Tersham Park." Adam's throat closed up, but he managed to thank them before he slipped out of the door. He found his way above stairs, quite forgetting about any sort of breakfast, and went to the steward's office. His mother would exert her influence against Elaine. He had no doubt of that. And he must tell Elaine of his mother's suggestion that they wed. What would she make of it? She would not change her mind. But perhaps she would wish to delay their engagement even longer. The day he took Elaine to wife, even if it was ages away, Adam knew would be the happiest of his life. He would wait upon her. In her new world, Elaine must be comfortable and secure before she made such a decision. He could wait. After all, he was hopelessly in love with her. Chapter 19. "I am not certain this is right." Elaine stepped away from the dressing table, trying to resist touching her hair where it curled and dipped in an intricate twist on top of her head, several more tightly wound curls escaping to tickle the skin just behind her ear. "Matrons do not wear their hair like this." Miss Flight and Polly Benton, her lady's maid, both stared back at her with nearly identical expressions of dismay. "Of course matrons never look like that," Miss Flite said with a firm nod. At 22, she had much more experience in society than Elaine ever would, or so it seemed.
You are not a matron. You are a highly eligible woman.
A spinster, Elaine corrected quickly, running her hand down the lace overlay of her gown. Beneath the lace was a beautiful silk fabric, a light blue that bordered on the colour grey.
Do spinsters dress in such a way? Or put flowers in their hair?
She gestured to the tiny white rosebuds artfully woven into the braids and curls of her hair. Polly, or Benton, as she was supposed to be called now, stared, shaking her head in a most disapproving manner.
Spinsters are without hope of securing a match, mistress. You are not a spinster.
Elaine lifted her gloves from the table, trying not to look in the mirror again. I do not know what I am, she whispered to herself as she began tugging the gloves into place. Her nerves kept causing her stomach to do odd things. She had hardly eaten a bite at dinner, and heartily wished she had had the children for a distraction. It seemed silly that they had to eat separately for propriety's sake. At least she had Miss Flite to join her for meals. I rather hoped I would blend into the wallpaper. She spoke that phrase loudly enough that both the other women in the room heard and laughed. Miss Flite rose and came forward, holding her hands out to take Elaine's.
We cannot have that, Miss Chapple. You're an elegant woman, and this is your night to show all of Orford that you belong here.
She gave Elaine's hands a gentle squeeze.
I have only been part of the household a matter of days, but even I know how important this is for you.
Because I keep rattling on about it. Elaine felt her cheeks warm. I am sorry for that. Benton came forward with a fan and reticule made to match the dress.
I would wager it is normal to be nervous, mistress. It is your first ball.
With a teasing smile, Miss Flite released Elaine's hands as she spoke.
At least you have a handsome escort.
Yes, she had Adam. He would arrive in her carriage, sent earlier that evening to retrieve him. Since his mother's uncomfortable visit, he had stopped using the family carriage and rode his horse. When he told Elaine of the circumstances, that he might have difficulty taking her to the Carringtons' ball, she had given him full use of her entire stables. He hadn't asked her to dance yet. She hoped he would. They had worked so hard on her dancing. If she looked up and beheld any man other than Adam as her partner, she might well forget every step of even the most remedial country dances. Elaine and Miss Flite descended to the library to wait for Adam. He had mentioned coming earlier than necessary in order to discuss a matter of business with her. What business had to wait until right before a ball she did not know. But if Adam had asked her to appear in sackcloth and wait upon the garden wall for him, she would. He had been so cheerful earlier that day, speaking to her of the ball as though he already knew that she would count it a successful evening. Miss Flite had sat in the room with them, pretending not to hear while she embroidered an apron for her younger sister. When Adam took his leave, he had even whispered, "I love you," to her, and those 3 words had carried her through the rest of the day. No matter what happened, Adam loved her. He wanted to marry her. How could she let him do such a thing when neither of them knew what might happen next? Yet she longed to tell him to announce their betrothal, to have the banns read for all to hear. Adam, her wonderful Adam, belonged at her side as she belonged at his. She had already written to Tuttle Kirk, without telling Adam she did so, to determine what their marriage would mean for the will, and if a paper such as Adam mentioned really needed to be signed. She trusted Adam would never take advantage of her or the inheritance left her by his uncle.
You are strangling your fan, Miss Chapple,
her companion noted, amusement in her voice.
Would you like me to hold it?
Elaine looked down at the lovely, lacy, impractical accessory and released it quickly. She opened it, inspecting the fan for injuries, tears or breaks. Thankfully it appeared unharmed. I will try to manage it, she said, laying the fan down upon the table. Poor little fan. The door to the library opened, and Graham strode in, executing one of his perfect bows. Mr. Gillensford has arrived. Adam stepped in as the butler announced, bowing to the ladies in the room. Oh, he looked handsomer than ever in formal evening wear. The sparkling blue stick-in in his cravat matched the deep blue of his waistcoat, and the black coat defined his stature perfectly. His hair had that wind-blown look he favoured, and she rather wished she could touch it, either to make a greater mess of it or to smooth it out. Maybe some day she would. His eyes took her in, lingering on her hair, and then he came forward with one hand outstretched. "Elaine, you are always beautiful. Tonight, you are enchanting." She put her gloved hand in his, feeling her cheeks grow hot beneath his admiring gaze. He led her back to her seat upon the couch, and only then did she notice in his other hand a sheaf of papers. "Thank you, Adam." She smoothed out the lace overlay and tried to will away the blush. Adam bowed to Miss Flite, greeting her kindly and complimenting how lovely she appeared too. Miss Flite curtsied and retook her chair as Adam settled next to Elaine. "I have something for you," he said, settling the papers upon his lap. "I think most men would have sent something. Ribbons for your hair, perhaps a piece of jewellery. But this is better. At least, I hope it is." He chuckled at himself, and Elaine reached out, touching him lightly on the arm. "You do not have to give me anything, Adam." His love was more than enough, more than anything she could ever hope or wish for. He chuckled. "Good, because what this is, it is something you will have to look over and decide whether or not you want to do it, with your own funds. All I am really giving you is an idea." He handed her the papers, and she leaned toward the table with the lamp upon it. Though the room was well lit for the evening, the extra light helped her to read. She frowned and wondered if she held the right paper in her hands. A lease on a house in Ipswich. A large house, practically in the countryside. She glanced at him, but he only nodded toward the rest of the stack she held. Elaine shuffled the papers and started reading again. "A proposal to the town fathers," she read aloud, "that a school be established by Miss Elaine Chapple of Orford for the betterment of the local children's education." "Adam, what does this mean? The churches in Ipswich have Sunday schools." "This is not a Sunday school. This is a school for children like your little button girl you worry so often about," he told her quietly. "A school for learning to read and write and learning a trade. You can hire tutors and teachers of any subject and feed the children at least one hearty meal a day. You have the funds to run the school entirely on your own, but I know you would find help." "Elaine," he said her name softly, as though it were precious to him. "People have but to know you, and they want to be better versions of themselves." Heart and soul rejoiced when Adam admitted his love for her, and somehow every time she spoke to him, she loved him more. Presenting her with such an incredible plan, thoughtful and generous, made him still more perfect in her eyes. A tear fell onto her cheek, and she hastily wiped it away, smiling as she did. Adam's touch upon her sent warmth coursing through her. "Thank you, Adam. This is a wonderful, wonderful gift. I cannot tell you what it means to me." "It is only an idea," he said quietly. "And now you will make it your own. I will do everything in my power to help. I promise." She took in a shaky breath and would have kissed him out of pure happiness, but she remembered Miss Flite and the ball. If only they were already married, matters would be so much simpler. "May I have the honour of standing up with you for the first set, Miss Chapple?" Adam asked, a smile on his lips that plainly said he already knew the answer. "Yes, Mr. Gillensford. But if you do not want to miss the first set, we had better be on our way." She pressed his hand and leaned in to kiss his cheek, trusting Miss Flite to pretend she did not see. Escorting the woman he loved to the ball, Adam could only sit and regard her with wonder in the dim interior of the carriage. She sat with her companion, quiet and contemplative, directly across from him. The gown she wore was stunning, but it did not matter what she wore. Elaine Chapple was the most beautiful woman he had ever met, in body and spirit, and no gown could improve upon what was already quite perfect. The moment Adam walked into the Carringtons' ballroom, Elaine on one arm and Miss Flite on the other, Philippa appeared at his side. She had come with their mother, of course,
who had refused to speak to Adam about the possibility of his joining them. His sister did not wait to even greet them properly before she took Elaine's free arm in her own.
Miss Chapple, had I not known this ball was in honour of a happily engaged couple, I would have thought it was in your honour, she said quietly, her words pouring out in a rush. At every attempt my mother brings up your name, there are the most glowing accounts of your reputation.
Elaine's cheeks turned pink and her lips formed a small O in her surprise. That cannot be. I do not know everyone here. She glanced about, as though expecting a room full of strangers. Did she not know how her simple kindnesses had changed the lives of those around her? The natural curiosity of the neighbourhood meant that people sought out word about the new woman in their midst, that they asked one another what they knew, and somehow the gossip had not been full of cruel speculation. The servants had done their part, and Elaine treated everyone she encountered amiably. Lord Carrington called for the attention of all present.
"Tonight, we have come together to celebrate the forthcoming marriage of my daughter, Lady Elizabeth, to Mr. Bertram."
As he went on to thank everyone for their attendance upon the happy couple, Elaine moved closer to Adam to whisper to him. "I am absolutely terrified." Adam gave her his most reassuring smile, bending to speak softly to her. "You should not be, my dearest Elaine. I am here with you, and I love you." Her eyes gleamed up at him, almost silver in the bright flickering lights of the ballroom. The engaged couple appeared at the top of the room to lead the dance, a minuet, as was proper, even if most present thought it outdated. Miss Flight stepped away with Philippa, allowing Adam to lead Elaine to the floor. Standing across from her, Adam marvelled that he had somehow found her favour, even after beginning their acquaintance in such strange circumstances. If he could have spoken to his uncle one more time, he would have thanked the old man for bringing Elaine to Orford, to Tersham Park, and to Adam. When the day came to read their banns at last, to announce to all the world that they belonged to one another, Adam would be happier than he deserved. The dance began, and Elaine's expression turned to one of concentration. She made no mistakes, moving in time with the rest of the ladies, pointing her slippered foot at the right moments and weaving through the line. When they joined hands, Adam tightened his hold on her fingers just enough to signal his encouragement. Midway through the dance, halfway down their line, Elaine finally started to smile. Adam returned one of his own to her. When the musicians finished, the next dance called, she had relaxed a great deal more. The people around them had started to notice too. "Who is your partner, Mr. Gillensford?" the gentleman to his right asked quietly. "Is that Miss Chapple?" As she crossed hands and steps, Elaine's happiness apparent to all, Adam heard more than one word of approval as the people in the line identified her. Elaine must have as well, her cheeks pinked and her eyes lowered from time to time. When the set was at an end, Adam began to lead her from the floor. He was waylaid at once by gentlemen seeking an introduction. Although unsurprised, introducing her as a friend rather than his betrothed smarted. "It is an honour, Miss Chapple. You dance quite beautifully. Would you do me the honour of joining with me in the next set?" Similar phrases were spoken each time Elaine was returned to Adam as the bachelors of the neighbourhood came to know her. Each time Elaine would blush and accept. "You see what you have done?" a voice said at his side. Adam did not need to look to know his mother had found her way to him. Any one of these men might court her and wed her for that fortune. It could have been yours, Adam. Rather than upset him, his mother's bitterness amused him. He would wed Elaine, and not a penny of her inheritance would be his. Perhaps he would have what his uncle left him in investments, perhaps not. Tuttle Kirk would be consulted, but the money did not matter so much any more. "Uncle did not wish it to be mine," Adam said stoically, "and I find I trust his judgment more now than I ever did before. Let Miss Chapple alone, mother. She is too fine a woman to be brought low by your envy and spite." After a moment of cold silence, she spoke again. "I have written to Richard, and I do not think you will remain in his house for much longer. His family had threatened him and punished him all his life,
by taking the things he loved most, his prized dogs, the room he had thought his, and any number of small enjoyments through the years. To regain all he had lost had once been his sincerest wish. Obtaining his uncle's riches in full would have given him even more and allowed him to show his family how little he needed them. But those things no longer mattered. Not to him. "I will pack my things tomorrow," he said. "What?" The sharp word brought his attention to his mother at last, and he looked down into her angry face, covered in red splotches and warped by her deep frown. Carefully Adam repeated, "I will pack tomorrow. Perhaps I will be gone by nightfall. There is the inn at Orford. I will do well enough there for a time." Then he turned from his mother, citing Philippa. "Excuse me, mother. I am going to ask my sister to dance." He walked away. After a set with Philippa, Adam found Elaine again in time for the supper set. As promised, she had saved the 2 dances for him. "Are you enjoying yourself?" he asked. The high colour in her cheeks and the way she danced as if upon air, evidence enough of her answer before she gave it. "Everyone is so kind. I'm having a marvellous evening." Every time they joined hands, Adam counted himself the most fortunate man in the room. Midway through the second dance in the set, as Elaine stepped around him, she spoke. "Would you like to have the banns read on Sunday?" Adam stumbled, barely recovering in time to return to his position before being run over by the next gentleman. It took all of Adam's self-control not to scoop Elaine up into his arms and kiss her. "I thought you said—" She lifted her lovely chin up. "I have changed my mind." He laughed and crossed to her, taking her hands and removing them both from the robe. She followed, blushing beautifully, and then they were outside on the terrace. The summer night was warm, the gardens well lit, but Adam still managed to find the perfect bush to hide behind in order to kiss the love of his life most thoroughly, the heady scent of roses surrounding them. Chapter 20. The banns had been read twice, and wedding preparations were well underway. Elaine had managed to plan for their wedding to take place the same day as the third reading. Since they both claimed the same parish as home, it was an easy matter. Elaine sat in the late Peter Gillensford's study, behind his large oak desk, looking over the plans and letters for the Ipswich school. Adam had already laid much of the groundwork for her, and found all the necessary funds to begin. It was just a matter of Elaine putting her personal touch to the endeavour. The work occupied her mind wonderfully, which kept her from dwelling too heavily on the coming wedding. If she could change anything about the situation, she would only wish for Adam's family to be more understanding. Adam had taken up residence at the inn, and when his brother the earl returned, there was no effort made towards reconciliation. But the family had not spoken against the match, and Adam had said that in itself was a miracle. There had been no immediate response from Mr. Tuttle Kirk, though Elaine had sent a second letter with their wedding date. Adam engaged an Ipswich lawyer to draw up a marriage contract with all the things he had promised Elaine. Her inheritance would be hers alone. He would not touch it. Elaine had protested several times, insisting that she trusted him and knew his heart well enough. But Adam only kissed her upon the cheek and said, "I know, love. I gave you my word, though, and I will have no one say I married you for your fortune." The rumour of Adam's strange marriage contract had reached most of the grand homes, and quite a few of the less grand, too. People were surprised, of course. But Elaine had more than one young miss express their congratulations to her while sighing about the romance of a love match. Elaine tapped her fingers upon the desk, wondering if she might replace it with something more suited to her tastes. Standing, Elaine stretched her weary back and arms before exiting the room. Walking down the long hall to the entrance, Elaine admired the fine paintings along the walls. It seemed a shame to make any changes to Tersham, but Philippa had taken to pointing out all the furnishings that were out of date. "I do this because you are to be my sister, Elaine," she had said during her last visit. "You simply must replace some of the furnishings, and all of the wallpaper." Perhaps she would. But there was one thing that Elaine knew she would always leave in place: the portrait of young Peter Gillensford and his beautiful wife, Mary.
They stood together, love in their eyes, her dress like satin sunshine. Standing before their wedding portrait, Elaine admired what they had built together. A step made her turn to find Adam approaching, his eyes on the portrait too. "I wish you could have known them both," he said, coming to put his arm around her shoulders. "Though I am grateful, with every breath I take, that you met my great-uncle." "As am I." Elaine rose on toes to place a kiss upon his cheek. She had given up trying to understand it. A knock on the large front door startled Elaine and Adam both. She looked to the door, then up at her betrothed. "I did not even hear a carriage." Graham appeared, hurrying across the entryway. He only cast them a cursory glance, and then an approving smile, before he answered the knock. "May I help you, sir?" "Tell Miss Chapple that Mr. Tuttle-Kirk is here to speak to her." The man himself entered, case clasped tightly to his chest and bristling with energy. He spotted Adam and Elaine straight away, and smiled so widely that his moustache seemed to turn up at the corners too. "Ah, Mr. Gillensford, I'm delighted you're here too. I have a letter for you both." Puzzled, Elaine glanced up at Adam to see his equally bemused expression. "Please come in, Mr. Tuttle-Kirk. Will you join us in the study?" Elaine asked, motioning down the hall. Of course. Oh, and I did receive your letters, Miss Chapple. I hope you will excuse the delay in my answering, as I had to take care of a few pressing things before coming along to answer you." "You did not have to come all this way yourself, surely?" Adam said, amusement in his tone. "I did, in fact. It was a stipulation in the will. I have to ascertain for myself that the two of you are in love after all." The solicitor spoke as though Elaine and Adam knew what he was about, but his words only confused Elaine more. Still, she led them into the study and offered the old gentleman the most comfortable chair before she settled in another next to Adam. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Tuttle-Kirk. I hope our decision to wed has not complicated matters." Elaine reached out for Adam, and he immediately took up her hand. "But even if it has, we hope to be wed anyway. Adam's solicitor has a marriage contract I am to see today. Perhaps you would be willing to look at it with me and give your professional opinion?" "Yes, I would be delighted." Mr. Tuttle-Kirk examined her a moment, then Adam, and then looked at their joined hands before chuckling to himself. "Your great-uncle was one of the smartest men I ever knew, but even I had my doubts about his plans this time." He opened his leather satchel, still humming with amusement. Adam gave Elaine a rather abashed smile. "The will was something of a shock at first, yet now I fully credit my uncle with my happiness." "He thought you might," the solicitor murmured somewhat distractedly. Elaine and Adam both returned their attention to him sharply. "Whatever do you mean?" Elaine asked. "How could Mr. Gillensford know?" "He wrote you a letter, if I could find it." Mr. Tuttle-Kirk huffed and turned the bag upside down upon his lap. Several papers, unfolded and folded, fell out. He sorted through them quickly until he found what he was looking for. "Here it is." With a triumphant flourish, he stood and handed it across to Elaine, clutching the rest of the papers to his chest. Elaine accepted the letter, addressed to the Honourable Mr. Adam Gillensford and Miss Elaine Chapple. Puzzled, she handed the missive to Adam. He broke the seal and opened the letter. "To my great-nephew and the kind seamstress, I hope you will read this letter not long after meeting one another. It is to be given to you in the event that after Miss Chapple has inherited, you two will fall in love with one another." Adam stopped reading and narrowed his eyes at the paper. He could not possibly have known that would happen. Elaine continued to read. "Miss Chapple came into my life at the precise moment I needed her influence, and her reminder that there is always a little sunshine to be had. She instantly reminded me of my late wife, who cheered my days with her love and gentle heart. As Adam reminds me greatly of myself at his age, and as I have no wish for him to make all the foolish mistakes I made before I met Mary, I have sent Miss Chapple to him through the inheritance." "Absolutely brilliant, old gentleman," Tuttle-Kirk muttered, sorting his papers only to stuff them back into their case. "He told me when we penned the will how it would be. When I received your letters, Miss Chapple, I could hardly believe it." Adam studied the paper in his hand, a smile slowly growing upon his face.
My uncle was rarely wrong, Mr. Tuttlekirk. He gave you both his blessing. Mr. Tuttlekirk beamed at them. I am to release Mr. Adam Gillensford's inheritance to him upon your wedding day. They read and reread the letter, which had a great deal of marital and financial advice, as well as the pronouncement that the late Peter Gillensford had found a way to play matchmaker even after he passed away. Mr. Tuttlekirk planned to take a room at the inn and would stay for the wedding. He did not linger after making that pronouncement, but promised to return the next day to look over the marriage contract. Once the solicitor departed, Elaine and Adam gathered the children for an afternoon walk through the gardens. On Adam's arm, Elaine watched William and Nancy skip and run on the well-manicured garden paths. You realise what my uncle's letter means, do you not? Adam asked when they came near the gate to the meadow. Elaine glanced at him only from the corner of her eye. That he was something of a prophet? Her beloved chuckled. No, well, perhaps. But I believe it means one thing most assuredly. You belong here, Elaine. Tersham Park is your home, and I am meant to be here with you. He wrapped an arm about her waist at the same moment he pushed the gate open. You, the children, and me. Garden, meadows, roses, and wildflowers. They are all part of our home. Elaine leaned upon his shoulder, her heart full. The children scampered past, now chasing after Tabby, who had slipped out of the garden to go bounding through the meadow after butterflies. Home. A beautiful word. And theirs would be full of laughter, joy, and love. This has been His Unexpected Heiress, Entangled Inheritance, Book 2. Written by Sally Britton. Narrated by Jessica Elisa Boyd. Copyright 2019 by Sally Britton. Production copyright by Sally Britton.
That was my audiobook. I hope you enjoyed it. I really, really like working with my narrator, Jessica Elisa Boyd. She is incredibly talented and she has done a fantastic job with several of my books. So just have to give her a shout out. As far as author's notes goes for this book, I really have to say one of my favorite things about researching for this novel was all that I learned about the Orford Ness Lighthouse. It's located on Orford Ness, and it's a real place. A long time ago, there were 2 lighthouses there. But in the 19th century, the lower lighthouse collapsed due to the eroding sand beneath it. The beach was a popular place for just about everybody in the Regency to hang out and have picnics. This was such a fun novel to write. I wrote it to go with a series that several of my friends also participated in writing, called The Entangled Inheritances. Each of us wrote a book with an odd situation for either our heroine or hero to have to get through in order to obtain the wealth or the estate promised them in a dearly departed will. The only thing all of our books had in common, besides that kind of catalyst theme, was our wonderful little lawyer or solicitor. Mr. Tuttlekirk was so much fun to write. He is an adorable little man who knows a lot more about the world than he lets on. Each of us had a little bit of a different take on Mr. Tuttlekirk. I imagined him to be a very grandfatherly fellow, someone with a twinkle in his eye and a mustache as famous as his kindness. In fact, I loved his character so much that I used it again in the book that acts as a sequel to this one. But of course, Mr. Tuttlekirk isn't a main character in this story, as much as I adore him. Adam and Elaine are the real stars of the show. When I created Adam and tried to figure out what his character consisted of, I realized I wanted to write somebody who had a good foundation of how to behave kindly, decently, and charmingly, but came from a background that made this sort of behavior less popular among his family. But all it takes is being around the right kind of person, Elaine in this circumstance, for Adam to remember what it is to be kind and how he can sacrifice more of his own wants and needs for the betterment of others. One of my favorite scenes in this book takes place when Adam and Elaine are walking together at twilight. They go from the well-manicured gardens of the estate into the meadow. Adam notes that there are roses that are reaching outside of the garden and into the meadow, and he lets Elaine know that it doesn't matter so much where the flower grows, so long as it does its best to bloom. This is important to Elaine because she really feels as though she does not belong in this new world, yet she needs to for the advantage, for the betterment, for the children in her life. So this is Adam's way of letting her know that she's in a safe place, that she's a good person, and it doesn't matter whether or not she started out here, but what matters is how she goes on now that she is an heiress. I hope you enjoyed this book, and just so you know, Philippa, Adam's sister, has an adventure and romance of her own in the book, Her Unsuitable Match. Thank you for listening.